Chapter 631. After clarifying the situation, Gu Qinghuan, though feeling that Xia Suerong was exaggerating a bit, readily accepted the offer. She didn't have Xia Suerong's contact information, so she planned to send a message to Xia He later, asking him to convey her gratitude. After hanging up by Han Shan's call, Gu Qinghuan looked at the receptionist and asked, "Do my two friends still need to register?" The receptionist shook his head frantically. This was a platinum membership, and according to the system, even if Gu Qinghuan wanted to bring a piece of fitness equipment back from the gym would have to move it immediately. It's just a matter of showing two people around. A simple matter of words. He also kindly contacted the shop's most capable and service-oriented personal trainer to introduce Gu Qinghuan. After following the personal trainer to the fitness area, Lin Julu secretly tugged on Gu Qinghuan's sleeve. "Class leader, when did you get a membership?" "Someone else got one for me last year," Gu Qinghuan explained. "It's similar to how Chu got us memberships at Yunjin Building." Her curiosity faded, and she even took it for granted. With her class leader's abilities, a friend giving her a membership was nothing. If she hadn't taken over the Lin family business yet, she would have wanted to get Gu Qinghuan a membership in one of the Lin family's affiliated businesses. Lin Julu inexplicably developed a competitive streak. Gu Qinghuan was completely unaware of this, and simply instructed Song Yi, keep an eye out for Tao Xinxing. Not just in the pool, but in other fitness facilities too. Although Tao Xinxing didn't reply in the class group chat, who knew if he truly hadn't seen the message, or if he had, but was pretending not to see it and trying to avoid it. In that case, it's possible Tao Xinxing didn't go swimming, but opted for another fitness method. It's definitely a good idea to keep an eye out. Song Yi nodded repeatedly. "Got it, sister. I definitely find old Tao." The personal trainer walking ahead explained, while carefully listening to the conversation between Gu Qinghuan and the others. She couldn't help but wonder, are they looking for someone? The three of them didn't find Tao Xinxing in the public fitness area, so they decided to check out the pool. Although they could watch from the shore as long as they didn't get in the water, Song Yi and Lin Julu believed in a saying, since they were already here. Watching Lin Julu and Song Yi prepare to change into their swimsuits in the locker room, Gu Qinghuan was truly impressed by their physical fitness. The personal trainer saw her standing there and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to try the water?" "It's so cold." Gu Qinghuan spoke honestly. Although the 26 degrees Celsius displayed on the poolside display looked high compared to the single-digit temperature, Gu Qinghuan knew it would be chilly once she got in the water. "You quickly adjust to the water temperature after swimming, and our locker rooms are heated enough so you won't feel cold when changing," the personal trainer said. "Also, we designed a gradual water temperature channel from the locker room to the pool. During the shower, the water temperature gradually decreases from body temperature to near the pool's temperature, and our guests are very happy with it." Gu Qinghuan fell into deep thought. What should she do? She was genuinely curious about that water temperature channel. 10 minutes later, a soaking wet Gu Qinghuan, Lin Julu, and Song Yi stood by the pool. Gu Qinghuan sighed with emotion. Technology changes life. Honestly, it was still a bit chilly after entering the water, but she adjusted faster than Gu Qinghuan had imagined. After walking around in the water for a while, she felt no different from swimming in the summer. Song Yi swam back and forth quickly, confidently declaring, "I saw him. That's definitely Lao Tao." Lin Julu raised his goggles. "How did you recognize him?" Everyone was wearing a swim cap, and they all looked about the same height in the water. Song Yi said, "When I was snorkeling, I saw someone with really yellow feet." Lin Julu almost couldn't contain herself. She decisively buried her face in the water, gurgling bubbles through her nose to prevent everyone from laughing. Gu Qinghuan was a little more composed. "Do you remember where Tao Xinxing is?" "Yes," Song Yi patted his chest. "I memorized the style of his swim trunks too. We just have to swim over and see." Lin Julu had just looked up when she heard this again, and she nearly fell into the water laughing. It looked like Tao Xinxing was wearing his own swimming trunks, not the gym's exclusive swim trunks. Otherwise, Song Yi wouldn't have been able to find him based on his trunks alone. Tao Xinxing swam back and forth vigorously in the pool. Gu Qinghuan and the others quietly approached the end of his lane. As Tao Xinxing swam over and stood in the pool to catch his breath, Song Yi suddenly called out, "Old Tao." Tao Xinxing paused, then pretended not to hear anything. He even jumped around in the pool with his head tilted, as if water had gotten into his ears. After jumping around, he put his goggles back on and pretended to continue swimming. Song Yi pounced on him. "Are you still trying to play dumb?" Tao Xinxing cried out, desperately turning his back to Song Yi and diving underwater, covering his face. Song Yi tripped him by the ankle. Tao Xinqing thrashed in the water twice, then climbed up, feeling hopeless. He gritted his teeth and said, "People in our class are always full of energy when they're up to no good. Don't talk like you're not one of us." Song Yi put his arm around Tao Xinqing's shoulder and removed his goggles. "Let me see how yellow your face is." At this point, Tao Xinqing didn't bother to hide anymore. Gu Qinghuan and Lin Julu also approached curiously. Lin Julu studied it for a long moment. "It doesn't look that yellowed." Gu Qinghuan glanced at Tao Xinqing's hands and feet. "The backs of his hands and feet look fine, but the palms are a bit yellower, aren't they? The soles of his feet are fine. No one can see them with shoes on. And if you pay attention to your palms, it's not noticeable, so don't worry too much." Tao Xinqing's expression was heavy. "No, it's because I'm in the pool right now, soaking in the water, so it looks a little whiter. I want to get back to normal quickly." "It's okay. We were just casually saying that in the group chat. We didn't really want to make fun of you." Song Yi patted Tao Xinqing's shoulder. "You'd definitely be back to normal by the time school starts." His words made Tao Xinqing anxious. "How can that be? It's too late by the time school starts." Gu Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. "Too late? Why did you end it so early?" Tao Xinqing shut up. Lin Julu and Song Yi's gazes converged on him. "Is something going on?" Tao Xinqing's gaze drifted back and forth, finally like the hum of a mosquito. "My mom's friend is coming over next week. That friend and my mom used to compete fiercely, and we had a good personal relationship. He just never beat her at billiards, so he's always trying to win back in other ways. What does that have to do with you?" Lin Julu wondered. "Isn't this just a parent-child thing?" Gu Qinghuan realized. "Did she even bring her child over to compete?" Tao Xinqing nodded vigorously. "That's right. That kid used to study abroad, and now he's graduated from high school and returned to China. He's taking advantage of the break to come over." Song Yi's focus shifted. "He's actually graduating abroad now?" Lin Julu's train of thought was distracted. If he were attending university in China, he'd have 6 months off. Gu Qinghuan quickly corrected the subject. "So, you're trying to recover quickly to avoid losing to her?" Tao Xinqing replied, "Yeah, I don't want to hear that and say to my mom after we meet." "Why does your son look so pale?" Song Yi patted Tao Xinqing on the shoulder. "He's a good boy. He's bringing honor to me. Keep swimming, it boosts your metabolism." Lin Julu added coldly, "If only he had a better brain and hadn't eaten so many tangerines, it would be fine." Tao Xinqing, you have to be so heartbreaking. Chapter 632. Tao Xinqing's face wasn't as yellow as everyone imagined, so Song Yi regretfully gave up on taking pictures. After finishing his swim, he immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to the group chat. "Our team ran into Lao Tao. His face isn't that yellow, no need to take a picture. Fan Ziren, damn it! I missed him. I should have trusted the squad leader's luck." Yao Shaili, Song Yi, if you're being threatened, just send an emoji. Xie Xiangxue, if the squad leader were here, he wouldn't be threatened, right? Yao Shaili, that's true. It seems Tao Xinqing's face isn't yellow after all. Hey. Tao Xinqing, what are you guys regretting? If I really became a minion, are you planning to leave some black mark on my history? Shi Guanghui, how could that be? Su Xinghe, Shi Guanghui, put away your camera first. Song Yi, but Lao Tao's palms and soles do have yellow skin. Lin Julu, okay, stop slashing. Let's go have dinner together. Song Yi immediately put away his phone and followed Gu Qinghuan and Lin Julu, dragging Tao Xinqing along. The four of them went to dinner together. I always feel especially hungry after swimming, which shows I burned a lot of energy. However, considering Tao Xinqing's need to reduce his stamina, everyone, with the idea of sharing the hardship, went upstairs together. Nebula Gym is located on the 4th to 6th floors of a commercial complex, each floor having distinct areas. Gu Qinghuan and the others were heading to the restaurant on the 7th floor. This restaurant is also open to the public, but it primarily serves as a supplementary restaurant for Nebula Gym, and they tailor meal plans to members' fitness needs. Gu Qinghuan certainly knew about this restaurant, but the problem was, she never considered eating there. Otherwise, she had known she had a premium membership. The reason for not coming was simple. How could Gu Qinghuan possibly eat a fitness meal? Although a fat loss meal is just one type of fitness meal, if it's for muscle building, it actually consumes more calories and a considerable amount of protein. But for Gu Qinghuan, the meaning of life lies in spring bracken, summer seafood, autumn mushrooms, and winter hot pot. So, she absolutely wouldn't consider this restaurant. A salad and boiled meat once or twice is fine, but eating it every day, let her go. But this time, Tao Xinqing wanted to speed up his metabolism, so besides exercising, it would be best to eat more dietary fiber. Rather than bothering his family with dietary adjustments, Tao Xinqing decided it would be better to eat at the Nebula Gym's attached restaurant. Of course, there was another reason. Tao Xinqing really wanted to take this opportunity to gain muscle and look stronger, so he could outshine the guy. Gu Qinghuan and the others would only accompany him today. After all, Lin Julu and Song Yi were able to enter thanks to Gu Qinghuan's membership, and Gu Qinghuan wasn't considering returning for the time being. Since it was only today, he might as well accompany Tao Xinqing until the end. Thankfully, the food tasted okay, though a little unsatisfying. Gu Qinghuan was just debating whether to buy a box of Qingtuan on her way home when she heard Tao Xinqing call her, "Class leader." "What's wrong?" Gu Qinghuan looked up at Tao Xinqing. He was a little nervous. "Can I ask you to come with that kid next week?" Lin Julu and Song Yi remained calm, having Gu Qinghuan by their side, when they were feeling uncertain was reassuring. Gu Qinghuan really wanted to go, primarily out of curiosity about whether Tao Xinqing's most desperate fate was connected to that person. If she could keep an eye on the situation, she'd be able to better understand the situation. The problem was, wouldn't it be strange for her, an outsider, to go there? Gu Qinghuan asked, "What's your excuse for asking me to come?" Tao Xinqing perked up when he saw that the squad leader hadn't refused him. "It's simple. My mom will chat with her friends about their own affairs, and she definitely asked me to take that kid out for a walk to familiarize him with the area. Then I say you're free and invite you along." Lin Julu interrupted, "You do this so you don't appear insecure, so you need help. Is it? I just don't have the confidence." Tao Xinqing said confidently, "You all know I sometimes speak without thinking. If he complains to his mother, and she accuses me of poor parenting, then all my hard work will be in vain." Lin Julu shook his head. Should we say Tao Xinqing is self-aware, or that he refuses to change despite repeated warnings? Gu Qinghuan nodded. "As long as the other party can accept it, I'd be with you then." Tao Xinqing felt reassured. With the squad leader around, what was there to fear? After dinner, everyone went home. Gu Qinghuan ultimately didn't go by the Qingtuan. She figured, since she swum today and eaten such a healthy dinner, there had to be some effect, right? Otherwise, wouldn't all her hard work this afternoon and evening have been for nothing? Gu Haiyan noticed Gu Qinghuan had just returned at this hour, and was a little curious. That gym's free trial class actually lasted this long. Gu Qinghuan had no intention of hiding it. With her hands on her hips, she said proudly, "It's not a free trial class. I'm a full member, a platinum member." Gu Haiyan's curiosity intensified. "Did you apply for a membership card?" "No, it's my friend's family property." Gu Qinghuan didn't elaborate, simply giving an example, just like when Chu Chu gave me a membership card for Yunjinlu. Gu Haiyan suddenly realized something, but she didn't take it too seriously. Whether it was Jiang Chu Chu or any other friend, giving Gu Qinghuan such a gift meant that in their eyes, she was worthy of such treatment. So, Gu Haiyan didn't have to feel any psychological burden, let alone the feeling of taking advantage of someone else. Didn't she know what kind of person her daughter was? Besides, this was Gu Qinghuan's gift. She was already a grown-up, and could make her own decisions. If Gu Qinghuan felt the gift was too heavy, she would definitely find a way to deal with it herself. If she really couldn't, she would ask Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian for help. Gu Haiyan said, "If this gift is truly useful to you, remember to thank your friend." For the person who gave the gift, finding a useful gift was also a cause for joy. "I know. I message him later," Gu Qinghuan said immediately. Back in his room, Gu Qinghuan pulled out his phone and sent a message to Xia He. Xia He had taken by Han Han abroad a few days ago, and had just returned today, still dealing with jet lag. Bai Han Han had always done the same thing, calling Gu Qinghuan and then going back to sleep. Xia He was a light sleeper, and the vibration of his phone jolted him awake. He frowned, pressing hard on his swollen temples. He was just thinking about how to deal with the person who had disturbed his rest, but when he saw Gu Qinghuan's profile picture, his previous thoughts immediately vanished. But why was Gu Qinghuan sending him a picture of the gym? Xia He, ? Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised to see the question mark. Usually, this guy was like a cheat, his predictions were incredibly accurate, but now he actually expressed his doubts. She recalled Bai Hanshan's tired tone from earlier and guessed Xia he wasn't in the best of moods, so she wasn't thinking. She replied bluntly, "I heard that Grandpa Xia gave me a premium membership for all the Xia family properties last year. I only found out today, when I went to a gym owned by the Xia family." Xia He raised an eyebrow, having never expected the old man to do such a thing. "Xia He, Do you want me to compile a list of the memberships you might need and send it to you? Chapter 633. Honestly, this proposal is quite tempting. According to Jiang Chuchu's previous comments, the Xia family is quite impressive, so the number of properties under their name must be countless. If she really made a list, Gu Qinghuan suspected that her family would never lack anything. But she was just thinking about it. Life at home was already good enough. Gu Qinghuan, why not leave me a surprise, so I can discover it later? Her answer was exactly what Xia he had expected. Such a state of mind that is unshaken by anything is truly precious. Xia he, alright. So, are you contacting me now to thank the old man? Gu Qinghuan, yes, or can you pass it on for me? Xia he declined without hesitation. No, even if it meant passing it on, I don't want to say thank you to the old man. Gu Qinghuan really wanted to send him a string of ellipses to express her speechless state. Gu Qinghuan, last year on your birthday you said thank you. Xia he, I don't remember. Gu Qinghuan. Okay, both grandparents are just as stubborn as each other. Gu Qinghuan gave up, not wanting to waste time on this matter. Then can you send me Grandpa's contact information? And when is he available to answer the phone? This time, Xia he was very generous. After giving it, she even took the initiative to message Xia Suerong and gave him Gu Qinghuan's number. Xia he, Gu Qinghuan will call you soon to thank you for the membership. Don't think her number is a nuisance call and hang up. Xia Suerong fumed and glared. What is this grandson looking down on? How could a nuisance call come to his phone? But Xia Suerong couldn't remember. What membership thing? Xia he, are you getting senile? Xia Suerong decided that the next time he saw Xia he would give him a couple of smacks. The old man, unwilling to admit defeat, was provoked into remembering, oh, that thing from last year. Recalling this, Xia Suerong began to feel proud again. Yeah, I did it. What's the big deal? It's just a membership, giving a little girl something useful. It's no big deal. Xia Suerong, but you didn't even notice something like that, and you still want to be her backer? Xia he, it took a year to discover that useful. Okay, 2 smacks, 10 smacks. Xia Suerong felt that this little bastard's words were getting more and more unpleasant. He didn't want to talk to Xia he anymore. He decided to wait for Gu Qinghuan's thank you call. Gu Qinghuan chose the next morning, at the time Xia he had provided, to call Xia Suerong. With Gu Qinghuan's emotional intelligence, Xia Suerong naturally found comfort in his words. Xia Suerong couldn't help but complain, you're right, girl. Last night, that kid said my gift, which you only discovered a year later, was meaningless. Gu Qinghuan asked with a smile, did Xia he really say that? Xia Suerong snorted, that was what he meant anyway. Gu Qinghuan didn't directly defend Xia he, but gently said, you gave me this gift because Xia he celebrated your birthday. Do you think Xia he wouldn't have done it without my suggestion? But, with Xia he's personality, if he really doesn't want to do something, no matter how much I tell him, he's not going to do it, right? Xia Suerong remained silent, listening as Gu Qinghuan continued. So, he actually wants to ease things with you. Your family, after all, and to Xia he, you're the only relative he has. Xia Suerong's eyes grew hot, and he coughed loudly, then exclaimed in a displeased tone, you're defending him, aren't you afraid of upsetting me? No, Gu Qinghuan said with a smile, because Grandpa values Xia he very much. So seeing someone on Xia he's side, you should be happy too, right? Xia Suerong muttered, it's because the Xia family will be handed over to him in the future. Gu Qinghuan didn't expose his words. The old man's self-esteem was important. She changed the subject. Now I have your contact information, Grandpa. If you want to give me something good next time, please let me know. Otherwise, if I leave it for another year, I have missed out on so much. Xia Suerong liked what he heard. He ended the call in a good mood, pondered for a moment, and decided to spare Xia he 10 blows for Gu Qinghuan's sake. Gu Qinghuan didn't realize she had inadvertently helped Xia he avoid a disaster. She was reading the information Tao Xinqing had said about his enemy. The enemy's name was Lucas, or Lucas in English. When they chose the name, they took into account their mother's surname, Lu. Tao Xinqing didn't have a photo of Lucas. Although he had seen it on his mother's WeChat moments, his mother hadn't sent it to him, so he couldn't send it to Gu Qinghuan either. He did, however, try to describe him in words. He's quite tall, fair-skinned, and mixed race, with naturally curly golden brown hair and a hint of blue-gray in his eyes. Tao Xinqing's message was posted in the class group. After reading the description, everyone commented, Old Tao, it looks like you're going to lose. This appearance sounds very good, but I don't know what he looks like in real life. Tao Xinqing readily admitted it. So you know what I need from the squad leader? The bastards. He sounds very confident, but in reality, he's completely cowardly. Besides appearance, Tao Xinqing also discussed a lot of other things, which were quite subjective. It's clear that Tao Xinqing is a bit insecure about this Lucas. In his description, Lucas is perfect in every way. Even the few shortcomings he has are insignificant. Gu Qinghuan looked at it for a while, and sent a private message to Tao Xinqing. Where did you get all this information? Tao Xinqing. I saw Aunt Lu's WeChat moments on my mother's phone. Tao Xinqing's mother didn't take much notice of her friends showing off their children, and usually just echoed Ms. Lu's words, with a few compliments. She wouldn't bring this up against Tao Xinqing. Each child has their own way of raising them. Besides, the child's father was just idling away his time, yet Tao Xinqing was still dreaming of inheriting the family business. That was already pretty impressive, wasn't it? The problem was, Tao Xinqing himself felt uncomfortable. He felt that if he could be more outstanding, his mother would brag about it. Gu Qinghuan thought about it, and decided that rather than confronting Lucas, it would be better to counsel Tao Xinqing first. She said directly, what do you think Ms. Lu's purpose is in posting on WeChat moments? Tao Xinqing, to show off the child, or to show off how well she raised the child. Gu Qinghuan, then who is she trying to show off to? Tao Xinqing, of course, my mother. Gu Qinghuan, do you think, in this situation, she would talk about her own struggles or her child's shortcomings? Tao Xinqing was struck by a stern warning, his mind suddenly clearing. He suddenly realized, that's right. Gu Qinghuan, I'm not saying Lucas has any flaws or problems. He may indeed be quite outstanding. Gu Qinghuan, but if you truly envy him and feel inferior to him, then wouldn't that be exactly what Ms. Lu wants? Tao Xinqing, exclamation mark. Tao Xinqing, squad leader, you're right. How could I have fallen into this trap? And for so long. Seeing that he had figured it out, Gu Qinghuan felt relieved. All they had to do now was wait for Lucas to arrive. Chapter 634. Standards. The boy didn't sleep comfortably amidst the gentle jolting of the car. He frowned slightly, his head resting against the window, occasionally banging against it as the car swayed. Although the impact wasn't severe enough to hurt, it did significantly affect his sleep. Lucas. Lu Jingying, sitting in the driver's seat, called out, glancing quickly through the rearview mirror. We're almost there. Get ready to get out. Lucas forced his eyes open and replied, okay, Mom. His Chinese was perfectly standard, though his diction was overly formal and his grammar was meticulous, making it almost like written Chinese. Combined with his appearance, it was immediately clear that he was a foreigner who spoke Mandarin very well. Lucas sat up straight, deftly smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothes. He then smoothed his hair, which had sagged slightly from leaning against the window, back into its natural fluffy state. He also dug out pure water wipes and wiped his face, focusing on the corners of his eyes, nose, and behind his ears. He then wiped his hands clean and tossed the used wipes into the stick-on trash bag in the car. Finally, Lu Jingying was presented with another clean, perfect son. Lu Jingying nodded with satisfaction. When you see Aunt Xiang and her son later, remember how to greet them, right? I remember, Lucas replied, and before Lu Jingying could speak, he spoke fluently. Say hello to Aunt Xiang first, and then say how sorry I am for bothering you over the next few days. Lu Jingying listened, nodded in satisfaction, and praised him. You're worthy of being my good boy. You really made your mother proud. Lucas smiled widely. As long as he was a good kid, his mother would be in a good mood today. If his mother was in a good mood, he would be in a good mood too. As they spoke, Lu Jingying's car arrived at their destination. Tao Xinqing's mother. Xiang Yuri was already waiting in the yard with Tao Xinqing. Tao Xinqing had adjusted well recently. The yellowing on his palms and soles had mostly faded, and it was barely noticeable unless you looked closely. He was still a little concerned though. He was wearing a pair of black leather gloves, which looked cool. If asked, he would say they were for warmth in the cold weather. To compete with Lucas, he had consulted GT Anshao last night. Not only did he put on a nice outfit, but he had also sprayed his hair with some hairspray this morning. He proudly posted the photo in the class group, earning him a barrage of peacocks spreading its feathers jokes. At any rate, he was ready. Tao Xinqing was full of fighting spirit. The car stopped, and just as the driver's door opened, Tao Xinqing heard Lu Jingying's hearty laughter before he even saw her. Xiang Qingqing. Xiang Yuri was used to it. Lu Jingying had previously complained that her name was awkward to pronounce, saying Ji Ri meant sunny, so she simply called her Xiang Qingqing. Lu Jingjing, long time no see, Xiang Yuri replied. Unlike Xiang Yuri, Lu Jingying's previous name was indeed Lu Jingjing. Lu Jingying was the name she changed in anger after losing to Xiang Yuri for the third time. Lu Jingying's smile froze. She walked around the car, approached Xiang Yuri, and said with a hint of annoyance, "Didn't you agree not to call me by my old name? You also promised me you call me by my proper name." Xiang Yuri remained calm. Lu Jingying stared at her for a moment, her face falling. She said reluctantly, "Xiang Yuri?" "Lu Jingying," Xiang Yuri replied. The two finally exchanged proper greetings. Tao Xinqing listened nearby, recalling his father's comments about his mother. "People always say your mother is stubborn, snarky, and won't take any loss. But I just like your mother that way. She doesn't care what others think, and she won't give in to others, choosing to compromise or give in. During competitions, she's incredibly steady from start to finish, her eyes fixed solely on her goal. Only when she wins the championship does she smile with satisfaction. The only problem is, it's so hard to catch up." Tao Xinqing was just thinking that he still needed to learn more from his mother when he heard a cheerful, sunny male voice. "Hello, Auntie Xiang, I'm Lucas. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. I'm sorry to bother you for the next few days." Tao Xinqing immediately shifted his gaze to his opponent. The moment he saw him clearly, Tao Xinqing felt a little dazzled. Damn, it's a handsome guy. And a handsome guy who looks so perfect. Tao Xinqing wanted to cover his eyes, but he held on tenaciously. What's wrong with being handsome? Aren't there enough handsome guys in Class 3? When our class monitor played the arrogant devil, he was universally recognized as the most handsome. Thinking of Gu Qinghuan, Tao Xinqing regained his confidence. Openly acknowledging others' excellence isn't difficult. Everyone in Class 3 has their own strengths, and he's never felt inferior. So why should he feel inferior to a stranger like Lucas? As long as his mother thinks he's great, isn't that enough? Xiang Yuri smiled at Lucas. "I often heard your mother talk about you. This is my son, Tao Xinqing. Xinqing, take Lucas to put the luggage away." Lu Jingying and Lucas were coming to visit, and would stay at Tao Xinqing's house for about a week. Xiang Yuri didn't mind, as they didn't lack the guest bedrooms. Besides, with Lu Jingying here, it was a good opportunity to play a few games with her in the billiard room. He simply considered it a pool partner. Tao Xinqing reached the trunk of the car, and Lucas preemptively pressed the trunk upgrade button and then took the two suitcases down. The two suitcases were the same size, and weighed about the same, so there was no need to argue over who would carry the heavier one. Tao Xinqing pulled out the handle of one of the suitcases and led the way, dragging it. Lucas followed behind him, and Xiang Yuri and Lu Jingying walked side by side at the back. The guest bedroom on the second floor had already been arranged. It had good lighting, and was immaculately clean. The bedding was brand new, even the colors chosen by Xiang Yuri according to Lu Jingying's preferences. After escorting the two to their rooms, Xiang Yuri and Tao Xinqing returned to the first floor, leaving the room for Lu Jingying and Lucas to rest. Xiang Yuri looked at Tao Xinqing. "Weren't you so nervous earlier? How come you're not nervous now that you met someone?" Tao Xinqing raised his chin. "Our squad leader enlightened me." Xiang Yuri was silent for a moment. Her son's choice of words was sometimes quite difficult to describe. She followed up on Tao Xinqing's question. "What did she enlighten you to?" "It was to stop feeling inferior to Lucas," Tao Xinqing replied. Xiang Yuri extended a finger, tapping Tao Xinqing's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. "What are you thinking? How could you be worse than Lucas?" Just hearing his mother's words made Tao Xinqing's tail rise to the sky. He controlled his excitement and said with reserve, "I have many strengths, right? And many weaknesses." Xiang Yuri shook his head. That simple sentence brought Tao Xinqing's tail down to the ground again. "But you are my child," Xiang Yuri patted Tao Xinqing's head. "That's fine as it is." The definition of good was in her hands. In her eyes, her own child was the best. Chapter 635. Tao Xinqing, reporting on the latest progress. Jiang Chuchu, accurate. Tao Xinqing, Lucas has arrived at my house, and is packing his things in his room. Yuan Wuwei, where's the real photo? Ji Tianxiao, yes, the photo. Jiang Chuchu, I report back later. Tao Xinqing, I'm really impressed by you. Song Yi, so what's Lucas like? Seeing Song Yi's normal remarks, Tao Xinqing's eyes welled up with tears. He quickly typed, I can't tell much at the moment, but I can tell he's quite polite and speaks seriously. I heard he's been abroad before, and I'm surprised he speaks Chinese quite well. Gu Qinghuan picked up her phone and saw this. It seemed Tao Xinqing's mindset had completely changed. Previously, when Tao Xinqing evaluated Lucas, although he had mentioned many of his strengths, his tone always tinged with a sense of self-abasement and anxiety. Now he seemed much more frank. Gu Qinghuan, do I need to be there today? Tao Xinqing pondered for a moment and replied, not today. After he and Aunt Lu finish packing, we have dinner at home and then get some rest. Although Lucas looked energetic, Lu Jingying was different. Tao Xinqing could sense her fatigue. Driving here must have been tiring. Anytime Tao Xinqing traveled with his parents, he always felt back pain and backache from sitting in the back seat. Not to mention the inability to move freely while driving, which must have been even more tiring. Gu Qinghuan replied with an okay emoji and went about his business. After finishing his report, Tao Xinqing felt thirsty. As he poured himself some water, he remembered that Lu Jingying and Lucas had gone to the guest room upon arrival, so he should have at least prepared something to drink. Mom, does Aunt Lu have any particular preferences about what she drinks? Tao Xinqing asked. Xiang Yuri replied, just prepare some plain water for her. She doesn't like soft drinks. Tao Xinqing nodded and simply poured 2 glasses of water. He knocked on Lu Jingying's door first. Aunt Lu, I got you a glass of water. Lu Jingying didn't open the door all the way, only halfway. However, through this gap, Tao Xinqing could see Lu Jingying unpacking her belongings. The items were neatly arranged on the floor, seemingly sorted by category. Seeing the boiled water on Tao Xinqing's tray, Lu Jingying's eyes flickered. As she took the glass, she jokingly asked, do you serve boiled water to guests at home? Tao Xinqing was straightforward. I asked my mom, and she said, Auntie, you don't like drinks, so just prepare boiled water. If you want anything to drink, just tell me, and I make it next time. Lu Jingying had nothing to say, and chuckled dryly. Don't bother you. Thank you for bringing the water. There's another one for Lucas, right? Go get it. I still have to pack. With that, Lu Jingying closed the door. Tao Xinqing didn't think twice, and turned to knock on Lucas's door again. Unlike Lu Jingying, before Tao Xinqing could even identify himself, Lucas opened the door completely, revealing everything in the room. Lucas's belongings were already packed. A scarf, hat, and messenger bag hung on the coat rack. A few daily necessities, a pencil case, and a notebook were placed on the desk. A charger was plugged into the bedside, charging his phone. The bed showed signs of someone having slept there, and an open book lay on the sheets. It looked perfectly organized and full of life. Tao Xinqing thought. Lucas packed up pretty quickly, and said, I poured you a glass of water. Thank you, Lucas said immediately, taking the glass and taking a sip. Reflecting on Lu Jingying's experience, Tao Xinqing asked, do you have anything to drink? I can prepare it if you need. No, that's fine. Thank you for your kindness, Lucas said. Tao Xinqing scratched his cheek, and couldn't help but say, you don't have to be so polite. If I remember correctly, Lucas was only a few months younger than him, and he was a bit taller, so these words sounded rather polite. Lucas clutched his cup with both hands, bewildered by Tao Xinqing's words. Is there something wrong with what I said? No, I'm just not used to such polite expressions, Tao Xinqing tried to explain. Just keep it simple and casual. Lucas thought for a moment, then said solemnly, this is how my mother taught me to speak. She thinks it shows I'm a well-educated child. I continue to speak this way. Tao Xinqing wanted to scream. He used to find those online jokes about international students being called little Shakespeares hilarious, but now, he couldn't laugh at all. This was so tiring. He wanted to shake Lucas's shoulders and get him to speak properly. But judging by Lucas's current attitude, it was clear he wouldn't accept his advice. More importantly, Tao Xinqing suspected that even if Lucas wanted to follow his lead, he wouldn't know how to say it. Forget it. A thick layer of ice doesn't form overnight. I figure it out later. Tao Xinqing, thinking of changing the subject, casually said, you're indeed well-mannered and polite. Hearing this, Lucas was visibly pleased. He smiled at Tao Xinqing and said, thank you for the compliment. You're a very nice person. Tao Xinqing felt embarrassed by the sudden praise, and quickly said, rest at my house today. I take you out tomorrow. I also introduce you to someone who's a good friend of mine, and someone I admire very much. After saying this, Tao Xinqing felt a bit amused. He had caught Lucas's eye and his own seriousness had also become apparent. Okay, thank you for the invitation. I look forward to meeting your friend, Lucas said. After serving both glasses of water, Tao Xinqing collected the tray and turned to leave Lucas's door. He noticed that even though his back was to Lucas, there was no sound of the door closing behind him. It wasn't until he turned the corner, probably out of sight, that he heard the door close. It was quiet, clearly done with deliberate gentleness. Tao Xinqing smacked his lips. Lucas's manners were truly excellent, weren't they? So excellent that it made him a little uncomfortable. After much thought, He decided that this sort of thing wasn't appropriate to discuss in the class group chat, so he simply sent it to Gu Qinghuan, asking for her opinion. Gu Qinghuan didn't immediately offer her opinion, but instead asked, "Do you think there's something wrong with it?" Tao Xinxing, "Not that there's anything wrong, I just think it's too good?" Gu Qinghuan, "I guess you mean too standard." Tao Xinxing suddenly realized and quickly sent a message, "Yes, yes, yes. It's just too standard." Lucas's way of interacting with others was textbook-like, every single one of them perfectly nailed. Also, a child's upbringing is generally influenced by their parents, but Lucas's habits didn't seem to resemble Lu Jingying's. Tao Xinxing was a little puzzled. How did Lu Jingying teach her children? Chapter 636. Having two more people at home was, honestly, quite a bit of fun for Tao Xinxing. His father, Tao Xinyan, had been back at the Tao family for New Year's greetings the other day. Because they had to return to their hometown to pay respects, and the journey was long and steep, neither Xiang Yuri nor Tao Xinxing wanted to go. So Tao Xinyan was the only one on the bus back home. Before leaving, he cried and hugged Xiang Yuri, completely unwilling to be separated from his wife and child. Finally, Xiang Yuri impatiently shoved him into the back seat, and signaled the driver to take him away. Having only Xiang Yuri and Tao Xinxing in the huge villa, it was rather boring. That's why Xiang Yuri readily agreed when Lu Jingying asked to bring the children. Tao Xinxing treated Lucas like a younger brother, and watched his mother silence Lu Jingying. Lu Jingying said Xiang Yuri's lunch wasn't good enough, full of fish and meat, and nutritionally unbalanced. She needed fresh vegetables. Xiang Yuri took her to the yard and pointed to the small vegetable garden Tao Xinyan had created out of personal interest. Lettuce, spinach, cabbage. There's even kale over there. Pick whatever you want. Lu Jingying and Xiang Yuri spent the entire afternoon in the yard, picking and sorting vegetables, discarding any rotten leaves into the compost bin. Tao Xinxing also went to help. His father often used him as a handyman. As they passed by Lu Jingying, he heard her mutter, "Xiang, you only know how to boss me around. I'm going to pick all your vegetables." Tao Xinxing glanced at the weeds Lu Jingying had casually picked, and thought he was a difficult person to understand. As he washed the vegetables in his basket, he saw Lucas standing on the steps, looking a little bewildered. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you coming to play? Can this be called playing?" Lucas clearly couldn't understand. "Harvesting brings happiness, right? I think anything that makes me happy counts as playing," Tao Xinxing said casually. Lucas thought for a moment, then shook his head. "But it'd get my clothes and body dirty, and cleaning up afterwards would be a hassle. Why not just go to the store and buy the vegetables?" Tao Xinxing felt a headache just hearing him speak. He simply shoved the basket into his hands and said, come on, I take you to eat something delicious." Lucas didn't understand, but he still obediently took the basket and followed Tao Xinxing to the kitchen. Tao Xinxing poured the freshly picked spinach into a basin and taught Lucas how to wash it. He then prepared hot water and added a little salt. After Lucas had painstakingly washed the spinach, Tao Xinxing blanched it, then removed it, squeezed out the excess water with disposable gloves, and placed the spinach and chopped butter in a tin foil tray before placing it in the air fryer. "Just wait," Tao Xinxing clapped his hands. "We have grilled spinach in a few minutes." This dish was shared by Gu Qinghuan in the class group. When she made it herself, she layered a layer of corn kernels on a tin foil plate. When she didn't feel like going to the store, she'd just make it herself. It was simple and quick. Lucas glanced at the air fryer curiously, wanting to say something but feeling uncomfortable interfering with the owner's behavior. He kept his mouth shut. While waiting, Tao Xinxing pushed Lucas onto the sofa and said righteously, "Let me teach you how to speak like a human." He couldn't stand Lucas's robotic tone anymore, so for his own ear's sake, Tao Xinxing decided to teach Lucas how to speak like a human. Lucas was completely bewildered. "What do you mean by speaking human language?" "It's just that the way you're speaking right now is so unpleasant. It doesn't sound human, it sounds like a robot." Tao Xinxing bluntly said, "No one would speak like that." Lucas was shocked. "Is that so?" "That's right." Tao Xinxing sat down across from Lucas and began his instructions seriously. "First, you don't have to complete every sentence." By the time the air fryer finished, Tao Xinxing had only finished 2 points. He had no plan, he just spoke whatever came to mind. And with Lucas's constant questioning, it was quite a hassle. So when Tao Xinxing heard the air fryer's beep, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Great, I can interrupt for a minute. He's really not the type to teach. He stood up abruptly. Forget about that. The food's ready. Let's go eat the grilled spinach. Lucas instinctively wanted to say okay, but then, remembering Tao Xinxing's instructions, he hesitated and changed his tone. Okay. Tao Xinqing immediately gave him a thumbs up. That sounds much more straightforward. With that, he ran to the kitchen, leaving Lucas standing by the sofa, lost in thought. When Xiang Yuri and Lu Jingying returned, each carrying a basket, they saw the children standing at the table eating grilled spinach. Lucas was relatively well behaved, picking up the food with chopsticks in a proper manner. Tao Xinqing, however, was different. He simply wore disposable gloves and ate with his bare hands. Xiang Yuri's hands were covered in dirt, and he couldn't hold his forehead with his hand, so he could only rest the back of his relatively clean hand against it. You're so unrefined. It's freshly baked, eat it while it's hot. Tao Xinqing attentively took the bowl and chopsticks, scooped out some and handed it to Xiang Yuri. Mom, you try some too, and see how good your son's cooking is. Xiang Yuri rolled her eyes at him, took the chopsticks, scooped up some roasted spinach, put it in her mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it, nodding with satisfaction. It tastes good. I didn't expect you could make this. Of course, our class monitor taught me. Tao Xinqing raised his head proudly. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lucas still standing there. He found another set of bowls and chopsticks, and shoved them at Lucas. Go give your mom some. Lucas glanced at Lu Jingying's expression before picking up some roasted spinach and handing it to her. Mom, you picked some spinach too. Try some. Lu Jingying took the bowl and chopsticks and took a bite. Not bad. Tao Xinqing added casually, Lucas washed the spinach. Lu Jingying looked at Lucas. You washed the vegetables? Lucas hesitated, then slowly uttered a him. Lu Jingying seemed about to say something, but held it back. She simply finished her bowl of roasted spinach, then picked up the vegetable basket that had been placed at her feet and handed it to Lucas, saying gently, Since Lucas knows how to wash vegetables, you should wash this basket too. Tao Xinqing sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere. His gaze swung back and forth between Lu Jingying and Lucas, but Xiang Yuri finally gave him a gentle nudge. Then I leave this basket to you. Your Aunt Lu and I are going to rest. You guys go ahead and get some more. With that, Xiang Yuri pulled Lu Jingying upstairs. Before leaving, she winked at Tao Xinqing, signaling him to keep a close eye on Lucas. Tao Xinqing and Lucas each stood there, holding a vegetable basket. Lucas remained silent, and Tao Xinqing didn't know what to say. He hesitated for a few seconds, then decided to get moving. Hey, time to get to work. Let's go wash the vegetables. Lucas hummed, followed Tao Xinqing to the sink again, and quietly began to wash the vegetables. Chapter 637. The sink at home was large enough that Tao Xinqing and Lucas stood side by side, without feeling crowded. Aside from the sound of washing vegetables, Lucas was completely silent. Even without looking, Tao Xinqing could sense the dejection emanating from his side. He was no one who could hold it in. He immediately asked, Why are you unhappy? Tao Xinqing's sudden words startled Lucas, causing him to drop the vegetables in his hand into the sink. Recovering from his daze, he slowly picked up the vegetables and said, Mom's unhappy? Tao Xinqing's mind raced with questions. What's she unhappy about? Mom is like this when she's unhappy. She doesn't say it directly. She makes me think about it, Lucas said. Tao Xinqing couldn't help but roll his eyes. You still need me to guess? You're so exhausted. Lucas ignored him, simply continuing to wash the vegetables. She asked me to wash the vegetables. It must have upset her. Maybe she thinks I shouldn't waste my time on such things. How can that be considered a waste? Tao Xinqing couldn't understand. Besides, you came to my house on a mission? Anything else is a waste of time? Lucas fell silent. Tao Xinqing grumbled a few more times, but when Lucas didn't respond, he realized it belatedly and looked at him with wide eyes. You really do have a mission? To do something bad? No, Lucas said hastily. It's not a bad thing. But in doing so, he was implicitly admitting that he had a mission. Under Tao Xinqing's gaze, Lucas lowered his head and hesitated for a long moment before lowering his voice and saying, If I tell you, can you promise not to tell my mother? Tao Xinqing nodded firmly and patted his chest. Of course. He smelled the melon. For the civets of Class 3, protecting the melons was a given. Lucas was a little surprised. It was the first time he had felt so strongly someone's determination to keep a secret. He had never quite understood his mother's feelings in the first place. In less than a day, he could tell Tao Xinqing was a good person, which was why he was thinking about telling him his mission. He took a deep breath, his voice still soft. Mom said, she hopes I can beat you. Tao Xinqing felt a huge question mark hover over his head. Huh? Once he had opened his mouth, Lucas could continue much more fluently. Mom always told me she wanted to beat Aunt Xiang. If she couldn't win in competition, She wanted to at least win in something else. Tao Xinqing was bewildered. Huh? Something else? He hadn't finished his words when he suddenly realized and pointed at himself. Could it be me? Lucas nodded. Yes, Mom said I'm her son. If I can beat Aunt Xiang's son, then that proves she's better at raising children than Aunt Xiang. Tao Xinqing was speechless. That's not how you compare, is it? Everyone has different personalities. Even with the same education, it's impossible for them to be exactly the same. Not to mention the teaching. Tao Xinqing choked. Xiang Yiri hadn't really taught him much, had he? At most, he taught him billiards. Xiang Jiri himself has a somewhat cold personality, and is not good at teaching others. Apart from anything else, when Tao Xinqing was a child, it was his father Tao Xinyan who helped him with his homework. If Xiang Yiri were to teach Tao Xinqing his homework, she'd be considering taking him for an IQ test in less than half an hour. Tao Xinqing muttered, even if you beat me, it doesn't prove your mother is any better at raising children than mine. Lucas sighed worriedly. Mom would be very disappointed, and I don't want to disappoint her. The two of them continued washing vegetables in silence. After a while, Tao Xinqing's curiosity piqued again. Hey, tell me, how are you going to beat me? Lucas thought for a moment. Appearance, height, manners, personality, grades, interpersonal skills. With each word he uttered, Tao Xinqing felt a weight on his back. By the time Lucas finished counting, Tao Xinqing was practically collapsing under the weight. Is this even worth comparing? Tao Xinqing's face flushed red, overcome with grief and indignation. Although Gu Qinghuan's guidance had transformed his mindset considerably, allowing him to face Lucas calmly, he still felt a surge of pressure after hearing the aspects Lucas had listed. Tao Xinqing now wanted nothing more than to grab his phone and run to the class group to wail. At least the people in Class 3 could offer some comfort. However, Lucas misunderstood his meaning and lowered his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, I know there are many things we shouldn't compare, but Mom will take them into consideration. Appearance and height aside, Tao Xinqing wasn't molded by Xiang Yiri to look any way he wanted. How could such an uncontrollable aspect be compared, not to mention that everyone has different tastes? For those who dislike foreign looks, Tao Xinqing has an advantage over Lucas. The same goes for etiquette. Although Lucas always strives to maintain his best spirits, Tao Xinqing's calm and composed demeanor, unlike his deliberate attempts, is even more admirable. As for academic performance, Lucas isn't sure if the educational methods of the two countries differ, but when it comes to interpersonal relationships, he believes Tao Xinqing is far superior. Tao Xinqing brought him water, showed concern for him, took him to family activities, cooked him delicious meals, and even taught him to speak properly. More importantly, Tao Xinqing did all this without asking anything of him, nor did he hold him to any particular standards. Lucas couldn't believe someone as selfless as Tao Xinqing. He talked so ramblingly that every word made Tao Xinqing want to scratch his ears, wondering if he misheard. Or maybe he should pinch himself. It was more likely he was dreaming. Thinking of this, Tao Xinqing couldn't help but curl his lips. He thought someone so outstanding was even better. Who could resist? It felt so good. He was so proud. He wanted to show it off to everyone. Tao Xinqing pinched his thigh furiously, grimacing in pain. Only then did he regain control of his stiff face. Before Lucas looked up, he finally regained control of his expression and coughed a few more times. Cough, cough, cough. Lucas, don't worry about it. Lucas looked up, quizzically, and Tao Xinqing said generously, just show off for a few days. I don't care, and neither does my mom. As long as your mom thinks you've beaten me, and she's beaten her, isn't that enough? So what if he lost? Being boasted about by Lu Jingying wouldn't matter. Would his and his mom's lifestyles change because of this? Of course not. He and his mom would continue to live their lives at their own pace. Tao Xinqing patted Lucas on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. You be your red flower, and I will be your green leaf. Chapter 638. By dinner time, Lu Jingying looked much the same as before. Tao Xinqing glanced at Xiang Yiri's face, unable to discern a single thought. He wondered how his mother had managed to appease Lu Jingying. According to Lu Jingying's request, tonight's meal would consist of vegetables. Of course, with two adolescent children present, it couldn't be all vegetarian. If that were the case, Tao Xinqing would have been up in the middle of the night digging through the refrigerator. Besides, it was winter, so a steaming hot pot was perfect, whatever you wanted. Xiang Yiri and Tao Xinqing both loved spicy food, while Lu Jingying and Lucas preferred lighter flavors. However, since they didn't have a shabu-shabu hot pot at home, they ended up placing two electric hot pots on the table. Tao Xinqing also thought this was a good idea. He could add more vegetables without worrying about disturbing others' dishes. He first put the potatoes in to simmer, then picked up a plate and added half a portion of beef. Once the beef was done, he dipped it in the sauce and ate it with great relish. Lucas, by contrast, meticulously blanched the vegetables, served them to Lu Jingying, and then began to eat his own portion. Xiang Yuri picked up a piece of kelp knot and looked at Lucas thoughtfully as he ate. Noticing her gaze, Lu Jingying said with a hint of pride, "This kid has been like this since he was young. It saves me a lot of trouble." Tao Xinqing curled his lips inwardly. What does like this since he was young mean? Who knows how much effort it took to teach him? Xiang Yuri nodded slightly. That's good. After all, you're clumsy. You always get burned by the splattered oil when you eat hot pot. Lu Jingying's smile froze, and she gritted her teeth. How long are you going to keep harping on about those few times? Besides, you're the same way. You always get me covered in peppercorns. At this point, she glanced at Tao Xinqing. Why don't you let your son pick the meat for you? Have him skim off the peppercorns. Because the meat he picks up has more peppercorns on it, Xiang Yuri sighed wistfully. How can this unfortunate trait be inherited? Tao Xinqing chewed the meat in his mouth unconvinced, spitting out the peppercorns as he went. If Tao Xinqing were home, he wouldn't be like this. He would help Xiang Yuri pick out the peppercorns. Tao Xinqing, forget it, he didn't get that treatment. Despite a few minor hiccups, dinner was generally pleasant. Tao Xinqing, giving Lucas more opportunities to express himself, remained mostly silent. Occasionally, he'd say a few words, but the content was fairly standard. At first, Lu Jingying's gaze would still drift towards him, but then, perhaps deciding he wasn't a threat, she focused solely on bickering with Xiang Yuri. After dinner, the housekeeping came to a natural end. Tired from a long day, Lu Jingying and Lucas retired to their rooms for the day, while Tao Xinqing slipped into his parents' bedroom to secretly gossip. That's what Lucas said. Xiang Yuri shook his head. Lu Jingying is just as stingy as ever. Tao Xinqing scratched the back of his head, still unable to suppress his curiosity all day. Mom, how did you and Aunt Lu become friends? She's rude, likes to show off, picky, and even a little petty. With my mom's personality, how could she have tolerated it until now? Xiang Yuri didn't answer immediately, but instead curled his lips for the first time. Do you find her annoying? More like an enemy, who can't stand my good times than a friend? It's not that exaggerated. Tao Xinqing laughed. Xiang Yuri laughed. Do you know why she calls me Xiang Qingqing? Tao Xinqing speculated, because her name used to be Lu Jingjing, they wanted to give you a similar name, so it wouldn't seem so common. Xiang Yuri shook his head and said calmly, because my opponents used to call me Jinx and the god of death. They said my name was Yuri, which means Yuri, meaning taboo. Tao Xinqing's face changed. What nonsense! Xiang Yuri glanced at him, not taking his tone seriously. Those people say that because they can't beat me, so they blame me for all the bad luck they encounter, thinking that this will justify their losses. Actually, I didn't take those words to heart back then, but Lu Jingying cared, so she helped me name myself Xiang Qingqing. This name. Every time she called it, she'd walk over to me, fold her arms, and start yelling at me, then pull me away from those people. Although I later told her I didn't care what others thought of my name, as long as I knew it was the Ji in Yuzhao Yuji, she still felt the less frequent such incidents, the better. She's the only one who never makes excuses for her failures, and only competes with me again and again. Xiang Jiri reached out and touched Tao Xinqing's head. I know she's very stubborn, with a competitive spirit that can sometimes be annoying, and she's also overly self-centered. After all, she's never resorted to underhanded means to hurt me just to win. To me, she's a cherished rival and a friend who's witnessed my life. After hearing Xiang Yuri's words, Tao Xinqing felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't expected his mother to have experienced something like this in the past, and he hadn't expected Lu Jingying to stand up and defend her in her own way. He scratched his hair again, mumbling, even so, that's no reason for him to treat Lucas like that. I really feel sorry for Lucas. Xiang Yuri withdrew his hand and nodded, you're right, she's not a good mother. Her upbringing with Lucas has gone off the right track. Before, when she was abroad, I wanted to do something, but it was too far away. Sending WeChat messages, leaving messages on WeChat moments, video calls, etc., would only have the opposite effect. She sighed helplessly, so this time, when she returned with her son, I thought I'd take the opportunity to be with her and see if I could do something. Earlier, when Lu Jingying had asked Lucas to wash the vegetables, Xiang Yuri had taken her upstairs to offer some comfort and to test her perspective. As expected, Lu Jingying started by saying that Lucas, his age, couldn't even wash vegetables and needed Tao Xinqing to teach him. Tao Xinqing was speechless. Does she think that just because Lucas helps me, he's already defeated me? Xiang Yuri spread his hands, not admitting it. Instead, he said, now that you know, can Mom rely on you? I take care of her, and you stay with Lucas. We divide the work between mother and son. Tao Xinqing pounded his chest. Luckily, he was wearing warm winter clothes, otherwise he would have choked. He said confidently, don't worry, Mom. I already talked to Lucas. He's a good guy. I'm sure of him. Besides, I have a super powerful trick. Xiang Yuri paused. You're squad leader again? How did you guess that so quickly? Tao Xinqing's eyes widened. Is there any need to guess? If someone could even enlighten their own clueless son, they know the answer, right? Xiang Yuri waved his hand. Then it's up to you, and your squad leader. Chapter 639. Gu Qinghuan lamented, you and your mother are quite busy. The situation with Lu Jingying and Lucas was too complicated, so Tao Xinqing called Gu Qinghuan directly, and spent a long time explaining the situation. Gu Qinghuan sat cross-legged on the bed, speakerphone on, with 2 jars and a plate in front of her. While answering Tao Xinqing's call, she sorted the mixed nuts on the plate into different jars. The left jar contained walnuts and mulberries, which she disliked. The right jar contained raisins, cranberries, almonds, and cashews, which she liked. Alas, why isn't there a brand of mixed nuts that contains all the nuts she likes? Gu Qinghuan thought a little sadly. Tao Xinqing said, actually, there's nothing much to do. I just need to spend time with Lucas, make him happy, and not worry too much about the pressure his mother is putting on him. Gu Qinghuan stuffed a cashew nut into her mouth. What do you want to do? Tao Xinqing thought about it, following the third class's pattern. While I want to be a supporting role in front of him, to compliment him and please Aunt Lu, I don't think this will fundamentally solve the problem. Gu Qinghuan nodded secretly, but after a while, she waited and heard nothing more, and couldn't help but wondering, is there a signal problem over there? No, Tao Xinqing replied immediately. I'm waiting for you, class monitor. Gu Qinghuan, you're silent, so you're waiting for me to make a move? Tao Xinqing chuckled. Just because he could be cautious didn't mean he had the brains to come up with a solution. If he were to come up with a solution, at most he could refer to Murong Tianji's approach in the class and advise Lucas to be patient for now. Once Lucas had developed the ability to be independent, he could move away from Lu Jingying. However, Tao Xinqing knew this trick probably wouldn't work on Lucas. He loved his mother and believed her actions were all for his own good, and he didn't want to disappoint her expectations. Gu Qinghuan picked up a walnut and dropped it into the jar, making a gurgling sound. Okay, let's meet tomorrow. I see how Lucas is doing and figure out what to do. Tao Xinqing immediately looked forward to tomorrow. Okay. See you tomorrow, squad leader. The time and place for tomorrow's meeting had already been agreed upon, so Tao Xinqing simply hung up the phone. Gu Qinghuan dropped the last dried mulberry into the jar, covered both jars, and then took the dishes to the kitchen to wash. What time are you leaving tomorrow morning? Wang Jian asked as she emerged. 8:40, we agreed to meet at 9, Gu Qinghuan replied. You don't have to prepare breakfast for me tomorrow morning. You and Mom can go back to sleep. Going out to get food? Wang Jian thought it was a bit late. Even on holidays, Gu Qinghuan would finish breakfast before 8:30. No, Gu Qinghuan's eyes sparkled. Tomorrow I'm going to have dim sum with a friend. That place is open until 1 o'clock. Wang Jian, looking at his daughter's face, he knew what it meant to be a mouse in a rice jar. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Gu Qinghuan appeared at the door of the restaurant they had agreed to meet. Tao Xinqing and Lucas had arrived earlier than her, and hadn't entered the store. Instead, they were standing at the door of the Candied Hawes shop next door, pointing at the Candied Hawes in the glass cabinet and chatting. Tao Xinqing. Gu Qinghuan called out. Tao Xinqing immediately turned around, met Gu Qinghuan's gaze, and waved vigorously. Squad leader. Lucas followed Tao Xinqing's lead and, after Tao Xinqing introduced him, greeted Gu Qinghuan. Hello, I'm Lucas. Hello, I'm Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan smiled at Lucas. Do you want to go into the store now? Or should I buy some Candied Hawes first? Although Lucas had turned toward her, his hand remained on the glass cabinet, pointing at the Candied Hawes, clearly reluctant to leave. Can I buy some? Lucas looked a mixture of disbelief and anticipation. Mom said, we can't eat snacks before meals. This isn't a snack, Gu Qinghuan said seriously. Hawthorns are good for your appetite and digestion. Eating a little will make your meal more delicious. Really? Lucas looked back at the Candied Hawes. Tao Xinqing patted Lucas on the shoulder. What our squad leader said is absolutely right. Feel free to eat. Lucas said tentatively, Then I buy one. Remembering Gu Qinghuan's words about a moderate amount, he ordered a small one. Since the restaurant offered a discount for buying 3, Gu Qinghuan and Tao Xinqing each took one. Tao Xinqing's job was naturally to pay the bill. Today, he was treating, and Xiang Yuri had given him a good amount of startup capital. The three of them walked into the restaurant together, and thanks to Lucas, they stood out quite a bit. The waiter led the three of them to a seat by the window, and swiftly handed them menus. What would you like to order? Lucas's eyes widened as he looked at the thick menu. So many? Gu Qinghuan had already begun ordering without hesitation. Steamed chicken feet with black bean sauce, siamai, shrimp dumplings, red rice sausage, lava buns, barbecued pork buns, pineapple buns, spring rolls. Lucas's head spun, and he couldn't help but whisper, "Did we order too much?" "No, we serve dishes by the number of people here." "It sounds like a lot, but there's actually not much in a basket," Tao Xinqing said. He also left unsaid, "With Gu Qinghuan here, there's no way we can't finish it." As one gambo-colored steamed basket after another arrived, Lucas was dazzled, not to mention the look on his face after tasting the delicious food. "These are all delicious." Lucas was a little excited. "I heard Mom say there's so much delicious food in China." "It's true. I want to eat at this restaurant with Mom next time." Gu Qinghuan bit into a barbecued pork bun and made eye contact with Tao Xinqing. Lucas really loves his mom. Tao Xinqing, taking advantage of Lucas's inattention, shrugged. That's why it's so difficult. If he rashly criticized Lu Jingying like this, Lucas would definitely refute him. Although Lucas probably won't immediately dislike Tao Xinqing after yesterday's conversation, further communication might make him even more wary, making it even harder to convince him. Gu Qinghuan swallowed his barbecued pork bun and asked curiously, "I heard Tao Xinqing tell me about you. Is this the first time your mother has brought you back to China?" Lucas was about to pick up some red rice sausage when he heard Gu Qinghuan's question. He put down his chopsticks and replied, "Yes, my mother was too busy to come back." "She's a billiards player, right? Is she busy with a competition?" Gu Qinghuan continued. Lucas hesitated, then shook his head. "No, Mom. Hasn't played billiards in a long time. She's mostly busy teaching me." Now it was Tao Xinqing's turn to speak. "Teach you what?" He then used his serving chopsticks to pick up another piece of red rice sausage and placed it in Lucas's bowl, interrupting, "We're just eating and talking. No need to be too particular." Lucas looked at the red rice sausage, its juicy, translucent skin, in the bowl, and tried to put it into his mouth. Because of the food in his mouth, his speech was a little slurred, but he felt surprisingly relaxed. "It turns out you don't have to sit up straight when talking. You can just look at others," he said. "I'm not used to the school environment. I had some bad experiences before. Mom has been making all kinds of efforts to help me overcome them." Tao Xinqing was stunned, and instinctively wanted to ask, "What bad experiences?" Gu Qinghuan quickly blocked his mouth with a quick-witted quicksand bun. Gu Qinghuan put away her chopsticks. "Now that you and Aunt Lu have returned home, she can relax a bit." Although Lucas was puzzled by Gu Qinghuan's behavior, he smiled when she said this. "Yes, I already graduated from high school. Mom doesn't have to work so hard anymore." Chapter 640. Although the restaurant's morning tea was served until 1 p.m., Gu Qinghuan couldn't really spend all her time eating. She kept her small talk with Lucas about family to a minimum. After all, it was their first meeting, and even with Tao Xinqing's assurance, Gu Qinghuan didn't want to ask too many questions. So, for the second half of the meal, the three of them chatted happily about various everyday topics. For example, Tao Xinqing was curious about how Lucas would spend the long period between now and the end of the year if he returned to China to attend university. Although this was of no practical value to Tao Xinqing, Lucas still explained it in detail, such as the overseas Chinese students' entrance examination he was taking. Registration was in March, the exam was in May, and the schedule after that was not much different from that of domestic college entrance exams. The advantage was that the exam was less difficult, and the competitive pressure was less. At this point, Lucas hesitated for a few seconds and said, "Mom wants you and me to apply to the same university, or rather, a university in the same city." Tao Xinqing was stunned. "Really? She expects us to compete with each other in college? Well, that's totally unnecessary. My grades aren't great, and it would actually hinder you, wouldn't it?" Lucas said, "It doesn't matter where I go to college, but yesterday you said you wanted to set me off. If people kept comparing you to me for 4 years in college, you'd be upset, wouldn't you?" Tao Xinqing rubbed his chin. "If I didn't know, I might find it annoying, but knowing in advance wouldn't it be okay?" Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but pause. "It's not good at all." she said to the bewildered Tao Xinqing. That's been 4 years. Even if you know Lucas means no harm, what will the people around you think? They might think Lucas is always trying to compete with you, and has a troublesome personality. Or they might think, Tao Xinqing, you're inferior to Lucas in every area, look down on you, and collectively exclude you from group projects. These impressions will spread to places you can't predict, and the impact will grow. Gu Qinghuan concluded, so don't accept this so easily. Think it over carefully. Tao Xinqing gasped, it's so complicated. Lucas murmured, I know Tao Xinqing is a good person. I don't want to embarrass him, so I'm going to talk to Mom and ask her to stop competing with him. Gu Qinghuan felt that Lu Cass's statement was quite subtle. Did he want Lu Jingying to do this, meaning he himself was incapable of making decisions? Is he used to obeying Lu Jingying and doesn't know how to express his own wishes? Or has he tried, learned the consequences of resisting her, and given up? She asked tentatively, what are you going to say? Lucas had clearly thought about it beforehand, and his words flowed smoothly. I want to know Tao Xinqing's major first. Then, I can choose a major that's completely incomparable to his, eliminating the need for competition. No, no. Tao Xinqing immediately cried out. If you choose a major you don't like, wouldn't 4 years of college be exhausting? How can I play with your future? Besides, if your mom wants, she can always find something to compare us to, like GPAs or scholarships. Lucas fell silent, and Tao Xinqing didn't know what to say. Gu Qinghuan cleared her throat, redirecting their attention. Okay, let's put that aside for now. We've been eating for so long, isn't it time to change places? Tao Xinqing immediately perked up. Yes, I brought you out today, and I have plans. Come on, let's go pay the bill. With that, Tao Xinqing ran to pay the bill. Gu Qinghuan and Lucas also stood up and walked towards the restaurant entrance. Lucas looked at Tao Xinqing's back and whispered, I always imagined it. Imagine what? Gu Qinghuan asked. Imagine what kind of person Tao Xinqing is, Lucas said. Xiang Yuri rarely mentioned Tao Xinqing when chatting with Lu Jingying, and she didn't like posting on WeChat moments. Lucas's entire understanding of Tao Xinqing was based on Lu Jingying's understanding of Xiang Yuri. Like mother, like child. That's what Lu Jingying thought. However, after actually getting to know Tao Xinqing, Lucas discovered that wasn't the case. Tao Xinqing was completely different from the Xiang Yuri Lu Jingying had described. He was incredibly outgoing and lively, his feelings clearly visible on his face, and his emotions were exceptionally sincere. Lucas sensed that Tao Xinqing had been somewhat wary of him when they first met, but it wasn't overt, and it didn't reach the level of hostility. However, after their conversation, Tao Xinqing quickly changed his attitude, genuinely caring about him. His kindness was so overwhelming that it made Lucas nervous. I'm terrified. What if I hurt Tao Xinqing and disappoint him in the future? Lucas murmured, I want to be his friend, not his rival. Gu Qinghuan laughed. When you have that thought, you're already building a friendship. Tao Xinqing finished paying and walked over. Seeing Gu Qinghuan smiling, he asked curiously, what's wrong? Lucas, a little nervous, quickly waved his hand, nothing, nothing. Gu Qinghuan, a rare moment of interruption, said, Lucas said he wants to be your friend. Lucas was utterly embarrassed. He stammered, sorry, I know this is abrupt. Huh? Tao Xinqing was shocked. Aren't we already friends? In Tao Xinqing's view, Lucas's sharing of so much from the heart was a sign of his trust in him, and he had to live up to that trust. Two people who trust each other, aren't they still friends? This time it was Lucas' turn to be stunned. He said blankly, are we friends already? When did it happen? Huh? Do you need a specific time? Tao Xinqing racked his brains, trying to recall what happened yesterday afternoon. Around 4:30 yesterday afternoon? Gu Qinghuan was almost laughing so hard she clapped her hands. Okay, anyway, Lucas wanted to be friends with Tao Xinqing, and Tao Xinqing agreed. So you're friends now. Before the two confused people could recover, Gu Qinghuan urged them on. Okay, to celebrate the birth of our friendship, we should find somewhere to have fun. When it came to fun, Tao Xinqing snapped out of his trance, and, even more urgently than Gu Qinghuan, said, that's right. Let's go! I saw last night that there's a Lunar New Year event going on nearby. There are lots of stalls, perfect for you to try. As he spoke, he pushed Lucas out. Gu Qinghuan followed the two of them, pondering what to do next. Although Tao Xinqing had said that Lu Jingying's situation should be left to his mother, if Lucas couldn't express his wishes clearly, he might be led around by Lu Jingying again. Might as well have a belated rebellious period. Chapter 641. Lucas spent 3 days playing with Tao Xinqing. During these 3 days, He felt an unprecedented sense of freedom and ease. Without having to think about anything, he simply played with his friends, experiencing things he had never experienced before. He found everything fun, whether it was playing ring toss at a street stall, flying kites in the park, or sneaking out at night to set off fireworks. Tao Xinqing always took him to all sorts of fun places, and the food Gu Qinghuan recommended was delicious. He even packed a few to share with Lu Jingying. Although Lu Jingying would say it was bad to eat too many snacks before meals, when she saw Tao Xinqing bring nothing and confidently tell Xiang Yuri that the event funds were gone, she would gloat over them. Not only would she eat them herself, she would even show up in front of Xiang Yuri and eat them. And then Xiang Yuri would quickly and ruthlessly snatch some away. Every time this happened, Lu Jingying would exclaim, "My son bought this for me. If you can, ask your son to buy it for you," and so on. She had no time to ask Lucas how he and Tao Xinqing were faring. Although he knew this couldn't last forever, Lucas still wished he could just make his mother forget about the competition. On the fourth day, he and Tao Xinqing arrived at Yunjinlu. Curious about what they had to offer, they saw a waiter lead them to a private room. This room was clearly not for banquets, there was no round table. Honestly, Lucas thought it looked more like a conference room. Gu Qinghuan walked into the room and greeted them, "Good morning. Are you ready for your brainstorming session?" Lucas was still confused, but Tao Xinqing nodded gravely, "It's done." Gu Qinghuan maintained a smile. "Don't be so nervous." "Excuse me, what brainstorming session?" Lucas raised his hand cautiously. Gu Qinghuan walked over to the portable whiteboard in the private room and dragged it over. Tao Xinqing and Lucas sat obediently on the sofa. Gu Qinghuan tapped the whiteboard with the end of a marker. "As for me, I'm actually the reinforcement Tao Xinqing invited in. He originally thought you criticized him like dirt, so he came to me to bolster his confidence. He didn't expect your situation to be so dire, so he changed his mind and wanted to help you." Lucas was stunned, touched but also a little confused. "But what can you do?" Tao Xinqing glanced around. There shouldn't be any recordings in the private room, right? This was Jiang Chuchu's territory. He couldn't let her hear this. Gu Qinghuan smiled. "I really can't do anything. After all, from my perspective, interfering with your mother would be a stretch. However, I can give you some advice." "Advice?" Lucas repeated the word. Gu Qinghuan didn't waste any more time and wrote down 4 names on the whiteboard. Xiang Yuri, Lu Jingying, Tao Xinqing, and Lucas. "Actually, to resolve the issue between you and Tao Xinqing, all you need is Aunt Lu to change her mind." Gu Qinghuan said, "After all, you don't intend to compete with Tao Xinqing. Do you mean to gradually change Aunt Lu's mindset, so that she won't think about winning anymore?" Tao Xinqing asked. "No, if Aunt Lu gave up on winning or losing so easily, it would be too cruel for her," Gu Qinghuan said bluntly. This was Lu Jingying's obsession, and she had put so much effort into it. To completely deny it would be tantamount to telling her that she had wasted so much time. Given Lu Jingying's personality, she would most likely not accept it, and it might even have the opposite effect. Tao Xinqing thought about it and said, "Then how can we change her mind?" Gu Qinghuan shrugged. "It's simple. Let her compete." Tao Xinqing and Lucas, "Huh? She's training Lucas to compete with you, because she can't beat Aunt Xiang, so she wants to declare her victory this way, right?" Gu Qinghuan said. Lucas lowered his head in shame, only to be forced to look up by Tao Xinqing, who slapped him on the back. "What are you ashamed of? This isn't your fault." Tao Xinqing looked at Gu Qinghuan. "So you want her to keep competing with my mom?" Gu Qinghuan nodded decisively. Tao Xinqing scratched his cheek. "Will that work? She's been losing to my mom for so many years." "Do you know exactly where she lost?" Gu Qinghuan asked. This stumped Tao Xinqing. Isn't it billiards?" "Is it really just billiards?" Gu Qinghuan pressed. "On the court, skill speaks for itself. Aunt Lu should know better than anyone that she's not as good at billiards as Aunt Xiang, which is why she lost to her. Besides, it's impossible for them to always compete in the same tournament. And it just so happens that they're always in the finals? Hasn't she ever lost to anyone else? Why doesn't she harbor such a strong competitive spirit against those who have beaten her?" This barrage of questions left Tao Xinqing and Lucas bewildered. Tao Xinqing covered his head and said, "Wait a minute, class monitor, you're right. Aunt Lu can't just lose to my mom. My mom has lost to others too." He had grown up watching his mom compete and win medals. Xiang Yuri wasn't the type to dominate the world. "So, we need to figure out the source of her competitive streak against Aunt Xiang." Gu Qinghuan drew an arrow between Lu Jingying and Xiang Yuri. "Until then, Lucas, you should have a good rebellious phase." "Rebellious phase?" The term was clearly unfamiliar to Lucas. Tao Xinqing enthusiastically explained, "It's like when she tells you to go east, you go west. When she tells you to do homework, you play games." Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but glance sideways. It seems Tao Xinqing has a lot of experience with rebellious phases. Lucas' eyes widened. "How could you do such a thing? Why go against Mom?" Tao Xinqing scratched the back of his head. "Well, because she doesn't let me do what I want. I have to deliberately do things she doesn't want me to do to piss her off." Not to mention Lucas, even Gu Qinghuan was a little confused. Lucas thought for several minutes before sorting out his logic. "I understand what a rebellious period is, but why do you do this?" "To let your mother know that you are an independent person, not a character in a game she's controlling," Gu Qinghuan said. "Your life isn't a second chance after she failed in her game, and the victory you achieve isn't her victory. You made it this far because of your hard work. No matter how much she teaches you, you're the one who truly understands and applies it. Only then can she realize the victory she desires can only be achieved on her own." Chapter 642. Everything Gu Qinghuan said was unimaginable to Lucas. Since he was little, he'd been praised by everyone around him as a good kid, needing no worry from his mother. Under her guidance, he did everything well. Even if he occasionally felt confused by his mother's behavior, he would wait for her explanation. Tao Xinqing found it incredible. "She interferes so much in your life. Haven't you ever thought of doubting her?" "It's not that I don't doubt it, but I don't know," Lucas said honestly, "because I can't think of a better way. It's better to do what Mom says." Tao Xinqing was speechless, and could only say, "You do need a rebellious period." "That's normal, actually," Gu Qinghuan said. "After all, parents have more experience than their children. So, generally speaking, problems that children find difficult are not a big deal to parents." Tao Xinqing felt that the generally speaking premise was crucial. At least the various problems Class 3 had encountered so far would be beyond the parents' reach. But Gu Qinghuan changed the subject, looking at Lucas. "Are you truly powerless, or are you so used to relying on Aunt Lu that you haven't tried to solve the problem on your own?" This question stumped Lucas. He sat on the sofa, stunned, and said helplessly, "I don't know." "Don't be so ashamed yet. I don't mean to blame you." Gu Qinghuan changed his tone to soothing. "This isn't just your problem. Aunt Lu's parenting style also had a significant impact. I'm pointing this out now simply to help you realize that you can change the situation. The rebellious phase isn't about disobedience, but about a strong sense of self. When you express your will and make your own choices, you're slowly slipping out of Aunt Lu's control." Tao Xinqing saw that Lucas was a little dizzy, so he simply said, "Don't you have any hobbies? Aunt Lu won't let you do them." Lucas thought about it, and said frankly, "But my current hobbies were also developed at Mom's suggestion." Tao Xinqing couldn't help but take a breath, feeling that this was too difficult. Gu Qinghuan asked, "So what are Aunt Lu's requirements for you? For example, if you're going out, what time do you have to be home?" She said this, and Lucas immediately followed up, "Yes. If you're going out with classmates, you must tell her at least a day in advance. Same-day invitations will not be accepted. When you arrive at the agreed-upon location, send your location to Mom. If the location changes, send the updated location immediately. Before you go home, send Mom a message to let her know I'm leaving." Just this one thing, Lucas went on and on. Tao Xinqing was stunned. He looked at Gu Qinghuan and complained, "That's too strict." Gu Qinghuan remained calm. "What would you think if there was a sign on the road saying no dumping?" Tao Xinqing thought for a few seconds, then suddenly realized, someone dumped trash here before. That's right. So Aunt Lu's seemingly strict requirements are actually just because she's worried about Lucas getting hurt, Gu Qinghuan said. Lucas nodded vigorously. "Yes, I also seen all the news Mom sent me. It's terrifying, so I don't think Mom's actions are wrong. But she doesn't ask you that now, does she?" Gu Qinghuan spread his hands. "Has Aunt Lu asked you to send your location these days?" Lucas shook his head. "She doesn't ask me to send my location so often anymore. She just occasionally sends messages and calls to check on me." Gu Qinghuan said, "Maybe she feels that the security conditions in China are better, and with Tao Xinqing by your side, you're much safer. So, in that respect, wouldn't that defeat the purpose of a rebellious period?" Tao Xinqing asked. "Not necessarily," Gu Qinghuan suggested. "Next time you receive a message from Aunt Lu, Lucas, try reading it without replying and pretending you didn't receive her call." Tao Xinqing, "That's really bad." Lucas clearly felt this behavior was utterly disrespectful. He clenched his hands nervously. "Isn't this disrespectful to Mom? It doesn't mean not replying at all, but reducing the frequency of your replies. The key is to prevent her from completely understanding your movements," Gu Qinghuan explained. "For Lu Jingying, This uncertainty must have been extremely unsettling. But this uneasiness was necessary. She had to gradually realize that Lucas wasn't someone she could control forever. Lucas nodded as he listened, feeling that Gu Qinghuan's idea was a reasonable, step-by-step approach. The problem was, he wasn't sure if he could actually pull it off. What if Mom gets angry and keeps texting and calling me? Just the thought of such a scene filled Lucas with fear. Tao Xinqing patted his chest. What are you afraid of? I protect you when the time comes. It's my responsibility to take you out anyway. Don't get involved, Gu Qinghuan said quickly. It will only make her think that Lucas has been influenced by you and has become a bad person. Then you and your mother will become even more of a thorn in her side. She looked at Lucas and said sternly, You must let Aunt Lu know that this is your choice, that you don't want to be controlled. Lucas was still a little unsure, but meeting Gu Qinghuan's gaze, he clenched his fist and nodded firmly. I understand. I try my best. Just as Gu Qinghuan had said, he couldn't always rely on his mother. It was good now, but what about the future? He didn't want his mother's life to revolve around him forever. She should live for herself. No matter how far he could go in the future, at least Lucas's attitude was good for now. Gu Qinghuan nodded slightly, and looked at Tao Xinqing again. Although you should avoid interfering, if anything goes wrong, you must supervise closely. Tao Xinqing suddenly perked up. It's just a matter of eating melons. He knows this. The three of them were a little tired from discussing this. Gu Qinghuan rang the bell for the waiter, and prepared to have lunch at Yunjinlu. This time, Tao Xinqing wasn't treating. Instead, they were using Gu Qinghuan's membership card. The original membership cards Jiang Chuchu had given everyone only offered small gifts periodically, but last year, under the guise of giving back to old customers, Jiang Chuchu upgraded the membership benefits. So now, membership cards also come with a quarterly free meal offer. The so-called free meal doesn't mean you can get it for free no matter how much you order. There's still a limit, but for Yunjinlu customers, this thoughtful concession is even more satisfying. Gu Qinghuan took advantage of this quarter's free meal offer and planned to have a good meal. Chapter 643. Lucas was once again dazzled by the menu, and the dishes on the Yunjinlu menu looked far more upscale, making him feel awkward. He leaned over to Tao Xinqing's ear and whispered, Didn't you say Gu Qinghuan's family wasn't as well off as yours? These past few days, they've been dining with Gu Qinghuan, and Tao Xinqing had been paying for most of the meals. That was how he explained it to Lucas. Of course, Gu Qinghuan would order drinks for them, and when they bought snacks outside, she'd be the first to pay. Tao Xinqing replied, As for the membership card benefits, I have one here too. The person who gave it to me was a classmate and a good friend of hers. After hearing this, Lucas finally felt relieved. As long as it didn't burden Gu Qinghuan, it was fine. Tao Xinqing probably guessed what he was worried about, but for Lucas's sake, he decided not to explain. Tao Xinqing, when it comes to backers, our squad leader is the best. While waiting for their food to arrive, the three of them turned to other conversations. This time, the discussion wasn't about Lu Jingying, but rather Gu Qinghuan and Tao Xinqing teaching Lucas how to learn to be bad. Outwardly opposing is only the most basic tactic, Tao Xinqing explained clearly. Going a step further is pretending to obey, while secretly disobeying. It's pretending to build a plank road while secretly crossing Qinsong. At the mention of idioms, Lucas was stunned. His Chinese was indeed good, but when it came to idioms, he had to first match the pronunciation with the characters, then recall the idiom's content, and finally, clarify its meaning. In short, decompression takes time. Gu Qinghuan sighed and explained to Lucas, It's pretending to be obedient on the surface, but actually being disobedient behind the scenes. When she said that, Lucas understood, That's what I'm doing right now, right? Tao Xinqing was stunned. You seem to be right. As he spoke, Lucas's phone on the table vibrated, and the screen lit up. Tao Xinqing, with his sharp eyes, spotted the word Mom instantly. Knowing it was a message from Lu Jingying, he was even more excited than Lucas. Hurry, hurry, our chance to put it into practice has arrived. Gu Qinghuan covered his forehead, suspecting it was only a matter of time before Tao Xinqing led Lucas astray. After reading Lu Jingying's message, Lucas said to Tao Xinqing, who was staring expectantly, Mom asked where we are now. As we agreed, I don't need to reply now, right? Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, then said to Tao Xinqing, Take Lucas to the bathroom. Remember to take a few pictures. You don't have to take pictures of him facing you, just pictures of him. What are you doing? Tao Xinqing asked curiously. If Lucas doesn't reply, Aunt Lu can only contact you through Aunt Xiang if she wants to contact him, Gu Qinghuan said. Just say Lucas left his phone in the private room, but he's with you, and then send them the photos he took. That way, Even if Lucas doesn't reply, Aunt Lu will know about Lucas's situation, which can lower her guard a little. Even though she skipped the step of replying personally, Lu Jingying achieved her goal. This would unconsciously reduce her resistance to Lucas not replying. Even if Lucas didn't reply again, Lu Jingying would assume he'd forgotten his phone again, and would proactively find excuses to loosen her grip on him. Lucas looked at Gu Qinghuan with a hint of awe. He was too embarrassed to say it directly, so after he and Tao Xinqing left the private room, he whispered, "Is Gu Qinghuan planning to study psychology someday?" Tao Xinqing shook his head and said, "With our class monitor like this, does she even need to study psychology? She's already learned it all on her own." "That's true," Lucas said, clearly not realizing Tao Xinqing was joking, and he felt a little regretful. "If I had met her earlier, maybe Mom wouldn't be so stubborn now." Tao Xinqing paused, turned to look at Lucas, and said seriously, "There's a saying, don't sugarcoat the path not taken. There are so many hypotheticals in life. Instead of wasting time on past regrets, it's better to seize the present." Gu Qinghuan always looks forward. No matter what happened in the past, she will do what needs to be done now, and plan for the future. Everyone in Class 3 saw this, and followed Gu Qinghuan's example, including Tao Xinqing. Lucas nodded vigorously. "You're right. I'm going to work hard from now on." Tao Xinqing patted him on the back with satisfaction. Just as he was about to offer some encouragement, he received a video call from Xiang Yuri. Tao Xinqing, wow, he actually called directly. He quickly gave Lucas a push, "Be careful later. Don't let yourself get caught." Lucas panicked, but managed to suppress his nervousness. Tao Xinqing pressed the answer button. "Mom, what are you doing?" Although only Xiang Yuri's face was visible on the other end of the video call, Tao Xinqing knew Lu Jingying was definitely there from the look in his mother's eyes. Xiang Yuri asked, "Xinqing, is Lucas with you?" Tao Xinqing replied, "Yes, we were just about to go to the bathroom." Xiang Yuri continued, "Let me see." Tao Xinqing switched the video feed to the rear camera and focused on Lucas's bewildered face. Fortunately, Lucas's bewilderment was genuine enough that he didn't have to worry about being exposed. Lucas also asked, "What's wrong?" Xiang Yuri, having clearly heard Lucas's voice, replied, "Nothing, your mom is just a little surprised you didn't reply to her messages." Lucas, as agreed, reached for his phone, slipped his hand into his pocket, froze, and then realized, "I left my phone in the private room." Xiang Yuri turned to the side and said, "I told you I didn't see it. Don't worry." Clearly, Lu Jingying was sitting next to Xiang Yuri. While the camera wasn't pointed at him, Tao Xinqing stuck out his tongue exaggeratedly. Gu Qinghuan's guess was spot on. Xiang Yuri quickly turned back and said to Tao Xinqing and Lucas, "Which restaurant are you in?" Tao Xinqing deliberately raised his phone, no longer pointing the camera at Lucas, but so that Xiang Yuri and Lu Jingying could see the surrounding scene. "We're at Yunjin Building." After he put the phone down, he turned the camera back to himself and asked casually, "Anything else?" Xiang Yuri's tone was equally casual. "No, just knowing where you are is enough. I'm hanging up now." The screen went dark again, and Tao Xinqing looked at Lucas, who finally held his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Lucas smiled wryly and said, "This is the first time I lied to my mother." "How did it feel?" Tao Xinqing asked. "I have mixed feelings. I feel guilty and a little uncomfortable, but..." Lucas lowered his hand from his chest. "I don't regret it." Tao Xinqing grinned. "That's fine. Let's go back to the private room. It's time for lunch." Chapter 644. Lu Jingying was a bit uneasy, and she accidentally bumped her head as she got into the car. Xiang Yuri saw the pain, and after Lu Jingying got in, he held her forehead and looked at her. "Did you faint?" Lu Jingying waved her hand away, saying unhappily, "No, I'm fine." Xiang Yuri didn't care. The children had gone out to eat, leaving her and Lu Jingying alone at home. Preparing a meal was a hassle, so they went out to eat too. "What kind of restaurant is this Yunjinlu that your little Tao mentioned?" Lu Jingying asked. Although she had been hiding from the cameras, she could still see the scene displayed on the screen and naturally recognized the high-end and exquisite decor of Yunjinlu. It's a club run by Xinqing's classmates' family. They provide catering. The membership card I gave him earlier entitles him to one free meal every quarter. Xiang Yuri briefly explained. Hearing her words, Lu Jingying breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to take advantage of anyone. Seeing her relax, Xiang Yuri also withdrew his gaze, started the car, and headed for the restaurant they had chosen earlier. The scene outside the car window quickly receded. Xiang Yuri turned on the car music, and melodious music suddenly echoed in the car. When the next song switched to a familiar one, Lu Jingying said subconsciously. Why are you still listening to this song? It's over 20 years old. It's old, so what? I just like it. Xiang Yuri drove, his eyes fixed on the steering wheel, his index finger resting on the steering wheel, tapping the beat to the music. Lu Jingying held her breath for 2 red lights before finally letting go and saying, I was the one who heard this song first. Yes, you play this piece as an accompaniment when you practice. I also fell in love with it after listening to it so many times. Xiang Yuri admitted readily. Hearing her say this, Lu Jingying was stunned. She murmured, you remember everything? She thought back to her youth, when she was very proud and always won high places in competitions. That was until she met Xiang Yuri. Xiang Yuri was more talented than her, but her experience had been difficult and arduous. She had been in a car accident, and the rehabilitation process was painful and agonizing. Despite this, she worked hard to recover to her best condition and return to the competition. People praised her strength, just as they praised the pure and noble plum blossoms blooming in bitter cold. The rich and gorgeous peonies suddenly became vulgar. But why compare? Whether it's the plum blossom or the peony, they all strive to bloom. The imagery they've been given isn't their own inherent purpose, so why rank them? Xiang Yuri believed this way. She didn't care about outside praise. She would always hold her pool cue tightly for her passion. But Lu Jingying couldn't let it go as easily as she did. She felt that she was the one being praised, so why had Xiang Yuri suddenly appeared and taken her place? She couldn't accept it, and always harbored hostility towards Xiang Yuri. She wanted to reclaim that spot. Even so, she didn't consider, as some did, trying to influence Xiang Yuri's performance through off-court gossip. She simply wanted to defeat Xiang Yuri squarely, and stand on the podium that belonged to her. But fate wasn't hers. Just when she was full of fighting spirit, eager to prove herself to everyone through victory, she was struck by a car accident. At first glance, her injuries were less severe than Xiang Yuri's, but she had damaged crucial nerves and tendons, and her recovery was slow. When she finally returned to competition, her touch never quite returned to its peak, and her results deteriorated, even being described as regrettable in reports. Why? After suffering the same car accident, why was Xiang Yuri able to rise from the ashes and achieve even greater success, while she had to face a bitter end? Why did fate favor Xiang Yuri, but not offer her a single glimmer of mercy, allowing her to experience a miracle as well? She refused to admit, or rather, refused to admit, that she had lost to fate. She wanted to defeat Xiang Yuri. It seemed that by doing so, she could prove to fate that she hadn't lost. She had Lucas, and his excellence made her feel that this was another chance, that she could still achieve victory through the competition between her children. Yet, even as she desperately wanted to defeat Xiang Yuri, he never considered her an enemy. Even now, Xiang Yuri remembered her past. What seemed like a bleak past for Lu Jingying still held a glimmer of light in Xiang Yuri's memories. The car stopped, and Xiang Yuri got out first. While Lu Jingying was unbuckling her seatbelt, she deliberately opened the door for her, and held it from above, saying, "Don't hit your head again." Lu Jingying retorted, "How could I?" Before she could finish her sentence, her head struck Xiang Yuri's fingers. It was clear that if Xiang Yuri hadn't blocked her way, Lu Jingying would have hit the door head first. Lu Jingying was speechless, while Xiang Yuri couldn't help but laugh, saying teasingly, "Why not?" This topic simply couldn't be continued. Lu Jingying simply stopped talking, got out of the car, and asked sternly, "Where is the restaurant? Let's eat, then head back home." She never wanted to ride in Xiang Yuri's car again. It was simply incompatible with her. Thankfully, the delicious lunch was enough to temporarily make Lu Jingying forget her unpleasantness. Xiang Yuri still remembered her tastes, but after living abroad for so many years, she could now eat things she once disliked or was afraid to eat. Xiang Yuri commented, "It seems you had a really hard time out there. You used to skim off even a single clove of garlic before eating." Lu Jingying rolled her eyes, and didn't respond. Xiang Yuri paused, then asked, "Why did you go abroad in the first place?" The question brought back memories for Lu Jingying. She couldn't actually remember why she chose to go abroad. It was so long ago that even the initial thought had become hazy in her mind. Was it because she couldn't stand the way people looked at her back home and chose to flee, or because she heard there were better rehabilitation programs abroad and wanted to give it another try? But ultimately, she had completely left that square pool table behind and couldn't imagine herself picking up a cue anymore. Conversely, even after retiring, Xiang Yuri, with her husband's support, partnered with others to open a billiards club and became a coach. "I don't remember. It's not a big deal anyway," Lu Jingying said calmly. "What's important is that I had a good marriage. Even if we divorced due to conflicting opinions, it was amicable." More importantly, I have Lucas. Talking about her child, Lu Jingying's expression softened. Lucas is her hope, and she is determined to let Lucas have a different, better and happier life than hers. Chapter 645. Gu Qinghuan taught at Yunjin Building until after 4 p.m., and when she felt it was enough, she said goodbye and went home. She had spent the past few days accompanying Tao Xinqing and Lucas. While it might seem like they were just playing, she was actually trying to understand Lucas's situation, trying to deduce what kind of person Lu Jingying was from his words and habits. She had also given a lot of thought to the plans for his current rebellious period, ensuring that Lucas could follow through. At least judging from his first real lie, Lucas had performed quite well. Before leaving, Gu Qinghuan specifically told Lucas, "You must be careful when using the methods I taught you. This time, because your situation is unique, Aunt Lu really needs to relax her grip on you, so I'm teaching you how to deceive her. Once this matter is resolved, it would be better for you to have a good talk with Aunt Lu." Lucas nodded solemnly. "I understand. I don't want to keep taking advantage of Mom's trust in me, and I certainly won't use such tactics on others in the future." Gu Qinghuan was relieved to hear this. Lucas was truly an honest child. She then looked at Tao Xinqing. "From now on, it's up to you. Keep a close eye on Lucas and Aunt Lu. Contact me anytime if you have any questions." Not much longer, actually, Tao Xinqing said regretfully, only 2 or 3 days left. Lu Jingying and Lucas were only staying at his house for a week, and would be leaving soon. Besides, Mingda was about to start school. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghuan felt heartbroken. Why is school starting again? Even more terrifying was the fact that the next semester would be her last in high school, and a huge, final boss, the Gokao, awaited her. The thought was terrifying. Gu Qinghuan's energy suddenly weakened, but she forced herself to say, "Don't give up halfway. You don't want your friend to suffer alone, do you?" Her words immediately gave Tao Xinqing a sense of crisis, and he quickly perked up. "Squad leader, you're right. I check in on Lucas every day." Lucas rubbed the back of his head, and couldn't help but interject, "Don't become my mother." After playing these days, Lucas's biggest improvement was that he spoke less like a robot. Tao Xinqing was very pleased. But he didn't like what she heard, and immediately protested. "Aunt Lu did that to control you, but I'm different." They could discuss this matter among themselves. Gu Qinghuan wouldn't get involved. She had used up a lot of brain cells today, so she decided to go home and lie down to rest. Watching Gu Qinghuan leave, Tao Xinqing sighed with emotion. "My confidence is gone." Lucas looked at him silently. If Gu Qinghuan heard this, she would definitely look at him with an indescribable expression, and say something like "use your brain more." But he thought for a moment and slowly said, "Thank you." Tao Xinqing was confused. "Huh? What are you thanking me for? I don't think I did anything. I was just busy playing with you." "You asked Gu Qinghuan here, and you asked her because you wanted to help me." Lucas said, "I owe you a huge favor." "You're being distant when you say that." Tao Xinqing waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't take it to heart." In fact, Tao Xinqing felt a little guilty. After all, he hadn't asked Gu Qinghuan to help Lucas in the first place. He needed Gu Qinghuan's advice, otherwise he was seriously worried about being compared to Lucas. "That won't do," Lucas said, becoming stubborn. "A favor is a favor, and it has to be repaid." Tao Xinqing, sometimes being too polite can be a hassle. He had no choice but to follow Lucas's lead. "Then how do you think I repay you?" Lucas said honestly, "I don't know. Is there anything you want? I can buy it for you." "No," Tao Xinqing replied even more honestly. "I don't need anything." Lucas was a bit stumped. He thought for a moment, and made a decision. "Well, let's do this. As long as it's your request, I definitely do it." Tao Xinqing was about to complain about this, saying it sounded like a domineering CEO from a novel, but looking at Lucas's face, Tao Xinqing had an idea. He said decisively, "Okay. Then if I need a favor from you in the future, you must agree to it. Forget about anything else." The civets in Class 3 were nagging for ages, eager to see what Lucas looked like. After school started, Tao Xinqing asked Lucas to stop by the entrance of Mingda after school, and show the civets that he had a handsome friend. Isn't that nice? Lucas had no idea what Tao Xinqing was up to, but seeing him agree, he was happy to be able to help, and nodded readily. They also got on the car home, and in the car they discussed what they would say to Lu Jingying later. Although Lu Jingying hadn't messaged Lucas to confirm his location since the video call, there was no guarantee she wouldn't say anything when they got home. As they expected, the two had just entered and were still changing shoes in the hallway when Lu Jingying, having heard the noise, came out and asked, "Have you had enough fun?" Tao Xinqing thought to himself that the wording sounded a bit accusatory. Lucas was a little nervous, But thankfully, his expression was usually expressionless, so he managed to hold his composure in front of Lu Jingying. He said, "Yunjin building is fun, with lots of entertainment. I'd like to go there next time." This answer touched upon the rebellious speech taught by Gu Qinghuan. When she wants to criticize you for something, don't go along with her. Instead, assert your own opinions and express your feelings. Let her realize that you have your own ideas, not just your own. Although Lucas's response at this point sounded playful, it still had some effect. Lu Jingying frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable with Lucas's words, but on reflection, it seemed fine. Since returning to China, Lucas had never been so active for days at a time. In a place like Yunjinlu, it seems understandable that people would become overly engrossed in the novelty of it. "You can have fun, but be careful about how you play," Lu Jingying said admonishingly. "I understand, Mom." Lucas nodded obediently. While pressing ahead with a victory is a good idea, considering Lucas's limited experience, Gu Qinghuan had suggested that he shouldn't push himself too hard and instead slowly build up his confidence. Besides, this would also lower Lu Jingying's vigilance and subtly reduce her control over Lucas. Seeing that Lucas was still as obedient as ever, Lu Jingying felt that she had indeed overthought. She turned and walked inside, discussing dinner arrangements, with Tao Xinxing and Lucas following behind her. Tao Xinxing, while Lu Jingying wasn't paying attention, subtly winked at Lucas. "Sure. You're putting your knowledge into practice. Well done." Lucas didn't understand Tao Xinxing's meaning at all. He thought he was making a face at him. However, he had just used the little trick Gu Qinghuan had taught him, and he wasn't sure if it had worked. Lucas secretly clenched his fists, trying to cheer himself up. It didn't matter. If it didn't work this time, there was always next time. He would get better and better. Chapter 646. Lu Jingying noticed something was off about Lucas these past 2 days. He used to be reserved, calm and collected, never the first to speak. Lately, he's been very vocal and talkative. He forwarded her funny videos he saw on his phone, and share his observations and experiences. Even his one standard way of speaking has become more casual and natural. Lu Jingying found this somewhat unaccustomed, like watching a grown child suddenly become unfamiliar in a short period of time. But she couldn't stop Lucas. After all, what he was doing couldn't be wrong, could it? Lu Jingying did have strict rules for Lucas, setting all sorts of rules for him, but those rules and requirements were all there for a reason. Lucas had to go home early because of a news report of a nearby highway robbery. Lucas had been experiencing stomach issues recently, so he had to avoid eating out. She always did this. Lu Jingying wanted to give her child the right guidance, ensuring he didn't stray from the right path in life. Although personal biases sometimes played a role, that was understandable. A child's upbringing is inevitably influenced by their parents. Lu Jingying didn't want Lucas to fall into the same pitfall she had fallen into before, so she naturally tried to discourage some of his choices. So, facing Lucas, who had only become more outgoing, Lu Jingying couldn't utter a single word of criticism. She had no reason to stop Lucas from sharing his joy with her. Indeed, upon receiving the video Lucas forwarded, and hearing his recounting of his experiences, Lu Jingying felt a bit mixed. While maturity and stability are positive, seeing Lucas so happy every day, how could she, as a mother, not be happy? Had she been too restrictive with Lucas in the past, depriving him of much of the joy he should have had as a child? Just as Lu Jingying had this thought, Lucas threw a powerful punch. "How did you get yourself into this?" Lu Jingying felt the veins throbbing at her temples. Lucas looked completely dusty and grimy. Perhaps black would be a more accurate description. He and Tao Xinxing stood together in the yard, their shoes and trouser legs covered in mud, and the mud on their hands was so dry and caked that a rub of it would peel off. Both of their cheeks were covered in dust, looking more like macaques than harlequin cats. Even Lucas's hair had taken on a darker hue. Xiang Yuri held his forehead and looked at Tao Xinxing, explained. Tao Xinxing wanted to scratch his face, but when he saw dirt under his fingernails, he quickly retracted his hand. "Well, we picked a lot of vegetables earlier, so the ground was cleared. I asked Dad, and he said we could turn the soil over and mix some fertilizer in," Tao Xinxing said. Lucas said he helped, too, so we went to the warehouse to find fertilizer. The wood ash was on a shelf, and when we took it, we realized the ash wasn't tied tightly. "Spilled?" Xiang Yuri was also a bit worried. "It spilled on us," Tao Xinxing said honestly. "We wanted to brush it off, but we didn't want to waste it, so we went to the yard to do it. After we finished, we stood by the vegetable patch and wanted to rinse off, but the drain pipe was clogged for some reason. When I checked, I got splashed with water, and Lucas fell when he turned off the faucet." Xiang Yuri sighed deeply. Xinxing, you're 18, not 8. You can't blame me. Tao Xinxing said confidently, and I didn't do anything this stupid when I was 8. In reality, they had just thought that since Lu Jingying didn't like Lucas helping Tao Xinxing, they could just go farm together. Lu Jingying would definitely be angry if she knew Lucas was being summoned by Tao Xinxing again. Then they could just let Lucas show off his skills. In this situation, it's just that plans can't keep up with changes. Mom, don't be angry, Lucas said, his head lowered. I go take a shower. Of course you have to take a shower. Lu Jingying pressed her temple. That's outrageous. You should have taken a shower right then. Tao Xinxing had to admit that Lu Jingying was right, but he and Lucas found each other's transformation into gray men incredibly funny. They even pulled out their phones and took photos as a souvenir. People's thinking can sometimes be so outrageous. Since he had to shower anyway, he might as well make the most of the situation beforehand. In fact, while dusting the yard, Lucas even suggested lying down and rolling around a few times, so the dust would spread more evenly. This suggestion was rejected by Tao Xinxing, who said, "That's too silly." Lucas felt quite bad. He had always followed the rules, and was a perfect, excellent child. So, when faced with such an extreme, unexpected situation, and a difficult situation, his first reaction wasn't distress, but a sense of liberation from his perfect shell. It's like a bird released from its cage. Its first reaction is to spread its wings. Even if his wings were spread to their fullest extent, he wouldn't encounter any obstacle. In that case, how could he not want to know where the sky's edge truly lies? However, the sky has no boundaries, and he couldn't recklessly explore it, so he just stood there brushing off the dust. As for what happened next, it was truly just a coincidence. He also knew he was being sloppy, so he ran into the bathroom first. When he finished, Tao Xinxing hadn't yet emerged from the bathroom in his room. He planned to go find Lu Jingying and show her that he had washed and returned to his original clean and tidy appearance, which would probably calm Lu Jingying's anger. But as soon as he reached the living room, he overheard Lu Jingying and Xiang Yuri talking on the sofa. Lu Jingying's tone was tinged with resentment. I was wondering if I'd been too strict with him before, but look at what happened. Xiang Yuri comforted her. The kids didn't do it on purpose. If he did, that would be terrible. Lu Jingying's voice suddenly rose. If it weren't for your kid's suggestion, how could Lucas have thought of doing this? Xiang Yuri didn't agree with him this time. The kids meant well and wanted to help, but they just messed up. It's not a big deal. Lu Jingying didn't like hearing this, or rather, she didn't like Xiang Yuri's attitude. It was as if no matter what happened, it wasn't a problem for her, she could always handle it. Lu Jingying felt both envious and powerless. She could never be as calm as Xiang Yuri, because she had tasted the bitterness of failure and despair. She could only watch helplessly as people like Xiang Yuri passed by her, striding forward, while she faltered, fearing the darkness ahead and unconvinced she could ever see the light. Lu Jingying's voice sharpened. What do you mean it's no big deal? If it happens once, there will be a second time. What if it gets even worse next time? It's all your child's fault. He led Lucas astray. Lu Jingying couldn't help herself and cried out, Mom. Lu Jingying instinctively turned to see Lucas running towards her, shouting, This isn't Tao Xinxing's fault. I wanted to help. He took a breath, his tone more resolute than ever before. I wasn't led astray. Tao Xinxing is my friend. You can't say that about him. Chapter 647. Lu Jingying was completely surprised by Lucas's assertiveness. In her mind, Lucas was always obedient and sensible, always agreeing to any of her requests, and even waiting for Lu Jingying's explanations if he had any questions. A rebuttal like this was completely unheard of. She stared at Lucas in surprise for a moment, her eyes wide open, before realizing what he was saying. Are you blaming me? Lucas shook his head. I'm not blaming Mom. I just think you're wrong. Blame is directed at people, and Lucas never blamed his mother. However, Lu Jingying's assessment of Tao Xinxing seemed wrong to Lucas. Tao Xinxing was a good person, and the first friend he made after returning to China. During this time, Tao Xinxing had been accompanying him through various interesting experiences, and had even brought in Gu Qinghuan to help him resolve issues with his mother. He felt he needed to let his mother know how much he cherished this friend, and he hoped she would respect him in return. Lu Jingying certainly knew the difference between blaming someone and denying an idea, and she taught Lucas the same thing. However, having her own opinion rejected still irritated Lu Jingying, especially since that opinion involved Tao Xinxing, Xiang Yuri's child. Her child actually approved of Xiang Yuri's child. Lu Jingying resisted this realization. She took a deep breath, stared at Lucas, and said, if Tao Xinxing hadn't said he was going to plow the soil, How could you have ended up like that? It was just a coincidence, Lucas said. We didn't expect the fertilizer to spill, or the plumbing to break. I was just careless when I fell. You used to shower the moment you got dirty, Lu Jingying emphasized. But now it's different. It's Tao Xinxing who influenced you. Lucas stared at Lu Jingying silently for a moment before slowly saying, Mom, isn't it because I'm weak-willed that you were influenced? That's my fault. Besides, I was the one who suggested dusting off the dirt in the yard. He looked Lu Jingying straight in the eye. Mom, I think this is hilarious. According to you, I'm the one who led Tao Xinxing astray. It was unbelievable. Lu Jingying asked angrily, how can this be funny? Lucas said calmly, anyway, I'm already dirty, and no one else will see, so I can have fun without restraint. Usually, if my appearance is even slightly untidy, Mom, you let me clean up the place. He paused and said, I think that's really tiring. Lu Jingying was stunned by this. Her lips trembled twice, and she finally managed a sentence. Why didn't you say it? Lucas pursed his lips and said nothing. Instead, Xiang Ji-ri, who had been very quiet throughout the mother-son conversation, said, because you want him to be an obedient child, right? This statement was quite sharp. Before Lu Jingying could say anything, Lucas shook his head vigorously. No, I'm not doing this because Mom asked me to. I know Mom is doing this for my own good. When he was a child, he had a very bad stomach. Eating cold or spicy food would cause vomiting and diarrhea. Lu Jingying spent a lot of effort to help him recover. To prevent further gastrointestinal problems, Lu Jingying had urged Lucas to maintain proper hygiene. While her subsequent strict demands might indeed have been influenced by years of habit, Lucas knew they were initially driven by his mother's love for him. He wanted to hold on to his mother's love and not let it go unnoticed. Lucas spoke again, earnestly, I'm grown up now. I don't get stomachaches from drinking cold water or itchy skin from dust. I don't have to be so cautious anymore. But if I get sick again, Mom will be upset. So for Mom's sake, this is fine. I just wanted to relax. It was just a thought. I had no intention of actually doing it. But today, it happened so coincidentally, so suddenly. When the dust covered me, I felt the opportunity to relax had arrived, and that's why I acted so recklessly. So this was my choice. It wasn't Tao Xinxing's fault. I wasn't led astray by him. Mom, don't blame him. His tone sounded casual, not complaining, but rather calm. This only made Lu Jingying feel even more uncomfortable. How could she have neglected him to such an extent? She wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, no sound came out. She could only stare at Lucas blankly. The boy before her had just showered, his previous dishevel completely gone, replaced by the fresh, familiar look. How much energy did Lucas expend maintaining this appearance? She thought it had become a habit, so it wouldn't be much of a burden. But that wasn't the case. Lucas said he was tired. Lu Jingying suddenly stood up, without saying a word or looking at Lucas. Instead, she hurriedly ran towards the bedroom. It was as if something was chasing her from behind. If she ran any slower, it would grab her and drag her into an unknown terror. Lucas didn't understand what was wrong with his mother. He wanted to catch up, but just as he took a step, Xiang Yiri grabbed his shoulder. Xiang Yiri was relieved. You said it very well. Lucas said bewilderedly. I thought Mom would be angry if she knew my thoughts, but she didn't look angry, more sad. He would rather his mother be angry and harshly accuse him than sad. Because she realized she was wrong. Xiang Yiri said, releasing his grip on Lucas's shoulder. But at a time like this, it's better to give her some time and space and not disturb her. Given Lu Jingying's personality, she definitely didn't want to expose her vulnerable side in front of her children. She wanted to be a strong mother, clearing obstacles for her child, and allowing him to find the happiness that had once slipped away from her. But when I'm sad, Mom is always there for me, Lucas said. So, he wanted to be there for Mom too. What happened? What's wrong? Tao Xinxing's voice rang out, a towel draped over his shoulder, the ends of his undried hair still dripping with water. Tao Xinxing sensed something was off in the living room. Lu Jingying wasn't there, and his mother and Lucas looked serious. What had happened while he was taking a shower? No, rather, what had he missed? Lucas said, I tried to tell Mom about my feelings. That's fine. Tao Xinxing exclaimed immediately. What did she say? Mom ran back to her room, Lucas replied. She seemed very upset. A huge question mark seemed to loom over Tao Xinxing's head. Wasn't this the right direction? Chapter 648. Tao Xinxing finally understood the whole story, and looked at Lucas with admiration. He hadn't expected Lucas to quietly unleash a powerful move, directly confronting Lu Jingying head-on. But Tao Xinxing hadn't expected Lu Jingying to react this way. He had expected, given Lu Jingying's recent display of control, to fly into a rage and demand Lucas's obedience. But on closer inspection, while Lu Jingying's demands on Lucas were quite strict, they weren't actually harsh or pathological. Judging from Lucas's attitude, it didn't seem like he'd been brainwashed by Lu Jingying. Instead, he truly loved his mother. He believed everything his mother did was for his own good. After all, Lucas wasn't completely without judgment at his age. This meant that Lu Jingying's control over Lucas wasn't intended to assert a mother's dominance over her child, nor was it a desire to dictate his life. Tao Xinqing pondered for a long time and concluded, Aunt Lu doesn't have enough experience raising children. To put it bluntly, isn't this just overdoing it? Xiang Yiri raised his hand and tapped Tao Xinqing on the top of his head. How can you talk like that? You're so disrespectful. Tao Xinqing quickly hid his head in his hands, muttering, I'm not wrong. I see you lack experience with both children and people. Xiang Yiri rolled his eyes. Tao Xinqing wanted to say, isn't that what you and Dad taught me? But his head still ached, so he kept his mouth shut. Lucas hesitated and said, Aunt Xiang, can I really not go find Mom? Xiang Yiri looked at Lucas's face. His expression was filled with worry and anxiety, not a trace of dissatisfaction or resentment. She said, if you really want to go, go ahead. I'm sure you can resolve your conflict with your mother. Lucas nodded emphatically and ran towards Lu Jingying's room. Tao Xinqing hesitated for a few seconds before finally following. Although he was curious about how Lucas and Lu Jingying would talk and worried about a fight, even though he was Lucas's friend, he couldn't interfere too much. Lucas had learned a lot recently, trying again and again to change Lu Jingying's mind. Now, too, he should be given the opportunity to try on his own. After all, they were all in this house. If anything really happened, he and his mother would be able to rush over immediately. Tao Xinqing decisively put his worries aside, grabbed a towel, and rubbed his hair vigorously, trying to dry it quickly. As for the hair dryer? Forget it. Tao Xinqing found the noise so loud it hurt his ears that he'd rather shave his hair into a mess than use it. Xiang Yiri saw him as a wandering evil fleece, so he could only turn a blind eye and lower his head to scroll through his phone. She planned to order takeout for dinner, and also ordered a strawberry mousse cake for Lu Jingying. For a mother, her child's growth should be a cause for celebration. However, with Lu Jingying's personality, she'd probably get stuck in a rut, wondering if she was no longer needed. But with Lucas around, it should be fine. So, Xiang Yiri only had to finish the job, like giving Lu Jingying her favorite sweet treat. The plump, bright red strawberries were 9 parts sweet with a touch of tartness, their flesh firm and juicy. A bite into them was enough to burst with juice. Light cream floated atop a glistening strawberry jam glaze, beneath a moist, delicate cake base. Just looking at it would lift your spirits, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Xiang Yuri's lips curled up. She hoped her friend could take that crucial step with her child by her side. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks on the door. Even the intervals between them were almost the same. Lu Jingying thought this was also what she had taught Lucas. If there was no response, she could knock 3 more times after a while, and then try calling out again on the 3rd knock. This kind of etiquette should be good, right? It was indeed good. Everyone praised Lucas as a well-mannered child, and she was proud. But she had overlooked that such strict upbringing could be a burden for a child. Lu Jingying wanted to cover her ears, but, as she had expected, the knock rang a 2nd time. She couldn't let the knock ring a 3rd time. She didn't want to hear the oppression she had inflicted on Lucas. Lu Jingying stood up, leaning against the edge of the bed, and walked toward the door. She had been sitting on the floor, hunched over the edge, just as she had during her rehabilitation, unable to properly support herself with her hands. She could also bury her face in the sheets, hiding all the sweat and tears. Before Lucas knocked a 3rd time, the bedroom door opened, and he saw his mother's haggard face. But his mother was still willing to face him, which Lucas felt was a good start. He looked at Lu Jingying seriously. Mom, can we talk? This gentle tone and choice of words were also taught to him by Gu Qinghuan. Many people are soft-hearted and don't respond to hardship, not to mention Lu Jingying's strong personality. If he acted like he was going to oppose Lu Jingying from the start, communication would have become difficult. Lu Jingying's hand still clenched on the doorknob. She stared at her son in silence, no longer wearing the maternal lens, but observing Lucas as objectively as possible. He had grown much taller than her. It was strange. It seemed only a short time ago that he had stumbled over, hugged her calf, tilted his head back, and babbled Mom. He stood tall, not slouching at all. He looked intently at the person he spoke to, without any small gestures or disrespectful gestures. This habit isn't a bad thing, and Lu Jingying doesn't think her teachings are wrong. However, how much pressure did Lucas endure growing up because of her demands? Has she stifled his nature and instincts, eroding the possibility of another kind of happiness for him? Lu Jingying's lips moved, and she whispered, "What do you want to say?" Lucas didn't respond immediately, but instead looked around, or rather, toward the area outside the door where he was standing. He said, "Can I sit down and talk?" Using simple questions to express one's intentions, even if the answer is negative, one can see the other party's attitude, allowing one to quickly retreat and regroup. It was a fairly simple test, and while it might seem abrupt to some, Lu Jingying and Lucas were mother and son, after all, so it was entirely feasible. Although Gu Qinghuan could also teach more complex methods, there's no need to overthink things between family members. Genuine affection is the best guarantee. Lu Jingying opened the door a little wider, and turned to walk into the room. There was no point in worrying alone. Even Lucas had made an effort to communicate with her, and as a mother, Lu Jingying couldn't just slap his outstretched hand away. She was afraid to face her mistakes, afraid that Lucas would be disappointed in her. But even more so, she was afraid of not being able to bring Lucas happiness. Chapter 649. The bedroom Xiang Ji had prepared for Lu Jingying was covered in thick, fuzzy carpet. With the floor heating, even barefoot wouldn't feel cold, and the room remained warm. Now, Lu Jingying and Lucas sat face to face on the carpet. Lu Jingying didn't know what to say. As if sensing her panic, Lucas took the initiative and asked, "Mom, are you sad right now?" He wasn't good at beating around the bush, but fortunately, Lu Jingying needed this kind of directness right now. She had braced herself for a storm, but she hadn't expected such gentle, caring words. Lu Jingying, habitually wanting to show her strength, denied it. "I'm not sad. I just didn't realize you endured so much. If my parenting methods burden you, you can tell me. I adjust them so that you..." Lu Jingying didn't finish her words, realizing it was just a hypothesis. It's too late. Lucas is already 18. Under her control, he long ago lost his childhood. What nonsense is she spouting now? Is she trying to make amends for herself? Or is she blaming Lucas? She's simply stubborn. Lu Jingying pinched her palms and bit her lower lip. The tingling pain made her mind clearer, and at the same time, the pain spread from her heart. "I'm sorry." Before she could finish her apology, Lucas calmly shook his head and said, "Mom, don't apologize. You're not wrong." As if to emphasize, he emphasized, "You were not wrong in the first place." Lu Jingying's parenting methods were definitely not wrong. Whether it was his behavior or his abilities, they were all proof of his excellence. And all of this stemmed from Lu Jingying's nurturing. There are definitely more options than right and wrong in this world, and similarly, no one can be perfect. Lu Jingying had tried her best to treat him well, but she was still immature. Isn't that natural? She was a first-time mother, inexperienced, so it was normal for her to have shortcomings. Lu Jingying was right. It was he who hadn't spoken out. He always felt that his mother had sacrificed so much for him, and he wanted to be considerate of her, so he preferred to endure the hardship himself. If he had told his mother earlier that he was tired and wanted to rest, she would surely have changed her ways for him. Immature mothers and immature children are common in every family in the world, and Lu Jingying and Lucas are just one example. "But the pressure you endured in the past can no longer be made up for," Lu Jingying said. Lucas smiled and said lightly, "I don't need to make amends. Mom was always with me back then, so I was happy every day. I'm not saying this to make you sad or regretful. I just want to share my thoughts." He looked directly at Lu Jingying and said seriously, "Mom, I grown up. I'm no longer as fragile as I used to be. I can do a lot of things. You don't have to worry about me anymore. I hope you can let go of your worries about me and enjoy your own life." The word "own life" appeared so suddenly that Lu Jingying was stunned. She subconsciously said, "I'm doing well now." "You're not," Lucas bluntly denied her. "Mom, your life can't just be about me. You can't pin all your hopes on me." Lucas felt his heartbeat quicken, it throbbing furiously in his chest. He finally said, "Mom, just because I'm better than Tao Xinxing, does that mean you want happiness?" "Of course not." Lu Jingying blurted out, "I do want you to win over Tao Xinxing. After all, he's Xiang Yuri's child." That's Xiang Yuri Xiang Yuri was favored by fate, and she wasn't. So through her child, she wanted to prove she hadn't lost to fate. That way, even if her child was unfortunate, Lucas would surely find happiness. But the moment this thought came to her mind, facing Lucas, Lu Jingying couldn't bring herself to say it. "No, that's not the case." Lu Jingying raised her hands and slowly covered her face. If that were the case, wouldn't Tao Xinxing have the final say in the happiness she sought for Lucas? In the final analysis, wasn't she sacrificing Lucas's life in an attempt to save face? Seeing her like this, Lucas panicked, thinking she was crying. He frantically looked around, trying to find a tissue to wipe Lu Jingying's face, but soon heard a sharp intake of breath. Lu Jingying lowered her hand, her eyes reddening. Her effort to hold her expression forced them wide open, giving her a sinister look. But she didn't cry. Now wasn't the time. She had all the chances to cry she wanted. Given the situation, she'd rather cry for happiness than for regret and pain. Mom is sorry. Lu Jingying's voice was hoarse and muddy. I shouldn't have forced my will on you. Lucas paused. He hadn't expected Lu Jingying to apologize so readily. It was so sudden, and he felt unprepared. But then, slowly, bitterness and joy filled his heart. He knew why Lu Jingying acted like that. It was like when he was a child, he accidentally bumped into a table, and a pair of unplaced scissors fell, cutting his hand. Lu Jingying had done the same, tending to his wound while immediately apologizing. His mother loved him the most in the world. This love could be stubborn, forceful, and one-sided, but as long as there was room for communication and the opportunity for correction, Lu Jingying would do it without hesitation. She would always strive for his happiness. Mom, it's okay, Lucas said. I'm so happy to have met Tao Xinxing and become his friend. But I hope that from now on, Mom, you can rely on your own strength to grasp what you want. He looked Lu Jingying in the eye intently. You want to defeat Aunt Xiang, right? Lu Jingying couldn't avoid the question and finally nodded silently. She wanted to win, a long-held obsession. Even though she knew it was ridiculous, she still wanted to be free. Lucas's eyes lit up, and he said in an unyielding tone, this time, I help Mom. What? Lu Jingying thought she had misheard. I find Aunt Xiang's weakness, and then you can defeat her. Lucas said with a beaming smile. Even though you think she's amazing, in my opinion, my mom is the best. Lu Jingying wanted to say something, but seeing Lucas's expression, she shut up again. Although in her opinion, Xiang Yuri's weaknesses were insignificant, and there was no question of defeating him, but if the child was happy, then let him be. Chapter 650. Gu Qinghuan was somewhat surprised to learn from Tao Xinxing about the latest developments regarding the Lu family mother and son. I thought it would take some effort and time to make Aunt Lu realize her problem, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Gu Qinghuan said. Right? Tao Xinxing was overjoyed. Sure enough, he wasn't the only one who thought that. Lu Jingying's attitude had changed dramatically. It could also be that. When we look at parents through the eyes of children, we tend to assume they can't easily understand us. Gu Qinghuan pondered, but that's not the case. After all, she didn't know Lu Jingying's past, nor had she truly spent time with her. Speculating solely on Lucas's behavior was a bit one-sided, wasn't it? Gu Qinghuan reflected deeply. Since the beginning of the mission, she encountered so many unreliable parents. Had she formed a preconceived mindset? Tao Xinxing didn't care. He simply said, as long as the result is good, it's all good. And it's because you, squad leader, taught Lucas so much that he had the courage to try. Tao Xinxing felt that Lucas alone, even with his own help, wouldn't have achieved such a good result. You underestimate yourself. Gu Qinghuan looked at Tao Xinxing. You were the first person to contact Lucas. If you hadn't shown him goodwill, he wouldn't have chosen to trust you and listen to my advice. Hearing Gu Qinghuan's words, Tao Xinxing immediately felt embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and grinned, am I that amazing? If you could remember to bring your winter vacation homework, you'd be even better. Su Xing's voice rang out. Tao Xinxing instinctively shrank his head. I really forgot. You must remember to bring it tomorrow. Su Xing said helplessly. Today was the first day of what would become everyone's final semester, and the students in class 3 were feeling a bit emotional, even the more sensitive ones, a bit sentimental. However, Su Xing, who was in charge of collecting winter vacation homework, said, that's no excuse for some of you forgetting to bring yours. Watching Su Xing walk away, Gu Qinghuan asked, so what are Lucas and Aunt Lu doing now? They moved out of my house, but they're still in my neighborhood. Aunt Lu bought a house not far from mine. Tao Xinxing spread his hands. Huh? Did they plan to live near you a long time ago, or did this just happen on a whim? Gu Qinghuan asked. The latter. Tao Xinxing waved his hand. Aunt Lu originally planned to rent a place first, and then buy a house near the university after confirming which university Lucas got into, so Lucas could attend school more easily. Now that Lucas wants to find my mother's weaknesses, of course, he has to live close to my house. Tao Xinxing's face turned gloomy at this. He couldn't help but complain to Gu Qinghuan, class monitor, is Lucas out of his mind? Why would he ask me about my mother's weaknesses? Gu Qinghuan almost laughed out loud. She cleared her throat. Doesn't this show how much he trusts you? No matter how much he trusts me, I can't betray my mother. Tao Xinqing jumped up and down. You can't call it betrayal. I was just looking for information from you. Anything I could get would be a blessing, but nothing would be a problem. Gu Qinghuan curled her lips. Besides, Aunt Lu doesn't want victory, does she? She doesn't want to destroy or insult Aunt Xiang, does she? Tao Xinqing grumbled. That's definitely not the case. I think Aunt Lu is just stubborn and wants a result, so Lucas is playing along with her. Gu Qinghuan thought, maybe Lucas wasn't necessarily playing along with Lu Jingying. If that were the case, Lucas would be too embarrassed to tell Tao Xinqing. Judging from Lucas's positive attitude, maybe he was actually enjoying it, but that was just her guess, so there was no need to tell Tao Xinqing. She then asked, so what are you going to do next? Just get along with Lucas normally. We're friends, after all. Tao Xinqing said, but I keep an eye on him. Tao Xinqing clenched his fists. Of course I stand by my mother. Lucas thought Lu Jingying was the best mother, and Tao Xinqing thought Xiang Yiri was the best mother. How could he possibly watch his mother be defeated? He was already prepared to report anything he discovered immediately. Gu Qinghuan held her forehead, wanting to complain. What's all this talk about? She lowered her hand and patiently said, what do you think Aunt Xiang has weaknesses? Tao Xinqing counted on his fingers. She's afraid of all kinds of insects, especially hairy ones. She loves horror movies, but only with company. She can't watch them alone. Her singing is off-key and tone-deaf. Gu Qinghuan took a deep breath. I didn't hear anything just now. Tao Xinqing looked at her innocently. Gu Qinghuan quickly changed the subject. Aunt Lu, are you really unaware of these weaknesses? Tao Xinqing sighed. Indeed, after spending some time together you should know. Perhaps Aunt Lu isn't unaware of these weaknesses, but she believes that even if she's better than Aunt Xiang in these areas, it's not the victory she wants, Gu Qinghuan said. Then what kind of victory does she want? Tao Xinqing was puzzled. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. That's something Lucas needs to consider. She could guide Lucas on how to communicate with Lu Jingying, but when it came to Lu Jingying's psychological issues, it was more appropriate for Lucas to find a solution. Tao Xinqing thought about it, and it made sense. He and Gu Qinghuan were outsiders, after all, so leaving it to Xiang Yiri would be more reliable. Huh? Tao Xinqing perked up. Got it. I'm going to tell my mom about this. Aunt Lu wants to win over my mom, isn't she? And her obsession is fueled by my mom, so of course my mom should know. Not to mention that Xiang Yiri had always wanted to persuade Lu Jingying, so it made sense for Xiang Yiri to take action. Tao Xinqing grew more excited. How about this? I test Lucas and see what he's up to. I then tell my mom what I learned and see how she handles it. Gu Qinghuan looked up at the ceiling and said sincerely, good luck. How should I put it? It felt a bit like a spy movie. I just didn't know how much of a role these two spies, Tao Xinqing and Lucas, could play. No, could they really be of any use? Gu Qinghuan was skeptical. Encouraged by Gu Qinghuan, Tao Xinqing immediately became more motivated. Luckily, he remembered that he would be taking the Gaokao soon, so he quickly patted his chest and made a promise to Gu Qinghuan. Don't worry, class monitor. I absolutely won't let this affect my studies. Tao Xinqing's face was serious. Lucas also needs to prepare for the entrance exam during this time. I remind him. My mom and Aunt Lu certainly wouldn't want us to let them affect our studies in future, so let's put this aside for now, and deal with it after the exams. He smiled again. Thinking about it, I'm actually looking forward to the Gaokao. To be more precise, it wasn't the Gaokao itself that was the issue, but the future. He and Lucas would both have a better future. Chapter 651. Will he still have a future? Tao Xinqing sat on a chair outside the operating room, his head in his hands, elbows resting on his knees, almost numb from the pain. But his damned sense of smell was acute at times like these. He could smell the blood on his hands. It was Lucas's blood. He clutched Tao Xinqing's hand in the ambulance, muttering, I don't want to die. It was at that moment that Tao Xinqing's hands were stained with his blood. How could a person bleed so much? Seeing Lucas's blood spit out, Tao Xinqing felt as if his own blood had also been drained from his body, and his whole body went cold. Tao Xinqing heard the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps, but his brain couldn't process the information, remaining dazed and confused. Until he was grabbed by the forearm and forcibly pulled from the chair. Tao Xinqing's legs gave out, and the pull sent him plummeting to the ground, nearly taking the person pulling him down with him. Lu Jingying's body lurched, but she held on. Unleashing unprecedented strength, she forcibly pulled Tao Xinqing's upper body upright, forcing him to look up at her. This woman, always elegant in front of others, now had a ferocious expression. What the hell happened? The hospital corridor tiles were exceptionally cold, and even through his clothes, Tao Xinqing could feel the chill draining away his body heat. He regained consciousness belatedly, speaking haltingly. Lucas and I were going out together. I didn't notice the car, and he pushed me out of the way. He was hit. Just recalling that scene made Tao Xinqing's mind go blank again. I'm sorry. He curled up and knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed to the ground. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. What's the use of apologies? Lu Jingying screamed shrilly. Noticing the commotion, the security guard on duty hurried over, trying to maintain order. There's a surgery going on inside. Please remain quiet. Xiang Yuri grabbed Lu Jingying's wrists and pried them apart, then pulled Tao Xinqing up and back into his chair. She turned to look at Lu Jingying, trying to sound calm. Lu Jingying, I know you're upset right now, but you can't interfere with his surgery. Lu Jingying's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face, her whole body trembling. Despite this, she pursed her lips and remained silent. She turned around, shuffled to the operating room door, and stood there motionless, staring intently at the indicator light above the door. She seemed like a statue, her breathing barely audible. But how could a statue cry? Xiang Yuri didn't look at Lu Jingying again. It wouldn't be appropriate to say anything right now. It was better to deal with other things first. She took Tao Xinqing's hand, the drying blood making it feel clammy. Despite this, Xiang Yuri didn't let go, leading Tao Xinqing to the bathroom. She stood outside the men's room and pushed Tao Xinqing in. Wash your hands, and remember to wash your face too. Tao Xinqing silently turned on the faucet and began to wash himself. It was so hard to wash. Even after squeezing in hand sanitizer and repeatedly rinsing my hands with running water, dark red blood stains still lingered between my fingernails. The scent of hand sanitizer lingered with a distinct sweet, fishy smell of blood. It wasn't until the cold water was splashed on his face that Tao Xinqing's eyes cleared a little, his consciousness gradually returning to normal. He stared blankly at himself in the mirror, water droplets sliding down his cheeks, down his chin, and onto the sink. It was this awful fellow, humiliated and self-deprecating after being outdone by Lucas again today, that he nearly got hit by a car when Lucas said he wanted to go for a walk. In the end, Lucas had pushed him away, suffering the car accident instead, and now he was in the operating room, his life uncertain. That should have been his fate, not Lucas's. It was all his fault. Tao Xinqing walked out of the bathroom and stood in front of Xiang Yuri, muttering, "Mom, I killed Lucas." Xiang Yuri immediately denied it, saying, "It wasn't you. The traffic police have already contacted us. It was the driver's fault. The crosswalk light was indeed green at the time. The driver was driving under the influence and didn't use the right turn lane. He tried to turn right once, he was on the straight road, and then hit you. But if he hadn't pushed me out of the way, he wouldn't have been hit." Tao Xinqing's tears welled up again. Xiang Yuri sighed deeply and led Tao Xinqing back to the operating room entrance. Lu Jingying remained standing there, motionless. Xiang Yuri and Tao Xinqing sat in their chairs. All three of them remained silent, waiting for the surgery to conclude. Tao Xinqing took a while to stop crying. His mind went blank, and his recent experiences with Lucas flooded back to him uncontrollably. He knew Lucas wasn't inherently bad, but he couldn't control his emotions, saying many hurtful things. At school, his teacher said he was too impulsive, always rushing to the front whenever there was a disturbance in the class. While he protected his classmates, he also made the situation worse. Xiang Yuri was contacted by the school several times because of this. Although Xiang Yuri didn't scold him after returning home, simply saying that he could find better ways to help his classmates, Tao Xinqing couldn't apply her advice. He wondered if he was too dull. Why did he always act faster than he thought? He gradually became silent and passive, believing that if he did nothing, he would avoid making mistakes. But after the Lu family mother and son arrived, his depression grew even more intense. The moment he saw Lucas, Tao Xinqing knew he couldn't compare to him in every way. Even so, he didn't want to embarrass his mother. He simply tried to avoid being in the same space with Lucas, as if that would allow him to evade the truth. If he hadn't run away, if he had been able to look Lucas in the eye, if he hadn't focused on completing his walking mission tonight, and instead sat down with Lucas for a proper talk, would none of this have happened? Tao Xinqing's head was spinning, his consciousness gradually fading into chaos. He vaguely sensed a dark place, unable to perceive his body, as if only his soul existed, unable to find any support. He was terrified and desperately tried to leave, but he couldn't. Until he heard a familiar voice. "Hey, you know me?" It was his own voice, familiar to him, but the tone was completely different, positive and enthusiastic. Tao Xinqing suddenly realized he could see again. He saw Tao Xinqing standing before him, sizing him up curiously. Tao Xinqing pinched his face. It doesn't hurt. How could I have such a dream? I actually dreamt I was crying. I haven't been sad lately. Dream? Why was he running away even in his dreams? Lucas's condition was so dangerous. How could he not be sad? Tao Xinqing suddenly felt strong enough to push his heartless self aside and yell, "How could you do this? Lucas is going to die. How could you even say such a thing?" Tao Xinqing was even more bewildered. Last week, Lucas said there was something wrong with my tongue because I said Aunt Lou's salad wasn't tasty. How could he be dying? Tao Xinqing didn't respond. He felt like he must be under too much stress, going crazy, to have such a strange dream. He sank back into despair. Seeing him like this, Tao Xinqing thought for a moment and said, "It's baffling, but since it's related to Lucas, I give you a good gift." As he finished speaking, a bright light floated out of his body and landed in front of Tao Xinqing. Tao Xinqing couldn't see the light, but said confidently, "Lucas promised me that he would fulfill any request I made. I give you that promise. Can you fulfill any request?" Tao Xinqing found the dream increasingly bizarre. He stared at the dot of light. Even if it meant saving his life, would that be okay? Of course. As Tao Xinqing finished speaking, the dot of light suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance, illuminating everything around him. Tao Xinqing could no longer see his eccentric, optimistic self, he could only hear his voice. "Don't worry, Lucas and I will be lifelong friends, just like my mom and Aunt Lou. So he be fine. He can't bear to leave Aunt Lou either." White light engulfed Tao Xinqing, and he jerked awake, just in time to see the operating room lights go off. The doctor and nurse emerged, and Lu Jingying immediately met them. She had been standing too long, and as soon as she took a step, she nearly fell. Fortunately, Xiang Yiri caught her. Lu Jingying's tone was anxious and panic-stricken, and she trembled, "Doctor, doctor, my child, he. The operation was successful. The doctor's answer was reassuring. Once the patient regains consciousness, he can be transferred to the ward." Lu Jingying's body instantly collapsed, and Xiang Jiri couldn't even hold her up. She sobbed softly, sobbing, "That's great." Tao Xinqing stood behind, feeling like he had finally been alive. He no longer remembered what he had dreamed, only the relief he felt at that moment. He thought, "I can't go on like this. I can't do nothing because I'm afraid of making mistakes and facing the consequences. When Lucas wakes up, he will thank him sincerely and face his own problems. He doesn't know what the future holds for him and Lucas, but it's better than ending his life prematurely." Hello, Tao Xinqing. Your story will continue. Chapter 652. What did I dream about last night? Tao Xinqing was completely bewildered. Why are you asking that, squad leader? Gu Qinghuan calmly lied. I dreamed I was buying fried skewers last night. You were in line before me and bought the last box of chicken strips on the stall, so I came to ask if you remember. Tao Xinqing suddenly panicked. No, I didn't dream about that. I don't like chicken strips. Someone actually doesn't like chicken strips. Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened. So what did you dream about? Tao Xinqing carefully recalled the dream and shook his head honestly. I don't remember. It felt like I dreamed about it, but it also felt like I didn't. Gu Qinghuan murmured, "Oh, it seems I was just craving fried chicken strips. Also, I was so busy with you and Lucas that I saw you so much that I dreamed about you." Back at his seat, Gu Qinghuan sat down and tapped his notebook with a pen, his mind communicating with the system. Gu Qinghuan. So, my current world and the world where Tao Xinqing's fate was most desperate truly overlapped. System. Yes, a very slight overlap. The world has minimized the impact as much as possible. Neither the Tao Xinqing of that world nor the Tao Xinqing of this world likely remembers what happened. Based on the previous mission, even without Tao Xinqing's conversation with his other self, Lucas's fate in that world would have been reversed. Because, among the various possibilities extending from this world, everything is developing in a positive direction. Lu Jingying will recognize her own problems, Lucas will learn to express her wishes, and Tao Xinqing will become more proactive in communicating with others. The more possibilities there are, the greater the probability that Lucas will survive the accident, and even the probability that he will actually be involved in one. Gu Qinghuan. So, will this overlap have any other effects? System. I don't know, as this is the first time this has occurred, and further observation is needed. Gu Qinghuan. So is this a good thing or a bad thing? The system fell silent, presumably calculating, before speaking after a while. It's impossible to evaluate it in terms of good or bad. We can only say that the independence of the worlds has been affected. Although the intertwining of various destinies can affect the world, Just as in the later stages of the mission, everyone's most hopeless fate was reborn due to this influence. But can direct communication between two worlds truly guarantee a positive impact every time? After all, in different worlds, each person may have a different fate. Take Yu Xian, for example. What if there were a world where she grew up as the daughter of the Yu family, and Yu Yuan didn't exist in her family? So what would Yu Xian from that world think when she saw the Yu Xian of this world? Would she be envious, sad, or even laugh at her? No one could guarantee, much less know, what she would do next. Although Gu Qinghuan had previously allowed friends nearing the end of their lives to see the happiness of this world, that was, after all, a fleeting moment in their lives, with no chance of change, so the impact was minimal. But now, things were different. After the overlap of worlds ended, the fate of the mission subject would continue. For stability's sake, the systems preferred to eliminate this phenomenon. Gu Qinghuan listened to the system's explanation and nodded in understanding. She also worried that if Tao Xinqing's desperate fate remained unchanged, would his mind be distorted by the sight of her happy self in this world? She trusted her friend's true nature, but she also knew that jealousy could easily amplify negative emotions. In reality, jealousy itself wasn't a problem. It was simply a yearning for something that was desired but unattainable, something that seemed out of reach. If one could face this feeling squarely, transform resentment into motivation, and strive to reach the heights of others, ultimately reaching those same heights, who could say this was a bad thing? However, achieving this was far too difficult, and Gu Qinghuan wouldn't blindly cling to hope. Since everyone's fate was steadily improving thanks to her efforts, there was no need for such destabilizing factors to arise. Gu Qing exclaimed in delight, put down his pen, and asked another question. So now my only target is Ming Xiaolan, right? System. Yes, the host still has about 4 months until the college entrance exam. At the rate the host is completing tasks, it's definitely more than enough time. At this, the system perked up. Over 2 years ago, when Gu Qinghuan said, I want to fill everyone's baskets, the system found it incredible. Why go to all the trouble to complete everyone's tasks when it only takes 10? However, seeing Gu Qinghuan repeatedly bring new destinies to each target, the system gradually developed a different idea. Its host possessed a resolute and strong heart. Since she had the power to save others, she would do her utmost to do so. The system is honored to accompany such a host and witness her create the miracle of destiny. However, it also doesn't want the host to be affected. If Ming Xiaolan's mission can be completed quickly, Gu Qinghuan will have more time to devote to studying for the college entrance exam. Not to mention, the world has already decided that if Gu Qinghuan truly completes everyone's mission, she will receive a new reward. It will no longer be used for others, but for herself. She is fully deserving of such a reward. Of course, the system can't tell Gu Qinghuan about this until all the missions are completed, so it's quite difficult for it to bear it. Gu Qinghuan didn't know why his system was suddenly so motivated. Perhaps it was because the end was near, victory was within reach, and excitement was natural. In comparison, Gu Qinghuan was much calmer. The problem is, I can't see any reason for Ming Xiaolan's despair. This time, the system can only serve as a query machine, it can't reveal the future. Ming Xiaolan's mission progress is currently a full 70%, just one step away from 75% completion. Gu Qinghuan pondered over it, and decided she needed to observe Ming Xiaolan more closely. She was actually quite puzzled. Compared to everyone else in Class 3, Ming Xiaolan had a happy family, a comfortable life, excellent academic performance, and a very approachable personality. How could someone like Ming Xiaolan fall into despair, even if there really was some hidden danger? 3 years of high school were almost over, and there was no sign of it at all. Gu Qinghuan began to worry again, resting her chin on the table, and staring at her notebook with a gloomy expression. Qin Yu, who was in the front row, turned his head quietly, and made eye contact with Jiang Chuchu, who was in the back row. Qin Yu, what's wrong with her? Jiang Chuchu, I don't know. Back to school syndrome? Jiang Chuchu wondered, why not take Gu Qinghuan to the snack street after school today? Chapter 653. How could Gu Qinghuan refuse a friend's invitation to a snack street after school? The mission still had 4 months to go, so there was no need to rush. Gu Qinghuan put aside her chaotic thoughts and headed straight for the snack street after school, following Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian. When she asked Tao Xinqing, Gu Qinghuan wasn't entirely untrue. She truly was craving fried skewers, so she ran over to the skewer stand, picked up her basket, and selected her favorites. Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian weren't particularly hungry today, so they each grabbed a stick of palm treasures and a stick of bacon-wrapped enoki mushrooms and put them in Gu Qinghuan's basket, ready to fry and eat together. They stood aside, chatting quietly. You noticed that too? Jiang Chuchu asked. Yu Xian nodded slightly. Yes, Qinghuan does this every once in a while, 1 or 2 days. At first, she was happy, then quickly filled with worry. At first, Yu Xian thought it was Gu Qinghuan's period, her hormones affecting her mood. But after spending so much time together, Yu Xian remembered Gu Qinghuan's period, and the timing didn't match at all, so there had to be something else going on. While she didn't know what it was, since Gu Qinghuan hadn't mentioned it, she thought it was something she could handle on her own, so Yu Xian didn't hesitate to ask. Jiang Chuchu frowned in distress. Even if I knew Qinghuan could handle it, seeing her like this, I still want to help share the burden. While meddling too much in a friend's affairs isn't a good thing, completely ignoring them doesn't make you a friend either. Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu sighed in unison. Finding the right balance in friendship is truly difficult. Gu Qinghuan had already selected the fried skewers and handed them over to the boss. She slipped back to her friends and asked curiously, "What are you sighing about?" Jiang Chuchu unceremoniously pinched Gu Qinghuan's cheek. It was truly abhorrent that the person in question was still being so heartless. She didn't use much force, and Gu Qinghuan, accustomed to Jiang Chuchu's little antics, simply blinked innocently at her. Did your brother make you angry? As for whether it was her fault, Gu Qinghuan didn't even consider it. She was so adorable, how could she possibly make anyone angry? Seeing Gu Qinghuan like this, Jiang Chuchu lost all her anger. She let go of her hand and said, "That's right. During the Lunar New Year, my brother gave me less than half the amount I gave him." Jiang Yuxuan, who received 0 Lunar New Year money, said, ? Gu Qinghuan was puzzled. A younger sister still needed to give her brother Lunar New Year money? She didn't quite understand the rules of the domineering boss's household. However, she suspected Jiang Chuchu was just teasing her, so she continued, "Then next time, take half of his paired possessions until he gives you the other half as ransom." Jiang Chuchu imagined Jiang Yuxuan wearing 1 sock and 1 shoe, poking at food with a single chopstick, and burst out laughing. Yu Xian, on the other hand, pondered, thinking this tactic could be used on Yu Jinxin. Seeing Jiang Chuchu's improved mood, Gu Qinghuan also smiled. "Okay, the skewers should be almost ready. Do you want them slightly spicy too?" "Yes," Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian said in unison. The two sisters ate their skewers, but in no rush to go home. Instead, they wandered around the snack street, checking out any new stalls. After a quick look, they found a few new stalls, but Gu Qinghuan had already bought some today, so they decided to try them next time. Comforted by the delicious fried skewers, Gu Qinghuan seemed much better, and Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian could return home with peace of mind. After dropping Gu Qinghuan off, just before she got out of the car, Yu Xian couldn't help but say, "Qinghuan, if you encounter any problems and need help, please let us know." "That's right," Jiang Chuchu nodded solemnly. "We definitely help." Gu Qinghuan finally realized what was going on and couldn't help but smile. "I was wondering if you guys hadn't bought any food today, so why did you think of inviting me to the snack street? Don't worry, you're my supporters. If anything happens, I definitely ask for your help." After saying this, Gu Qinghuan offered them both another hug. "I know you're capable and can handle anything," Jiang Chuchu complained, but she still reached out to accept the hug. "But it's not good to bottle up your emotions," Yu Xian said seriously. "That's right. Even if you don't want to say it, you can. Tell us you're feeling down. At least we can take you to something happy." Okay, Gu Qinghuan's expression softened. "I'm very happy right now." How could she not be happy with such good friends around? Gu Qinghuan got out of the car and stood by the roadside, waving to Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu inside. She waited until the car left before carrying her uneaten fried skewers home. Upon entering the house, Wang Jian, surprised to see her carrying the skewers, said, "You went to buy some? Are you still having dinner?" Gu Qinghuan nodded. "Yes, I ate 2 or 3 and brought the rest back. We share as a side dish." "That's perfect. I didn't buy groceries this morning, and I was worried you run out of food." Wang Jian took the fried skewers and prepared to plate them elegantly. When Gu Haiyan returned home, the father and daughter had just finished cleaning up and were ready to eat. Gu Haiyan glanced at the table and smiled. "This presentation is quite high-end. At first glance, I didn't recognize it as fried skewers." "You finally recognized it," Wang Jian said, quite proudly. "So can I open a shop now?" "Sure," Gu Haiyan nodded in agreement. "Your cooking skills are really getting better and better." After that, she washed her hands, took the bowls and chopsticks, and began to eat. The family inevitably chatted during meals, and Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian asked about Gu Qinghuan's recent school life. There was no need to worry about his studies. Gu Qinghuan's grades had improved significantly since he first enrolled, and Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian were already very satisfied. Besides, this was a critical moment, and they were worried that talking too much would put psychological pressure on Gu Qinghuan. It's fair to say that for most families, the college entrance exam is not only a battleground for children, but also for parents. After dinner, Gu Qinghuan played with Xiao Si for a while before returning to her room to do homework. A few people were chatting in the class group chat. Gu Qinghuan glanced and noticed they were discussing how to solve tonight's math homework problem, so she quickly looked away. She hadn't even started her homework yet, and knowing the answer in advance would prevent her from thinking independently. After she reluctantly finished, she flipped through the chat logs, checked her thinking and answers, and, confirming they were correct, nodded with satisfaction. On days when she didn't have to complete tasks, Gu Qinghuan's life was just that ordinary. As she lay in bed, Gu Qinghuan thought about keeping an eye on Ming Xiaolan tomorrow to prepare for the final task. The system was still busy processing the impact of the previous world overlap, and task progress monitoring was running in the background. Ming Xiaolan's task progress was slowly increasing. 70%, 71%, 72%, 74.9%. The moment the number hit 75%, it suddenly turned into a blurry mosaic. Then, the mosaic transformed into clear letters. Error. Chapter 654. Squad leader, squad leader. The familiar voice made Gu Qinghuan open her eyes and meet Su Xinghe's face. He was looking at her anxiously, almost ready to shake her awake. Su Xinghe said, "Squad leader, you're finally awake." Maybe it was a side effect of just waking up, but Gu Qinghuan's thoughts weren't clear, and her brain felt a little groggy. She held her forehead. "What's wrong?" Su Xinghe said anxiously. "Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu are arguing." "Go check." "Chuchu and Qin Yu arguing? Did Qin Yu say something rude again that angered Chuchu?" Gu Qinghuan lowered her hand. "Isn't it normal to argue? What's the good of it?" Before she could finish her words, there was a loud bang, accompanied by the harsh sound of shattering glass. "Why don't you mind my own business?" As if irritated, Jiang Chuchu's usually composed voice suddenly sounded shrill. "Qin Yu, you're capable of running errands for your brother for the rest of your life." In response, Qin Yu was unceremonious. "Who are you trying to scare by smashing the cup? Do you think I want to control you? It's your brother who's begging me for help." Gu Qinghuan turned around in surprise, just in time to see Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu clashing in a tense situation in the aisle between the tables and chairs. Why are they arguing so loud? Gu Qinghuan instinctively wanted to step between them and call a halt. Just as she was about to stand, the two men noticed her movement and almost simultaneously turned their heads to glare at her. "Squad leader, this has nothing to do with you." Jiang Chuchu's tone was unkind. "Don't get involved." Qin Yu's tone was much more nonchalant. "That's right, who can control you, Miss Jiang?" This statement only added fuel to the fire, and Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu started arguing again. Gu Qinghuan froze in his seat, noticing the shards of glass on the floor from the corner of his eye. The noise had come from the shattered sippy cup. Su Xinghe shrank back and whispered, "Class monitor, why don't we just stay out of this? We can't afford to offend the Jiang family." Qin Yu is really a jerk. Jiang Chuchu's brother asked him to take care of her, so why should he just take a look? Why would he have to make such a fuss? Gu Qinghuan withdrew his gaze from the broken glass and asked, "Is it really okay to just let it go? What else can we do?" Su Xinghe spread his hands. "This isn't the first time these two have argued. Even the homeroom teacher can't do anything, and there's nothing we can do." Gu Qinghuan didn't respond, but stood up. The two arguing men glanced at him again, their expressions now icy cold. Gu Qinghuan ignored them. She walked around Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu, went to the sanitation corner at the back of the classroom, took out a broom and dustpan, and returned to sweep up the broken glass. Clatter, clatter. The sound of the broken glass colliding was crisp and loud. Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu fell silent, their expressions gradually becoming awkward. Gu Qinghuan didn't even bother to look at their expressions. After cleaning up the broken glass, she shouted to the class, "Does anyone have any unwanted newspaper? Large draft paper would be fine too. I needed to wrap the broken glass." "I have." Xie Xiangxue responded immediately. She subscribed to an English reading newspaper. Gu Qinghuan took the newspaper from Xie Xiangxue, squatted on the ground, poured the broken glass onto the newspaper, and carefully wrapped it up. Then, she found some tape from the desk drawer and wrapped it around the newspaper, then taped a note saying "broken glass" inside, "Please be careful." After she had dealt with it properly, she tossed the piece of trash into the trash can. Jiang Chuchu hesitated, wanting to say something, but Gu Qinghuan spoke first. Do you have a lint remover at home? It's the kind you use to remove cat hair, with the adhesive tape that peels off layer by layer. Yes. Jiang Chuchu nodded hesitantly. Although I already cleaned it, there might still be some debris on the floor. Gu Qinghuan looked at her calmly and said, Please bring the lint remover over tomorrow. Roll it on the floor, and it remove even the most inconspicuous debris. Qin Yu muttered softly, Doesn't mean to have a cleaner who specializes in cleaning the classrooms? Gu Qinghuan immediately turned to look at him, startling Qin Yu instead. Jiang Chuchu broke the cup, so she's responsible, Gu Qinghuan said. You should be thankful it hit the ground, not your head. I don't know what the conflict is between you two, but you're not the only two in this class. Your actions will affect other students. Please remember this. Qin Yu's momentum suddenly weakened, and he replied awkwardly, Oh. Gu Qinghuan didn't look at Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu again, but being interrupted seemed to put an end to their argument. After a stalemate, they finally returned to their seats. Gu Qinghuan also returned to her seat. Su Xinghe couldn't help but pat her shoulder, his voice very low. Class monitor, you were so impressive just now. You actually managed to suppress those two people. Gu Qinghuan turned to look at him, saying nothing, only offering a polite smile. She turned back again, silently staring at the blackboard before her. Gu Qinghuan, system. She didn't hear the system's voice in her mind, but the next second, her consciousness suddenly awoke. Opening her eyes again, Gu Qinghuan gazed at the dim yet familiar ceiling of her room and let out a soft breath. She called out again in her mind, System. System, host. The system's response had never been so reassuring to Gu Qinghuan. She sat up in bed, pressed her temples, and rubbed. What exactly happened? System, Ming Xiaolan's mission has experienced an abnormality. According to historical records, after the host fell asleep, Ming Xiaolan's mission progress gradually increased to 75%. System, however, at the moment of mission completion, another error occurred, triggering a world overlap. System, now host, you have become the key node in Ming Xiaolan's mission. Gu Qinghuan lowered her hand. Is it because of the class monitor identity? She should have realized this long ago. If she was the monitor of class 3, then she didn't exist in those Mingda worlds. Who was the monitor of class 3? In that dream, Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu sat in the group to her left, while Su Xinghe sat behind her, and the moment she looked up, she saw the blackboard. So who was she? She was Ming Xiaolan. In those worlds, the position of monitor of class 3 fell to Ming Xiaolan. System, based on the current monitoring results, the host's guess is correct. Gu Qinghuan, then I will continue my speculation. Is Ming Xiaolan's most desperate fate based on rebirth? The system remained silent, but based on previous experience, this attitude was tantamount to tacit agreement. Gu Qinghuan took a deep breath. I'm going to kill all the bugs. The answer was simple. As the monitor of class 3, Ming Xiaolan didn't want to see her classmates sink into despair, so she decided to change their fate. To do this, she believed the bugs' lies. She repeatedly traveled back to the past, believing that by getting everyone to make the right choices, she could avoid the most hopeless fate. However, in the process, she also destroyed all her own possibilities. Chapter 655. According to the system, Ming Xiaolan's mission in this world has indeed been completed. The fate of all her classmates, except hers, has escaped the most hopeless path. Therefore, Ming Xiaolan naturally no longer needs to be reborn again and again to save them. She can live freely, and freely according to her own wishes. However, the future of this world alone is not enough for Ming Xiaolan. The vast majority of her fate has been destroyed, leaving only this world as a rare hope. If fate is like countless tree roots, then Gu Qinghuan's mission is to ensure that rotten roots do not affect healthy ones, or even to revive them. Others' fates consist of only one rotten root, but Ming Xiaolan's is not like that. In her fate, there are so many rotten roots that even the soil is contaminated. Even if this root is currently healthy, it will eventually rot in such a harsh environment. That is why the system indicates an abnormal mission status. System, in fact, according to the original standards, your mission has indeed been completed. System, however, it is precisely because of your efforts, host, that the connection and influence of everyone's fate has deepened, bringing new possibilities to the most hopeless fate. System, thus, the systems have now relaxed their control over the most hopeless fate, resulting in this reverse contamination. Gu Qinghuan understood the system's meaning. Originally, the system's attitude towards the most hopeless fate was to ruthlessly give up. As long as enough new futures were created, this loss could be offset. However, Gu Qinghuan discovered a new solution. The systems began to perpetuate the most desperate fate through the interplay of fate. This method could also be used to capture and destroy the worms, which was naturally ideal. The current problem was indeed beyond the system's expectations. System, according to calculations, achieving this effect would require a tremendous energy loss on the worm's part, perhaps even exceeding its income. Why the worms would do this is completely incomprehensible. The more times a person is reborn, the less energy the worms gain from the same person. After all, that person's future is constantly diminishing. However, the energy required for rebirth itself does not decrease. On the contrary, repeated rebirths increase the likelihood of being detected by the system, making it extremely dangerous for the worms, requiring them to expend even more energy disguising themselves. Gu Qinghuan, simple, desperate, huh? Thinking of Ming Xiaolan's suffering in the other world, she now felt a surge of hatred for the worms, and it was rare for her to speak so bluntly. Gu Qinghuan, how's your insect extermination going lately? System, judging from the frequency and range of insect activity, the insect population has shrunk to 30% of its original level. This number gave Gu Qinghuan some comfort. The insects are probably using this method to make you aware of the loophole in the method I provided, and to discourage you from using it. The system was perplexed. Why abandon it just because there's a loophole? In the system's eyes, this loophole wasn't a big deal. After all, considering the energy loss, the insects couldn't possibly allow everyone to regenerate infinitely. So, for the sake of the whole, the abandonment of a very small number of Ming Xiaolans is within acceptable limits. Gu Qinghuan sighed with worry. While I understand the nature of your system and world, hearing such words still brings mixed feelings. Gu Qinghuan, anyway, this is directed at me. It was the method she provided. The insect's action seemed like a mockery of Gu Qinghuan. Even if Gu Qinghuan continued to suffer the most hopeless fate, they could use this method to completely abandon people like Ming Xiaolan. At the same time, the insects also hoped that, having witnessed the cruelness of the system and the world, Gu Qinghuan would break with the system, perhaps even have a chance to exploit the situation. However, Gu Qinghuan could only say that the insects underestimated her. Her wish had never changed. She wanted to create a new and beautiful destiny for everyone. Gu Qinghuan, what happened to me this time? How can I prevent it from happening again? System, wait, host, what do you want to do? Gu Qinghuan, since I can move freely, it means it's not an unchangeable fact. Gu Qinghuan, otherwise, even if I were to overlap with Ming Xiaolan, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I just have to watch Ming Xiaolan repeat her past choices, right? Gu Qinghuan, it's just creating new possibilities for her fate. I'm an experienced worker. System was silent for a moment. I submit my application to the world as soon as possible. Gu Qinghuan wasn't expecting the system to cooperate so readily. Curiously, she asked, you won't stop me? System, I will always support the host's every action. Because it knows its host is the strongest. Gu Qinghuan lay down again, feeling at ease. It was still dark outside, and she had no idea what time it was. After making the decision, as her excitement faded, fatigue once again surged from the depths of her brain, and her eyelids grew heavy. Gu Qinghuan closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep again. This time, she didn't dream, but when she woke, she wasn't feeling well, having not gotten enough rest. Wang Jian took her forehead temperature. You don't have a fever, so why are you so listless? Gu Qinghuan yawned. I didn't sleep well last night. I had some bad dreams. Gu Haiyan asked, do you need to take today off? It might sound a bit over the top, but the closer it got to a critical moment, Gu Haiyan felt the more important it was to prioritize her physical and mental well-being. Gu Qinghuan quickly shook his head. Not really, just a little sleepy. I can just take a nap during morning self-study. Gu Haiyan observed Gu Qinghuan for a moment, making sure she wasn't pushing herself. Then she said, how about this? I take you to school this morning, and you can get some sleep in the car. Gu Qinghuan readily agreed. Okay, I get the earplugs and eye mask. Riding in a car was naturally more relaxing than taking the bus. Gu Qinghuan didn't actually fall asleep completely, but just lying there with her eyes closed for a while was enough to refresh herself. When they got off the bus, Gu Haiyan specifically told Gu Qinghuan to ask for leave from her teacher if she wasn't feeling well, and then call her, who would come and pick her up. After saying goodbye to her mother, Gu Qinghuan patted her cheek to wake herself up before heading to class. At the classroom door, Gu Qinghuan hesitated. Although she had managed to resolve the conflict between Jiang Chu and Qinyu in that dream, she couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable when she thought about how their relationship would be so strained in another world. No, It should be said that Class 3 in another world was vastly different from the current Class 3, to the point that Gu Qinghuan was a little unsure how to face everyone. "Class monitor, why don't you come in?" Xie Xiangqua's voice rang out. She walked over to Gu Qinghuan and curiously pushed the door. "It's not locked." Gu Qinghuan tilted her head to look at her, a smile on her face. "Nothing, I was just thinking." Even when Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu argued, no one dared to speak, but when she did, Xie Xiangqua would still respond and lend her the newspaper. So, the other students were the same. As long as there was a chance, they would become the familiar faces she knew. Chapter 656. As soon as Gu Qinghuan sat down, Jiang Chuchu frowned and poked her on the back. "Qinghuan, aren't you feeling well?" Jiang Chuchu had seen Gu Qinghuan's expression when she approached. Gu Qinghuan turned around, sighed dramatically, and said seriously, "I had a terrible nightmare last night." Tao Xinxing, who had been walking past them on his way to his seat, suddenly hesitated and pretended to chat with Su Xinghe. "Why is the squad leader dreaming again? Could it be about him again?" Tao Xinxing pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. Jiang Chuchu glanced at Tao Xinxing, pretending not to notice he was eavesdropping. She simply asked, "What was your nightmare?" Gu Qinghuan replied, "I dreamed you and Qin Yu were arguing. You smashed your sippy cups. I tried to break up the fight, but you told me to mind my own business." Qin Yu had leaned back since hearing his name, and after hearing Gu Qinghuan's words, he nearly fell over in shock. Jiang Chuchu's eyes widened even further. She pointed her right index finger at her nose in disbelief. "I was mean to you." Qin Yu steadied himself, jumped up, and said, "How could I have the guts to argue with her? How could I have gotten her so angry that she smashed a cup?" Tao Xinxing breathed a sigh of relief. "Great. This nightmare had nothing to do with him. I escaped." Gu Qinghuan feigned discomfort, clutching her chest and sighing. "I mean, don't you think this dream is bizarre and terrifying? That's why I didn't sleep well and felt so tired this morning." "That's outrageous." Jiang Chuchu shook her head. "How could I possibly be so mean to you?" Qin Yu was about to nod when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked at Jiang Chuchu. "You don't deny the first half of this dream, do you?" "It was just a dream, so it's possible I was pissed off at you," Jiang Chuchu said, "but I couldn't possibly have been mean to Qinghuan, even if it was a dream." "Qin Yu, isn't that what they call discriminatory treatment?" Yu Xian interrupted. "Never mind the dream. Qinghuan, if you haven't rested well, why don't you go to the student union to sleep for a while during morning self-study?" "I was originally thinking of sleeping in the classroom during morning self-study, but it's definitely more comfortable there," Gu Qinghuan replied. "Then you can sleep in the office. I talked to the class teacher," Jiang Chuchu said in a tone that left no room for argument. Yu Xian even stood up, ready to escort Gu Qinghuan to the office. Since the two of them were so enthusiastic, Gu Qinghuan didn't refuse. She obediently went to the office with Yu Xian, and under Yu Xian's supervision, she laid down in her own human doghouse. Perhaps it was because the curtains were drawn in the office, making the dim light more comfortable, but Gu Qinghuan fell asleep within minutes of lying down. Yu Xian then quietly stepped back, closed the door, and returned to the classroom. Jiang Chuchu had already told Chen Zilan about Gu Qinghuan's morning self-study break, and Chen Zilan considered it a trivial matter. Not to mention that the person who needed a break was the always reliable Gu Qinghuan. Even without meeting her in person, Chen Zilan readily agreed. Jiang Chuchu's brows were still furrowed. Seeing Yu Xian return, she couldn't help but turn around and ask, "My behavior lately seems normal, right? Don't they say, what you think about during the day, you dream at night?" Since her behavior hadn't changed, why would Gu Qinghuan have such a dream? Yu Xian comforted her, "Don't overthink it. Dreams are always outlandish. Maybe the person in the dream just happened to use your face." Jiang Chuchu pondered for a moment, then decisively said, "Qinghuan must have been under a lot of pressure lately, which is why she had such a bizarre dream. Yesterday's trip to the snack street wasn't enough to relieve her stress. Change it." Yu Xian shook her head. It seemed Chuchu had been deeply devastated by Gu Qinghuan's dream. Gu Qinghuan slept through morning self-study and woke 5 minutes early. He made himself a cup of coffee in the office and finally recovered. "Gu Qinghuan, I don't think at my age I'd be this exhausted after a bad night's sleep, right?" System. Based on the host's mental state scan, our preliminary assessment is that the host suffered excessive mental exertion while in the overlapping worlds. After all, Ming Xiaolan herself was still there. Gu Qinghuan was effectively controlling Ming Xiaolan's body, interfering with the development of the other world. This level of interference only drained Gu Qinghuan's energy, which could be remedied with a good rest. It was already quite a feat. Thanks to Gu Qinghuan completing so many missions, even if she spent all the rewards on the mission targets, she was also blessed by the world and her spirit was quite strong. An ordinary person would have been in a coma for at least several days and nights. Gu Qinghuan took a sip of coffee and asked directly, "Is there any other way to mitigate the impact on me?" Gu Qinghuan took this request for granted. Originally, she only needed to complete the mission for 10 people, and the fact that she had continued until now was simply out of kindness. Moreover, she provided the system with new ideas, indirectly helping it eliminate many of the bugs. Now, she had to create a new destiny for Ming Xiaolin in another world, disrupting the bugs' plans, which was essentially a frontline role. Given her dedication, even if the world couldn't provide her with weapons, surely it should at least provide her with logistical support. The system immediately replied, "When I submitted the report last night, I also included your scan results and emphasized the need to minimize the mental impact. Once the latest response arrives, I should be able to provide appropriate solutions." Gu Qinghuan was pleased. "System, you're truly getting better and better." The system was proud. "Thank you for the compliment, host." With such a host, the system certainly has to keep up. When Gu Qinghuan returned to class, Jiang Chuchu took a good look at her face before nodding. "You look much better this time." "Don't worry too much," Gu Qinghuan smiled. "Next time, I clear my mind before bed and make sure I don't have such outrageous dreams again." Jiang Chuchu's arms erupted in goosebumps at the thought of the dream. She didn't say much, or else, given Gu Qinghuan's personality, she might feel it had affected her. She simply cupped Gu Qinghuan's face and rubbed it. "Rest more important than dreaming. If you're stressed out, tell me in Xinbao." "Got it?" Gu Qinghuan said seriously. "Got it." Jiang Chuchu let go of her hand, then bent down and picked up a paper bag from her feet, handing it to Gu Qinghuan. "Here." Gu Qinghuan took it with a puzzled look, opened it, and saw coffee. Jiang Chuchu said, "I ordered takeout for you. Some coffee might help perk you up." Gu Qinghuan was at a loss for words. She had just finished a cup of coffee in the office. But it was Jiang Chuchu's good intention. She thought for a moment, then, rather than rejecting outright, said simply, "I already had a cup of coffee in the office. How about we split it?" Jiang Chuchu suddenly realized she miscalculated. If it weren't for Gu Qinghuan's expression, which didn't seem forced, she would have regretted it. She simply handed over her cup. "Okay, we split it." Gu Qinghuan divided the coffee into two, then took her own cup and settled into her seat. The warmth wafting from the cup walls, accompanied by the rich aroma of coffee, slowly calmed her. She truly wished Ming Xiaolin in the other world could also know about this thoughtful gesture. Chapter 657. That evening, the system informed Gu Qinghuan of the latest results. After consultation, the management system unanimously agreed that while Ming Xiaolin's mission was an extreme case, considering Gu Qinghuan's wishes and the insect's sinister intentions, they could not choose to ignore it. Thus, based on the monitoring report submitted by the system and leveraging the power of the world, the management system quickly found a way to proactively overlap the worlds. Gu Qinghuan could freely choose the time for the overlap to avoid disrupting her normal life. As for the mental drain, the world also proposed a solution. First, during each overlap, Ming Xiaolin would remain conscious, allowing Gu Qinghuan to observe the developments and thus gather more intelligence. This also reduced the risk of being discovered by the insects. After all, the previous overlap was merely accidental, and the subsequent one would be an active attack. If the insects discovered that Gu Qinghuan, the culprit, had actually entered their territory, they might gather their strength and attempt to harm Gu Qinghuan. This way, Gu Qinghuan could only attack when necessary, significantly reducing mental drain. Secondly, Gu Qinghuan could take action in two ways. One, of course, was a complete replacement, which would appear to others as if Ming Xiaolin had acquired a second personality. This method would cause Ming Xiaolin's consciousness to fall into a deep sleep, oblivious to Gu Qinghuan's presence. Even if she regained consciousness, the system would mitigate any discomfort, making her believe she had truly done it. As for the second method, Gu Qinghuan wouldn't take action herself, but instead would offer Ming Xiaolin advice. Hearing this, Gu Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. "It sounds like I become Ming Xiaolin's system." "System, that's a bit like that. But considering the energy consumption, I recommend the second method." "Gu Qinghuan, I prefer the second method too." Yesterday, there was no other way. She had become Ming Xiaolin and could only act on her behalf. While it didn't violate the system's mission requirements, after Gu Qinghuan left, would Ming Xiaolin still be able to handle the next argument? It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. Gu Qinghuan had practiced this saying many times with everyone in Class 3. As long as he could talk to Ming Xiaolin, For Gu Qinghuan, it was no different from completing a normal mission. Gu Qinghuan, that way, the mental drain would be minimized. System, yes. At the same time, the world will grant you, the host, a temporary protective program. If the worms really want to harm you, it will resist for a while, ensuring your safe departure. System, however, this will prevent you from returning to that world, as the worms will surely be prepared to ambush you. After all, Gu Qinghuan wasn't a real system, and couldn't embed a complete defense program like a system. Even achieving this was a significant achievement. She was already quite satisfied with the measures provided by the world, but after a moment's thought, she asked, how many worlds do I want to visit? System, only one. Gu Qinghuan. So, besides the world I'm in, Ming Xiaolan could potentially have other destinies, and all the other worlds were destroyed during her rebirth. System, the word destroyed isn't accurate. Currently, the insect has staked everything on Ming Xiaolan's mission, investing a vast amount of energy into it, causing Ming Xiaolan to regenerate countless times. However, Ming Xiaolan's purpose in rebirth was to save others. Her choice not only interfered with her own fate, but also with the fate of her classmates. Under these circumstances, the fates of everyone in Class 3 were forcibly intertwined. Gu Qinghuan had already completed the mission for 20 people, which meant that in that world, apart from Ming Xiaolan, the other 20 members of Class 3 would not face the most hopeless fate. Gu Qinghuan, I understand. Since no one except Ming Xiaolan wants to be reborn, then Ming Xiaolan's rebirth has lost its foundation. Gu Qinghuan's eyes lit up. Isn't this reversing cause and effect? Ming Xiaolan chose to be reborn because everyone's fate was too hopeless, and she wanted to save them. The truth is, thanks to Gu Qinghuan's intervention, everyone no longer fell into despair, thus eliminating the reason for Ming Xiaolan's rebirth. System, yes, this is a miracle created by the host. It was precisely because Gu Qinghuan, from the beginning, had always insisted on not giving up on anyone, even earlier, using his reward to bring everyone a final dream, that a glimmer of hope was created for Ming Xiaolan. System, as long as the host can create a brand new destiny for Ming Xiaolan in that world, her rebirth will be deemed invalid due to the inverted cause and effect. At that point, Ming Xiaolan's fate will return to normal, and all the possibilities stolen by the worm will be returned to her. Gu Qinghuan felt relieved. She had originally thought she would travel to Ming Xiaolan's remaining worlds and bring new life to each one. Now that she knew she only had to complete the tasks for one world, the workload was greatly reduced. More importantly, she loved this strategy of turning defeat into victory. Gu Qinghuan was filled with energy. Then without further ado, let's begin tonight. With her drive, the system naturally had to cooperate. Then after the host falls asleep tonight, I will send the host to that world. If you wish to return, simply call me in your mind. System. Also, it is recommended that the host's stay in that world should not exceed 8 hours at a time. Time flows at the same rate during the overlapping worlds. This reminder was truly necessary. Gu Qinghuan didn't want to be rushed to the hospital by her parents because she slept too long and couldn't be woken. She then remembered something. Come to think of it, Ming Xiaolan in that world has memories of rebirth, right? The system replied in the affirmative. Not only that, she also remembers every failure. Gu Qinghuan stroked her chin. Ming Xiaolan must be very wary. She had to find a way to make her accept her system. That being said, there was still some time before bedtime, and she had to finish her homework first. Perhaps it was because she was so excited about tonight's action, or perhaps it was because she had drunk a cup and a half of coffee today, but Gu Qinghuan was full of energy while doing her homework. Even the time she spent was about a quarter less than usual. Gu Qinghuan lay down on the bed, not at all sleepy. She said to the system, if I hadn't performed the world overlap tonight, I probably wouldn't have been able to sleep. System, actually, I have a return to source function that can help you, the host, sleep well. If it hadn't mentioned it, Gu Qinghuan almost forgot about it, but she quickly realized something. Then why didn't you use it last night? If I remember correctly, the recovery effect of return to source affects not only the body, but also the mind, right? System, sorry, host, I forgot. The system wanted to slap itself twice. It was so busy writing the report last night that it completely forgot that its advanced permissions allowed it to run the return to source function in a fragmented manner. It had actually hindered its host due to its own negligence. It was unworthy of being Gu Qinghuan's system. Gu Qinghuan graciously forgave it. After all, it was only tired this morning, so it quickly adjusted itself. Gu Qinghuan, don't forget next time. System, understood. The system gritted its teeth and immediately set the return to source function to a passive trigger, ensuring that Gu Qinghuan would never again be affected by mental exhaustion. Chapter 658. With the system's assistance, this overlapping of worlds felt much more natural to Gu Qinghuan. Last night, she drifted off into another world, Ming Xiaolan's, unaware of anything. Her memories, affected by Ming Xiaolan's influence, were very hazy. This time, however, was different. After falling asleep, her consciousness first entered the system's space, which she had visited many times before. A door, seemingly standing in the air, appeared in this space, with a 60-second countdown displayed on it. Gu Qinghuan stood in front of the door, waiting for the countdown to end, while speaking to the system. If I can share Ming Xiaolan's consciousness, can I know what she's thinking? System, that's a bit difficult. Even a genuine system can only determine the host's emotional changes through mental monitoring, but it can't reveal the details. So, it was even more impossible for Gu Qinghuan, this fake system, to know Ming Xiaolan's thoughts. Gu Qinghuan felt a little disappointed, but she didn't expect too much. If it were really that simple, they could just assign a system to provide psychological counseling to Ming Xiaolan. Why would they need her? The countdown quickly ended, the door opened, and Gu Qinghuan walked in. A white light shone before her eyes, surprisingly not blinding. When the white light faded, what appeared before her was a notebook. Perhaps because she was possessing Ming Xiaolan and seeing everything from a first-person perspective, Gu Qinghuan felt a little dazed and thought she was seeing her own notebook. In her notebook, she recorded everyone's information and mission progress. For each completed mission, she would draw a simple star symbol after the person's name. As for the content, it was much more casual. After all, this kind of material is written down as it comes to mind. Sprinkled among them were Gu Qinghuan's analyses, plans, and evaluations, which at first glance might have mistaken it for an evaluation manual. However, Gu Qinghuan quickly regained her sense of self, realizing that this wasn't her notebook, but Ming Xiaolan's. The pages had become folded and warped from frequent flipping, and the writing on the paper had gradually gone from neat to messy. Lines of text, recording various experiences, were marked with large crosses in black pen, and the word failure was glaringly written behind them in red. Gu Qinghuan remained silent, only hearing Ming Xiaolan mutter to herself, "What should I do? What should I do?" The voice, filled with confusion and helplessness, sounded like someone curled up in a dark pool. Even if they tried to swim to the surface, they would be entangled in the water plants under their feet, trapped in the mud, unable to move. The tip of the gel pen in her right hand had already poked black dots across the paper, some so hard they nearly pierced through. Gu Qinghuan struggled to decipher the words on the page. This particular page contained Jiang Chuchu's information. At the top was a record of Jiang Chuchu's fate as known to Ming Xiaolan, though the details didn't align with the most despairing fate Gu Qinghuan had known. Judging from the time span, it only lasted until shortly after high school graduation. In this future, Jiang Chuchu failed the college entrance exam, while Ning Siki did very well. She followed Ning Siki to the same city and, with family donations, was admitted to another local private university. She also worked as Ning Siki's nanny. Gu Qinghuan felt a bit irritated by what she saw, so she quickly skipped over it and read on. From Ming Xiaolan's records, she felt her classmates' fate shouldn't be this way, that they could all have a better future, and so she believed the insect's deception and chose rebirth, hoping to change their future through her own efforts. This realization only made Gu Qinghuan feel even more depressed. She had been led to Mingda by a system-imposed mission, and she knew everyone faced the most hopeless fate. Ming Xiaolan, however, was different. As Mingda's class monitor, she noticed that everyone in her class was constantly facing various misfortunes. Even if their situations weren't completely hopeless, she wanted to help them. Before accepting rebirth, Ming Xiaolan had tried various things, but they weren't satisfactory, and sometimes she even used the wrong methods. That's why she felt that rebirth could solve her problems. If one path wasn't right, she'd take the next one. If that still didn't work, she'd find a third one. With this simple thought in mind, she made various attempts. However, there are no right answers in life. Every choice is neither right nor wrong. Mistakes aren't terrible. After all, the lessons learned from them can become nutrients for success next time. Just like now, Gu Qinghuan doesn't think Ming Xiaolan was wrong. It's clearly the bug that bewitched Ming Xiaolan who was at fault. At the end of Jiang Chuchu's file, new content has been added, specifically related to Gu Qinghuan's behavior yesterday. I was so tired that I fell asleep in class during lunch break. After being woken up, I don't know if it was because I wasn't thinking clearly, but I actually lectured Jiang Chuchu. I thought she'd fly into a rage, but unexpectedly, she stopped arguing with Qinyu. Today, Jiang Chuchu actually brought a hair remover and removed the floor tiles herself. She also told me that next time we argue, She tried not to disturb others. The rest of the text records Ming Xiaolan's thoughts, unconnected and composed mostly of jumbled words. However, Gu Qinghuan could roughly guess that this incident had given Ming Xiaolan some inspiration. She was considering whether she could adopt a more assertive approach towards Jiang Chuchu. Seeing this, Gu Qinghuan felt like shaking her head. Ming Xiaolan's interpersonal skills really needed some guidance. She had indeed been rather assertive yesterday, but not towards Jiang Chuchu, but towards Qin Yu. The reason she was so assertive towards Qin Yu was because he had shown signs of adding fuel to the fire, so she had to immediately object and make her position clear. What Jiang Chuchu actually needed was empathy with others. Her life was carefree and blissful, so she sometimes seemed naive. Just like in Gu Qinghuan's world, Jiang Chuchu had often been frustrated by her own misspoken words that had touched Yu Xian's wounds. Gu Qinghuan silently cleaned up the broken glass, demonstrating to Jiang Chuchu that her act of smashing the cup required someone unrelated to the situation to clean up after her. Jiang Chuchu would naturally realize her mistake. In fact, Jiang Chuchu had been about to say something before Gu Qinghuan even offered the hair remover. Her good friend was definitely not one to refuse to repent. Gu Qinghuan took a deep breath. To prevent Ming Xiaolan from straying further, she decided to make a show. Ming Xiaolan closed her notebook and looked up at the ceiling, feeling somewhat exhausted. She was truly exhausted after so many rebirths. More importantly, she had clearly avoided her past mistakes, so why was the situation only getting worse? She didn't understand, truly didn't understand. How could she ensure a happy future for her classmates? She let out a long breath and was about to return to bed to rest when a vibrant female voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Hello. I'm Happiness Assistant number 022. I detected that you need help. Do you accept it? Chapter 659. Honestly, the name Happiness Assistant sounds suspicious. Also, why number 022? It seems so random. After so many rebirths, Ming Xiaolan surprisingly accepted this sudden appearance of Happiness Assistant number 022 quite easily. Or rather, she felt a sense of relief. Could she really save everyone on her own? Was there really a path to happiness for everyone? This uncertainty gradually morphed into an ever-present anxiety and despair, one that even Ming Xiaolan herself was unaware of. It wasn't until this moment, upon discovering she had acquired a new hack, that Ming Xiaolan's mood improved. Gu Qinghuan conscientiously played the role of the system, repeating her words. Hello. I'm the Happiness Assistant. This time, before she could finish her words, Ming Xiaolan hurriedly said, Okay, no need to say anything, I heard you. Gu Qinghuan, thank you for your cooperation. Just a friendly reminder, you can communicate with me through your mind. No need to actually speak. Ming Xiaolan immediately tried to communicate with Gu Qinghuan in her mind. Is it like this? Gu Qinghuan, yes. You did a great job. Such straightforward praise made Ming Xiaolan want to smile. But as soon as her lips curled up, her nose suddenly felt sore. How long had it been since she heard such praise? Every time she was reborn, she always heard the same words. Squad leader, didn't you say this would be enough? Squad leader, why isn't it working? Squad leader, do you have any solution? The mere thought of these words dampened Ming Xiaolan's newly formed anticipation. Her face tightened as she asked, You said you helped me? How? Gu Qinghuan, this little assistant will provide you with a situational analysis, ensuring you understand the unfolding situation and guiding you in making the appropriate choices. Ming Xiaolan was still waiting for Gu Qinghuan to continue, but all she heard was, Do you need me to repeat that? Ming Xiaolan's eyes widened. That's it? That's all? Gu Qinghuan, yes. Do you have any questions? Ming Xiaolan gestured, trying to express her confusion. Don't you have a more specific function? For example, tell me what will happen next, what the consequences of a certain choice will be. Gu Qinghuan, no, everything I do is based on your actions. The future is in your hands. You are the master of your life. This sentence struck a resounding thunderbolt through Ming Xiaolan's somewhat fuzzy mind. She was the master of her life. Ming Xiaolan stared at her hands in a daze. That's right, she couldn't just passively wait for the things she knew would happen. For example, she knew Fan Xiren's father would faint at home, so she shouldn't constantly urge him to come home and check on him. Given Fan Xiren's relationship with his father, the more she urged him, the more resentful he would become. He would stubbornly refuse to go home, further straining his relationship with his father. Even if she couldn't tell him about the future, she could try to push some similar news to Fan Xiren, so that out of concern, he would return home and check on his father's health. Gu Qinghuan said nothing, quietly waiting for Ming Xiaolan to come to her senses. Ming Xiaolan's thoughts were understandable. The advantage of a reborn person lies in foresight. If they acted in advance, they would worry about a butterfly effect, causing all their previous intelligence to be lost. Ming Xiaolan didn't dare gamble, especially as she became more and more reborn. The more she feared failure, the more she hesitated to give up the advantage of foresight. Gu Qingwan reminded her, "Do you need my help?" Although she could simply tell Ming Xiaolan that she was there to help her system, without asking for her consent, Gu Qingwan felt it was necessary. Only by making Ming Xiaolan realize that she had the right to choose would she make more attempts. At the same time, she also had to understand that she couldn't plan others' lives. Everyone in Class 3 could make their own choices. Ming Xiaolan, waking from a dream, said solemnly, "I need your help." Although the offer from number 022 seemed a bit unreliable based on the content of the offer, Ming Xiaolan wanted to give it a try. Gu Qingwan immediately said cheerfully, "Thank you for choosing 022. We're at your service." Gu Qingwan, 022's working hours are 8 hours a day. Please note, for a high school senior, finding 8 hours of sleep was already quite a feat. Perhaps because she already been intimidated by 022's capabilities, Ming Xiaolan wasn't surprised at all to learn that it had a limited working time. Ming Xiaolan immediately said, "I need your help analyzing the situation." She recounted the argument between Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu, and the results of her accidental response, and asked expectantly, "What do you think I should do?" Gu Qingwan marveled at the system's excellent performance, convincing Ming Xiaolan that she had actually done it herself, while earnestly guiding her. "Why do you think Jiang Chuchu followed your instructions?" Gu Qingwan had already considered these issues while reviewing her notes, so the process was easy. But Ming Xiaolan saw her ease as something else entirely. Ming Xiaolan's eyes lit up as she listened. She had assumed Happy Assistant was just a name. After all, its function sounded vague and illusory. She hadn't expected his analysis to be so coherent, as if number 022 had actually met Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu in person. No, it was as if number 022 had spent considerable time with them, and knew their personalities, like the back of his hand. Of course, Ming Xiaolan was just speculating. After all, such a bizarre entity as Happy Assistant might have some special tricks she wasn't aware of. Ming Xiaolan pulled out a new notebook and began scribbling away, even more diligently than she'd been taking notes in class. Luckily, Gu Qingwan was conscious now, otherwise she'd be talking until her mouth was dry. Gu Qingwan, what are you going to do now? Ming Xiaolan, I misunderstood earlier. I can't be too forceful with Jiang Chuchu. I need to take concrete actions to make her understand her problem. Gu Qingwan was delighted to see the young man teachable. Have you thought about how to do this specifically? Ming Xiaolan glanced at her notes, hesitant again. She didn't dare. Her previous failures had left her lacking confidence. She feared her proposed measures would be ridiculed and questioned by number 022. Ming Xiaolan, I've been failing. Maybe my approach is wrong. Gu Qingwan, it's okay. Just ask. I analyze each one and refine it until you find the best option for you. Gu Qingwan, I'm here for you. At that moment, Ming Xiaolan's heart seemed to be infused with unparalleled courage. Someone was supporting her. Since that was the case, she could continue to strive. Chapter 660. Time flows at the same rate in both worlds, yet the times they exist in are different. It was already nighttime in Gu Qingwan's world, while Ming Xiaolan had just finished her morning classes. She hadn't even eaten lunch before rushing to the school library to record the changes in Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu. Upon learning this, if Gu Qingwan hadn't been incorporeal, she would have jumped up. How could you skip lunch? Ming Xiaolan said weakly, I brought bread. Gu Qingwan flatly objected, no. Bread isn't enough. We need all 7 nutrients. Not a single one can be missing. Seeing Ming Xiaolan wasn't taking it seriously, Gu Qingwan adopted a gentle, persuasive tone. You want to save all the students in this class. To do that, you must always maintain a clear mind and a healthy body, right? Ming Xiaolan nodded. After nodding, Gu Qingwan pressed on. Besides, if someone can't even take care of themselves and yet says they want to help you, do you think they're trustworthy? Hearing the latter part, Ming Xiaolan's heart suddenly soared. That makes sense. She immediately packed her things and headed for the cafeteria. I'm going to have a hearty lunch. Gu Qingwan was relieved, and her tone brightened. It doesn't have to be a hearty lunch. If you haven't eaten properly recently, suddenly eating a lot of meat or fish, or eating too much, can actually be bad for your stomach. Ming Xiaolan nodded as she listened, feeling that number 022 really valued food. Because she lost time going to the library, the cafeteria was already empty by the time Ming Xiaolan arrived. The remaining dishes by the window didn't appeal to Ming Xiaolan. So, she went straight to the second floor of the cafeteria and prepared to order a set meal. Ming Xiaolan was still hesitating about what to order, but Gu Qinghuan quickly offered suggestions based on the menu. If you want something light, this pastoral set C is suitable. If you want something heartier, choose the seafood set A. Ming Xiaolan took one look and saw that both sets featured her favorites. You know my preferences? Gu Qinghuan, of course, I'm your happiness assistant after all. Her tone was so I'm awesome, right? That Ming Xiaolan couldn't help but curl her lips. Gu Qinghuan knew Ming Xiaolan's preferences. She hadn't been classmates for 3 years in vain. As for whether being so direct might arouse Ming Xiaolan's suspicion, Gu Qinghuan wasn't worried. After all, from Ming Xiaolan's perspective, she never imagined Gu Qinghuan would be her classmate in another world. Besides, she was now a system, a being beyond comprehension, so it wasn't surprising that she had some special abilities. Ming Xiaolan ultimately ordered the pastoral set C. While waiting for it to arrive, she peppered Gu Qinghuan with questions. Gu Qinghuan's motto was tell everything you know, and say it without reservation. Whenever Ming Xiaolan asked, she would answer based on her knowledge. Of course, when it came to matters involving her classmates' privacy, or matters she wasn't sure would happen in this world, Gu Qinghuan wouldn't say a word. Just like the original system, she couldn't reveal the future, which could potentially influence Ming Xiaolan's choices. All she had to do was teach Ming Xiaolan how to interact with her classmates, and how to utilize the current situation. During lunch, Ming Xiaolan had no time to ask any more questions, and Gu Qinghuan could rest for a bit. However, with the delicious set meal right before her, she could only see it, unable to taste a single bite. Gu Qinghuan felt this was a bit cruel. Limited by Ming Xiaolan's perspective, Gu Qinghuan could only close her eyes and pretend she hadn't seen anything. After lunch, Ming Xiaolan felt a sense of contentment after a long time. How long had it been since she had eaten properly? She was always busy thinking about what would happen next, racking her brain to recall her experiences before rebirth, connecting the dots, trying to find a glimmer of hope. But in the end, she accomplished nothing and even harmed herself. Ming Xiaolan resolved to eat well from this lunch onward. While saving everyone was important, as number 022 had said, only by living a good life could she act effectively. She didn't go to the library again, but prepared to return to the classroom for a quick nap. On her way back from the cafeteria, Gu Qinghuan saw the student union building. Judging from Ming Xiaolan's uniform, she is still in her first year of high school, meaning her rebirth hasn't been long in coming. This means that Xia He is still the current student union president. Gu Qinghuan felt a mix of emotions. She heard the system talk about Xia He's fate. If he couldn't change Xia He's mind, would he, in this world, also commit suicide? Even if Ming Xiaolan approached Xia He from a patronage perspective, gaining her support would be a good thing, right? However, if she approached Xia He with such a strong purpose, wouldn't she be seen through and completely disregarded? Gu Qinghuan thought, and soon came up with a brilliant idea. However, that would have to wait until she returned to her old world. For now, Xia He's problem was out of the question. Ming Xiaolan quickly returned to the classroom. Bao Qingsong, who was buried in a book at the door, instinctively looked up when he heard the door open. Seeing Ming Xiaolan, he was a little surprised. "Class monitor, you're back quite early today." Ming Xiaolan hummed a little. Usually, she would rush from the library to the classroom only after the bell rang, always arriving on time. Not only Bao Qingsong, but other students also noticed her arrival. Several of them briefly greeted her, and went back to their own business. Ming Xiaolan returned to her seat, still a little dazed. "I didn't expect someone to greet me." She usually came back late, and everyone else was already seated and ready for class, so of course, they wouldn't greet her. Even on ordinary days, when she returned to the classroom from outside, few would notice her. Gu Qinghuan, there will be more and more in the future. Her tone was filled with confidence, as if she had witnessed such a scene firsthand. Ming Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh, and her mood eased. A few people would be nice. After all, as class monitor, I don't even have a presence. Gu Qinghuan, do you want to be class monitor? This question made Ming Xiaolan ponder for a while, and after a while, she replied, "To be honest, I don't want to be class monitor. I want to be the student welfare committee member." Gu Qinghuan's tone softened. "If you become the student welfare committee member, you will definitely be the most dedicated and responsible one." Ming Xiaolan scratched her cheek. Number 022 was good in every way, except that she always felt embarrassed. She quickly skipped the subject and continued, "But I'm the class monitor now, so that's good too." It was precisely because she was the class monitor that she could use her position to care about everyone's situation and help them. She will continue to be the monitor of Class 3, and sooner or later, she will save everyone from suffering. Chapter 661. Today's 8-hour overlap went smoothly. Gu Qinghwan was thankful that, with so many rebirth experiences under her belt, Ming Xiaolan immediately brought Xie Xiangxue along, preventing her from coming into contact with Yan Zhengqing. Although Ming Xiaolan's experience suggested Xie Xiangxue would later become entangled in the conflict between Lin Xiaoxue and Yan Zhengqing, at least she was safe for a short period. As the 8 hours neared their end, Gu Qinghwan announced, "Happy Assistant has completed 8 hours of work today. I'm leaving." Although Ming Xiaolan felt a little reluctant, she knew that number 022 had taught her so much today that she hadn't had time to absorb it all. Even if she tried to persuade number 022 to stay, she wouldn't have learned much. However, she was a little curious. "Where are you going back to?" "Gu Qinghwan, back to my friends." "Just think of it as leaving get off work." Her words made Ming Xiaolan somewhat impressed with number 022. It turns out that for number 022, helping her was like working. She could actually approach her work with such a positive attitude and do so well. It was truly remarkable. My relative's older sister had already been working for 3 years. Every time Ming Xiaolan saw her, she looked drained of energy and looked much older. It was clear how daunting working was. Ming Xiaolan immediately stopped talking to number 022, then hurried back. Gu Qinghwan said readily, "Okay, see you tomorrow." Ming Xiaolan was stunned. After so many rebirths, she was actually a little afraid of tomorrow. She didn't know what would happen tomorrow, whether she would fail again. But 022 said, "See you tomorrow." Ming Xiaolan suddenly felt that the word tomorrow was filled with hope. She smiled, "See you tomorrow." After saying hello, Gu Qinghwan mentally summoned the system. The next second, the familiar white light flashed before her eyes, and she was immediately back in the system's space. The system hurriedly asked, "Host, how are you feeling? Has the overlapping worlds affected you in any other way?" Gu Qinghwan confirmed her condition. "I'm fine, don't worry." The scan results did show that Gu Qinghwan was normal, but the system could only feel completely at ease with a positive response from Gu Qinghwan. This had been 8 hours of overlapping worlds. The host had been working so hard. System, "Host, do you want to return to the source for a short period of time? If you return like this, you might remain awake and not feel like you're asleep." This made sense to Gu Qinghwan, so she simply returned to the source. The return to source effect was truly remarkable. Although only 5 minutes had passed, Gu Qinghwan felt like she had had a good night's sleep. When she woke up, she was incredibly energetic. As she got up, she exclaimed, "I feel like I earned something." System, "What earned something?" Gu Qinghwan, 8 more hours a day than everyone else. System, "Others would just think they work 8 more hours a day." Never mind, it's a good thing its host has such a positive mindset. Today was Saturday, but Gu Qinghwan never missed a meal, so of course she had to get up for breakfast. Besides, back over there, Ming Xiaolan had just been craving lunch. Yawning, Wang Jian left the bedroom and saw Gu Qinghwan busying around in the kitchen, bringing out a hand-pulled pancake. To be more precise, it was 2 hand-pulled pancake wrappers, one on top and one on the bottom, to keep the fillings from spilling out. Fried egg, lettuce, pork floss, bacon, and even a packet of turkey noodles. Wang Jian was amazed. Such a sumptuous meal so early in the morning? Gu Qinghwan cleared her throat. "Dear Dad, do you want to join us?" Wang Jian looked at her. "If you can't finish it, don't be so cheesy." Since her father was willing to share it with her, Gu Qinghwan cut the hand-pulled pancake in half and gave it to Wang Jian. Wang Jian had a meeting this morning, so he had gotten up so early. Gu Haiyan didn't have to work overtime and was still asleep. He asked, "Are you going out today?" On normal weekends, even if Gu Qinghwan got up for breakfast, she wouldn't change out of her pajamas. Gu Qinghwan nodded. "I'm going to ask a friend something." Wang Jian said, "Oh, are you coming home for lunch?" Gu Qinghwan pondered. "Probably not. He'd probably treat me to dinner." "Okay, I take your mom out after the meeting, and you can take care of yourself," Wang Jian said immediately. Gu Qinghwan, "Dad just wants to spend some time with Mom, right?" After breakfast, Wang Jian took over the washing up, then went to the meeting. Gu Qinghwan sent a message. "This may be sudden, but are you free today?" Xia Suirong was quite free today. Or rather, after Xia, he officially took over the Xia family business. He'd been quite free every day since he retired from the front lines. So, old Master Xia channeled all his untapped energy into Xia He. Today he takes Xia He to a play, tomorrow he take her to a calligraphy exhibition, and the day after tomorrow he go on a cruise. Xia He shied away from all this. Rather than having fun, he was more focused on expanding the Xia family's business. He wasn't aiming for a monopoly, but he was concerned about Jiang Chu Chu, the nimble Uxian, and other areas. Let's just keep going. Regardless of Gu Qinghuan's connections, he was determined to maintain his position. However, thanks to the 19th birthday party, Xia He and Xia Suerong's relationship had indeed improved considerably. For example, now that Xia He had moved back into the old Xia family residence, no matter how busy she was, she could still see Xia Suerong a few times a day. Today, Xia Suerong wanted to take Xia He to see the flowers again, and he waited outside Xia He's door early in the morning. Xia He opened the door, half asleep, and upon seeing Xia Suerong, he almost reflexively closed it. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "What are you doing?" Xia Suerong said with full energy. "Come on, let's go enjoy the flowers." Without waiting for Xia He to refuse, he added, "Even if you don't need to rest, Xiao Bai should too." If Bai Hanzhan were here, upon hearing this, he would probably hug Xia Suerong and call him grandpa. Xia He put her hand down, pondering how to refuse, when her phone suddenly vibrated in her pocket. He took out his phone, glanced at it, then looked at Xia Suerong and said slowly, "I'm not going to the company." Before Xia Suerong could get too cocky, Xia He added, "But I won't be going to see the flowers either, because a major client has a last-minute appointment." Xia Suerong, leaning on his cane, banged the floor loudly. "Who could possibly be our major client? Besides, meeting today, and making an appointment now? That's totally rude. You're the one who said she's impolite." "I tell her when we meet later," Xia He said calmly. Xia Suerong suddenly had a bad feeling and, when Xia He wasn't paying attention, snatched his phone away. Of course, Xia He had let him take it on purpose. Seeing the words Gu Qinghuan clearly on the screen, Xia Suerong turned and yelled, "If you dare say that, I break your legs." Xia He watched Xia Suerong brandish his cane, and felt that the old man was truly getting stronger with age. Chapter 662. Standing at the entrance to the Xia family mansion, Gu Qinghuan felt a little uneasy. When she sent the message, she felt that given Xia He's close relationship with her, even if Xia He couldn't make time today, she should be able to make an appointment tomorrow. So, she wasn't worried about whether or not she could meet Xia He, it was just a matter of time. However, she hadn't expected that after Xia He replied okay, she would arrange a car to pick her up and take her directly to the Xia family mansion. After getting out of the car, Gu Qinghuan immediately spotted Xia Suerong standing at the entrance. She quickly ran up the steps. "Good morning, Grandpa. Have you had breakfast?" Xia Suerong was pleased. Look at the little girl. She knew how to greet him when they met. And then look at his grandson, who was always trying to avoid him. "I have. How about you?" Xia Suerong said cheerfully. Breakfast was a hand-pulled pancake with lots of fillings. Gu Qinghuan replied loudly. "I shared it with my dad." Xia Suerong fell into deep thought. If he and Xia He had shared breakfast. No, although he desperately wanted to cultivate a good relationship with his grandson, not to mention the certainty of rejection, the mere thought of Xia He doing something like that made Xia Suerong feel a little sick. "I can tell from your expression that you're thinking something illogical." Xia He's voice rang out. Gu Qinghuan turned around, about to greet Xia He, but paused. She walked over to Xia He, circled him twice, and asked with a bitter face, "How much taller have you grown?" Xia He remained calm. "Not even 1.80 meters yet." "How much less?" Gu Qinghuan decided to give herself a quick death. 0.3 centimeters, Xia He replied. Gu Qinghuan rolled her eyes, a rare occurrence. With that little difference, including the soles of her shoes, she must have been 1.8 meters tall. She decided to give up on the little thing of height, and turned to help Xia Suerong into the house. "Grandpa, let's not stand here anymore. Let's sit down and talk." Although Gu Qinghuan had come primarily to see Xia He, Xia Suerong was so proactive, and she had just learned that he had given her special privileges in the Xia family's assets, so she couldn't just abandon him. The three of them sat together and chatted for a while, mostly Gu Qinghuan and Xia Suerong, with Xia He only occasionally joining in. After all, Xia Suerong was the previous head of the Xia family, so he naturally understood that Gu Qinghuan had come so unexpectedly because he needed Xia He's help. When the conversation was almost over, Xia Suerong excused himself to go to the study to look at some newly gifted calligraphy and paintings and left. Xia He had the servant change the tea. After the servant left, she slowly said, "Tell me, what's the rush?" Gu Qinghuan said confidently, "Do you have something absolutely unknown?" You won't silence me even if I tell you. Xiaohe's hands nearly dropped the teacup. He put it down, his face filled with confusion. What are you going to do? Gu Qinghuan said innocently, nothing. I just thought if I really had no other options, I could threaten you and get some benefits. Xiaohe raised an eyebrow and put the teacup down. Given Gu Qinghuan's abilities, he didn't think she would be in a situation where she was really at her wit's end. Secondly, he had indeed been known for his reckless nature before, but how could the word silencing even apply to him now? The words threat and benefit are also quite interesting. Ever since she learned his true identity, Gu Qinghuan never hesitated when she needed help. Since Xiaohe was capable, all she had to do was ask. As for whether or not she was willing to help, Xiaohe would make her own judgment, and Gu Qinghuan wouldn't blame him for refusing. As a backer, why would Xiaohe need Gu Qinghuan's threats to act? If Jiang Chuchu knew, she'd probably laugh at him, saying, if you can't do it, then don't do it. The word benefit is even more unreasonable. At least as far as Xiaohe knows, all the requests Gu Qinghuan has made so far, even for the office water bar, have ultimately benefited more than just her. Xiaohe leaned back in her chair, resting her hands on the armrests. She tapped her right index finger a few times, looking at Gu Qinghuan thoughtfully. Gu Qinghuan said nothing, simply meeting Xiaohe's gaze calmly. Xiaohe suddenly asked, is it inconvenient to just say it? No, there's no need to say it, Gu Qinghuan said flatly. No need equates to not needing to know, and even knowing it wouldn't be of any use. Gu Qinghuan wanted to exploit a secret he knew absolutely nothing about, to profit from him. After all this, he didn't even need him, the person involved, to know, even if Gu Qinghuan shared the secret with someone else, asking them to come to him for help. Since he only shared it with Gu Qinghuan, he immediately knew that the person was someone Gu Qinghuan could trust. With Gu Qinghuan's guarantee, how could he? Wait a minute. Xiaohe paused, tapping the armrest. A sheep, he said suddenly. Just remember this. Sheep? How many did you say? Gu Qinghuan was bewildered. Sheep. Xiaohe repeated patiently, as soon as I hear that, I help you. He didn't emphasize any of the words, but Gu Qinghuan was sure he guessed it. I got it. Gu Qinghuan nodded emphatically. Not only will you help me, I help you too. You already helped me plenty. Xiaohe picked up her teacup again. Anything else? Gu Qinghuan shook her head, and Xiaohe smiled. Now that we're done with business, why don't we talk about something else, like what we're having for lunch? I think you'd be very interested in that. Gu Qinghuan truly lit up at the mention of this. The chefs at the Xia family mansion were even more skilled than those at Yunjin Tower. The chefs who served Xia Suerong were truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Furthermore, the housekeeper explained that the Miss Gu they were hosting today was someone Xia he had moved back to the old house for, and Xia Suerong had waited twice for her. The chefs pulled out all the stops. Of course, for the chefs, seeing the empty plates returned was a peak of accomplishment. Gu Qinghuan ate with Indy, Grandpa. It's wonderful to have such delicious food every day. Xia Suerong was so delighted that he even ate a little more at lunch. If Xia he hadn't been so exaggerated, he would have asked the housekeeper to arrange for Gu Qinghuan's meals to be delivered daily. Watching Gu Qinghuan get into the car and leave, and the hand that had been waving goodbye from the window only to retract after a while, Xia Suerong felt a pang of reluctance. He squinted at Xiaohe and sighed deliberately. Alas, the happy fruit is gone again. I don't know when he'd be back next time. Why don't I have a grandchild like him? Xiaohe remained indifferent, saying simply, what are your plans for this afternoon? What? Xia Suerong was momentarily stunned. I'm not working overtime today anyway, so I might as well go play with you for a while, Xiaohe said. What do you mean by play with me? Xia Suerong was a little displeased. Xiaohe had already made her own decision. Your legs aren't working, so why not go fishing? I be in charge, and you be the one cheering me on. Xia Suerong immediately shouted, who are you looking down on? He angrily called over the housekeeper, and went to prepare the fishing tackle bag. Xiaohe followed slowly behind. Gu Qinghuan was right. Teasing the elderly was actually quite entertaining. Chapter 663. Having evidence against Xiaohe, Gu Qinghuan was incredibly motivated during the world overlap that evening. Even Ming Xiaolan sensed number 022's high energy. Did anything good happen today? Gu Qinghuan. Yes, something quite good. Infected by number 022's enthusiasm, Ming Xiaolan also smiled. What was it? However, Gu Qinghuan's response froze Ming Xiaolan's smile. I obtained very useful information that can help you gain the cooperation of the current student union president. Along with the words current student union president, the word Xia, he appeared in his mind. They were large and bold, not even black, but red. In his previous rebirths, Ming Xiaolan had certainly tried to gain Xia He's support. Even the information he gathered, even if fragmented, could be pieced together to reveal the depth of Xia He's background. The problem was, it was uncontrollable. To put it bluntly, that person is a mad dog. Trying to rely on his power is like putting a collar on a mad dog, it will only bite you to pieces. Ming Xiaolan's best effort was simply leveraging Xia He's power to bring down the Yin family. However, Xia He soon vanished without a trace, completely disrupting her plans. Ming Xiaolan reluctantly said, "Is there no other way besides him?" Gu Qinghuan knew from her tone that in her previous rebirth, Ming Xiaolan must have suffered greatly because of Xia He. But this also means that she also tried to leverage the student union, right? Gu Qinghuan, do you think the student union's power is useful? Ming Xiaolan, very useful. Besides, if we can establish a good relationship with the discipline department, it will be much easier to investigate the school surveillance footage or promptly deal with students who violate school rules. But precisely because she tried, Ming Xiaolan knew just how difficult it was. Gu Qinghuan, are you afraid of failure or of difficulty? This question made Ming Xiaolan clench her fists. No, she wasn't afraid of either failure or difficulty. The prerequisite for rebirth was death. During her many rebirths, there was a period where she was too eager, and once she realized her failure, she would commit suicide to restart. She tried this method many times and solved many problems. But problems kept popping up one after another, and even those she had finally solved would reappear due to the impact of new problems. She was simply numb. Knowing that a certain choice would lead to a hopeless outcome no matter how hard she tried, it was better not to make that choice. Just like now, knowing Xia He was unreliable, she didn't want to ask Xia He for help. Gu Qinghuan, trust me, let's try again together, okay? Ming Xiaolan wanted to say, number 022's tone really sounded like coaxing a child. Yet, she was so cautious, like seeing glass on the verge of shattering, yet she still held it with both hands to preserve its shape. The warmth of her hands alone couldn't melt the glass and refire it into a perfect state, right? Thinking so, Ming Xiaolan still said, okay. She trusted her little helper of happiness, and was willing to try again. At noon, Ming Xiaolan stealthily arrived outside the student union building. Drawing on her experience from her rebirth, she knew Xia He would pretend to be a bullied student, lingering outside the student union building, trying to trick the righteous students. She'd been tricked before, and after her next rebirth, she'd seen through Xia He's disguise, but it hadn't been much of an effect. At best, Xia He thought she had good eyesight. Just as she was about to find Xia He, Gu Qinghuan had already given her the gate password. Password 5555, charge. Ming Xiaolan hesitated. Was it really a good idea to just go there? She wasn't surprised that number 022 knew the password. After all, number 022 had said they obtained the application information, and the password should be among them. She took a gamble. At worst, she could just start over. Ming Xiaolan went straight to the president's office, knocked on the door, and after entering, she said to Bai Han, I need something from President Xia. Bai Han's expression was subtle. It had been a long time since he'd seen someone so reckless and, courageous. But he was happy to call Xia He over. Given Xia He's personality, she'd be interested in a frontal attack. A few minutes later, Xia He arrived at the office. Gu Qinghuan, what should I do? I feel like laughing. Having just seen Xia He, who was almost 5 feet 8 inches, and then facing Xia He, who was only 5 feet 5 inches, it was hard not to burst out laughing. Xia He leaned back on the sofa, not even pretending, you're quite brave. What do you want to do? Ming Xiaolan tensed up and said, following the instructions given by 022, I have something to tell you. You'd definitely be willing to help me after hearing it, but this is for you and only you. Xia He raised her eyebrows slightly and winked at Bai Han, who then walked out of the office and closed the door. Ming Xiaolan took a deep breath and said, with a fearless attitude, a sheep. It was completely baffling. 022 even said she had no idea what this meant, so Ming Xiaolan could only treat it as a magic spell. The question is, judging by Xia He's expression, does this magic spell actually work? Xia He's expression shifted, finally transforming into a bright, obedient smile. Okay, I understand. Just do whatever you want. I help you. Ming Xiaolan asked cautiously, you help me with anything, no matter what? You won't get bored midway and abandon me, will you? Xia He raised an eyebrow. You sound very familiar with me. Can I know where you got your experience? Xia He's drawn-out accent on the word experience sent a shiver down Ming Xiaolan's spine, and he quickly excused himself and fled. Standing by the office window, watching Ming Xiaolan leave, he said nothing. One night, while hiding from assassination abroad, the fake father, who was watching over him, hid him in a sheep pen to distract the enemy. He warned he not to speak and avoid being seen, but within half an hour of his departure, someone came looking for him. He hid among the sheep, holding his breath and trying to keep quiet. However, the fear of being discovered at any moment made his heart beat so loud it threatened to pierce his heart. To calm himself, he counted sheep. Concentrating all his attention on counting, he even forgot his fear and numbly added to the number. It wasn't until the sunlight filtered through the cracks in the wood, bringing tears to his eyes, that he realized the sun had risen. It took him nearly 6 hours to count 100 sheep. That day's sun witnessed his survival. For He, 100 sheep meant survival. Rebirth? Time travel? Parallel world? He muttered to himself, never mind, it makes no difference. Only He knew this. If it wasn't him, then it must have been another He. For He to reveal this, it seemed the person behind Ming Xiaolan had truly kept He alive and earned the highest trust. Just treat it as the last game before death. After all, he is also very curious. Chapter 664. Back in class, Ming Xiaolan still felt a bit apprehensive. He's support was a double-edged sword, potentially vulnerable at any moment. In contrast, number 022 was much more proactive. Great. I can now help everyone with peace of mind. Gu Qinghuan's focus remained on the students in Class 3. Seeking He's help was crucial to avoiding external interference. For example, with He protecting the Yin and Wei families, there was no need to worry about these clowns. Ming Xiaolan thought about it, and it made sense. Now that she had He's promise, she could focus on handling her classmates' problems. This thought gave Ming Xiaolan a sudden surge of confidence. She pulled out her notebook and began sorting out the issues she needed He to address, preparing to boldly approach him again tomorrow to explain everything she needed his help with. Gu Qinghuan remained silent, quietly watching Ming Xiaolan as she worked. Ming Xiaolan had faced the same problems she had faced before, and had considered various solutions. Gu Qinghuan felt that some methods were superior to hers. Because Ming Xiaolan lacked Gu Qinghuan's interpersonal connections, and could only rely on herself in most situations, she was able to maximize her personal strength. It was only because everyone's fate was intertwined and influenced by each other, coupled with external factors, that Ming Xiaolan faced repeated failure. She thought she could change everyone's fate by changing their options, but she didn't realize that if she couldn't fundamentally change everyone's thinking, new problems would sooner or later arise. Gu Qinghuan's current plan was to first create a stable environment for Ming Xiaolan, and then work with her to resolve each issue one by one. Just from the way her classmates treated Ming Xiaolan today, Gu Qinghuan could tell that even in her absence, Ming Xiaolan had followed her advice, and worked hard to build good relationships with everyone. A single lunch break wasn't enough for Ming Xiaolan to finish her work. She was about to continue during the first afternoon class, when Gu Qinghuan quickly stopped her. Just focus on your classes. There's no need to rush. Ming Xiaolan hesitated and said, but after so many rebirths, I already memorized the high school curriculum. Even if I don't attend classes, my studies won't be a problem. Gu Qinghuan wanted to ask about the teacher's attitudes, but changed her mind, considering Ming Xiaolan's attitude. Her obsession is saving everyone, so has she ever considered that if the teachers and the school were more considerate of the students, perhaps she would feel more at ease? In that case, let's focus on the students first. Gu Qinghuan. But, if the class monitor does other things during class, wouldn't that be a bad influence on the students? Ming Xiaolan was stunned by her words. She quickly put away her notebook and prepared her supplies for class. You're right. As the class monitor, I have to lead by example. For people like Su Xinghe and Fan Ziren, while studying isn't the only solution, at least when they encounter problems, they can shift their focus to studying. Only in this way can they take a long-term view and not be overwhelmed by their current situation. If Ming Xiaolan isn't serious about her work, then when she has to persuade them, they think, I'm just like that, so why should I criticize them? Ming Xiaolan said sincerely, thank you for the reminder, number 022. I'd be more careful with my words and actions from now on. That being said, after attending so many classes, Ming Xiaolan can practically recite everything the teacher said. Whether she attended or not really doesn't matter much. Gu Qinghuan wasn't such a rigid person. Ming Xiaolan's recognition of the attitude issue was enough. Let's discuss the next steps. Gu Qinghuan, who do you plan to target first? Ming Xiaolan pondered for a moment, The most recent incident was the death of Qin Yu's brother. If we could prevent this, Qin Yu wouldn't at least be driven to self-destruction by the excessive pressure. Ming Xiaolin. Then, there's the first monthly exam. Yu Xian is accused of cheating by her brother. We need to manage class public opinion to prevent criticism of Yu Xian. Ming Xiaolin. Then, there's the death of Jiang Chuchu's mother. Reminding her to take her mother for a checkup has a very high chance of preventing cancer. She counted off 3 in a row, making Gu Qinghuan want to hold her head in her hands. Over 2 years later, she almost forgot how busy her freshman year of high school had been. Although she had unintentionally resolved many of the problems back then, looking back, it was truly heart-wrenching. Ming Xiaolin had successfully prevented these events in her past rebirths, and she wasn't particularly nervous when she spoke about them now. Gu Qinghuan then asked Ming Xiaolin about her specific plans, and she answered carefully. Gu Qinghuan had only one thought after hearing this. It's a good idea, but the problem is that it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Ming Xiaolin's proposed approach was essentially from the perspective of a protector. She stood in front of her classmates, shielding them from all the storms, believing that this way they could avoid a hopeless fate. But the true choice lies with each student in Class 3. She reminded him, I told you before that you are the one who controls your own life. Ming Xiaolin was confused as to why number 022 suddenly brought this up. Yes, what's wrong? Gu Qinghuan, your classmates are also the ones who control their own lives. She spoke tactfully, but Ming Xiaolin immediately understood her meaning and paused. Even though it was a conscious thought, Ming Xiaolin's words sounded bitter. Am I too arrogant? Number 022 had given her the choice, and she was moved by it. But only now did she realize that her own salvation had also deprived her classmates of theirs. Gu Qinghuan, you're not arrogant, you're kind. Having once served as arrogant, Gu Qinghuan fully understood Ming Xiaolin's feelings. Because she knew her classmates' futures and believed in her own ability, she wanted to bring them happiness. Gu Qinghuan, however, if used incorrectly, kindness will only burden you. Ming Xiaolin immediately thought of her own rebirths. If it weren't for number 022's arrival, she might have been crushed by countless failures by now. Gu Qinghuan didn't let her think any further, and quickly said, so from now on, let's change our approach. Gu Qinghuan, just as I offer you advice, you should also try to guide your classmates, rather than making decisions for them. Ming Xiaolin nodded heavily. I understand. Surprisingly, this new direction of thinking didn't leave Ming Xiaolin feeling overwhelmed. Perhaps because number 022 had previously helped her analyze each student's personality and psychology, Ming Xiaolin found that guiding them wasn't difficult. Qin Yu didn't dislike Qin Min, he was simply going through a sensitive period, and the voices around him made it difficult for him to face Qin Min directly. Does Yu Xian really need to care about other people's criticism? Is the Yu family's environment really worth Yu Xian's attachment? Jiang Chuchu's smooth life wasn't a bad thing, but facing crisis also requires a strong and stable heart. Ming Xiaolin quietly clenched her fists, as if this was the only way to express her inner excitement. She saw a new path, and this time she would definitely bring happiness to everyone. Chapter 665. Qin Yu stroked his chin and whispered to Jiang Chuchu during lunch. Do you think the class monitor's attitude has been strange lately? Qin Yu asked quietly. Jiang Chuchu glanced at him. What's strange about Qinghuan? Qin Yu was speechless. Do you have to be so exaggerated with your bestie filter? I'm serious. Jiang Chuchu finally thought about it. Qin Yu looked at her expectantly, and finally got Jiang Chuchu's reply. I still think she's quite normal. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. I'm too lazy to tell you. I just ask. After that, he turned to Gu Qinghuan and asked, Class monitor, why are you always looking at us one by one lately? Gu Qinghuan was about to take a bite of the braised scallion pork chop when he heard her say, firmly grasping the chop and returning it to his plate. Then he said, What do you mean looking at us one by one? Qin Yu replied, From what I observed, Class monitor has been picking one lucky student from time to time lately. Not only did he observe all day, but he also chatted for half a day, asking about past events. He looked at Gu Qinghuan worriedly. Reminiscing about the past is for the elderly. You're still young, squad leader, so there's no need to rush. Jiang Chuchu raised her arm and elbowed Qin Yu directly. Gu Qinghuan should be thankful she put the chopsticks down. Otherwise, Qin Yu's words would have made her laugh so hard she couldn't hold her chopsticks steady, causing the chopsticks to fall onto the plate, splattering sauce everywhere. How could she explain this? Lately, every night, she'd been busy helping Ming Xiaolin in another world manage interpersonal relationships. Ming Xiaolin was naturally intelligent and brilliant, quick to grasp things. When she mentioned guiding everyone earlier, Ming Xiaolin had quickly changed his course of action. While Gu Qinghuan was more skilled in interpersonal communication, Ming Xiaolin was superior when it came to processing and applying intelligence. After all, she had been reborn so many times, her experience alone was far superior. To better coordinate with Ming Xiaolin, Gu Qinghuan had sought out her own bastards to gather all sorts of information. Unexpectedly, it was Qin Yu who first noticed her little trick. Gu Qinghuan said seriously, "I'm not reminiscing about the past. I'm trying to adjust everyone's mindset before the college entrance exam." Qin Yu looked at her suspiciously, and Gu Qinghuan continued, "Although we basically decided on our future paths, after the college entrance exam, we'd be separated, right?" Jiang Chuchu's expression was immediately reluctant, yet also somewhat helpless. In real life, there weren't many opportunities to go to the same university as a friend, let alone if your scores were similar. Applying to the same university and major would only make you competitors. As for applying for different majors, even within the same college, students might be assigned to different dormitories, and even more so, different courses. In this situation, two people who were once close can gradually become estranged due to mismatched schedules. The feeling of loss caused by making a promise, but failing to keep it is completely different from knowing it couldn't happen from the beginning. Everyone in Class 3 has their own ideals and interests. According to the class leader's preliminary research, not a single student shared a major. At most, Yao Shaili and Su Xinghe planned to apply to the same university, with a strong liberal arts program. Jiang Chuchu truly didn't want to part with Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian, but their future was theirs to decide, and no matter how close their relationship was, it wasn't a reason to interfere. So, during this time, she'd been secretly comforting herself, hoping to accept reality sooner rather than later. Now that Gu Qinghuan had pointed this out, Jiang Chuchu felt a little sad. Yu Xian continued, her tone calm and resolute, "We will indeed separate after the college entrance exam and go to different universities, but we will always be best friends." Of course, Gu Qinghuan arched her brows. "I like Chuchu and Xinbao the most." Qin Yu coughed loudly, feeling a bit redundant at the table. Jiang Chuchu was a little touched, but she didn't want to burst into tears first, so she quickly adjusted her mindset. "So, your method for adjusting everyone's mindset is to ask about their past. To be more precise, it's to get everyone to recall their immature selves," Gu Qinghuan said. This wasn't an excuse. She had seriously considered this when helping Ming Xiaolin in another world. Her existence had changed her classmates' futures, and Ming Xiaolin was working towards that goal. However, the ones who truly changed the future were her classmates themselves. "Chuchu, you're gradually taking over the family business. Xinbao, you're trying to seize the Yu family. Qin Yu and brother Qin also have a good relationship." Gu Qinghuan said, "I can't imagine what you were like in the beginning." Qin Yu immediately jumped up and down. "Forget it. Forget it now. Why remember that dark history?" Jiang Chuchu said calmly, "How can it be called dark history? That was the starting point of your growth." Qin Yu said with a bitter face, "President Jiang, please stop teasing me." Gu Qinghuan continued with a smile. "Anyway, if you can become what you are now, then you will definitely be even better in the future, right?" The other three people at the table were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "That's right," Yu Xian nodded. "Not only do I want to seize the Yu family, I want them to be forced to rely on me for survival." Yu Jinxin had practically resigned himself to his fate. He'd just deal with Yu Winli and Chui wanting later. Jiang Chuchu even shouted, "I'm going to teach Xia He a lesson." Qin Yu muttered, "I don't really have any plans. I finished college first. Maybe you find your life's purpose in college?" Jiang Chuchu patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said earnestly, "I'm counting on you." Qin Yu's mouth twitched. Why did he feel like Jiang Chuchu was trying to get him a part-time job? So, it's the same for the other students. I'm just helping everyone reflect on the past. Knowing how much you changed will naturally give you more confidence in the future. Gu Qinghuan spread his hands. Qin Yu smacked his lips. You make sense. You've been working so hard. Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian exchanged glances. Wouldn't it be easier to hold a themed class meeting than to talk to everyone individually? However, Gu Qinghuan must have her reasons for doing this. They just needed to cooperate. So, to our diligent monitor, Jiang Chuchu raised her glass. Cheers! Gu Qinghuan, feeling both amused and helpless, could only follow Qin Yu and Yu Xian in raising their glasses. Cheers! A few drops of drink spilled from the clash of glasses, leaving dark stains on her sleeves. Ming Xiaolin hastily set her glass down and wiped it with a tissue, but it didn't do much, and instead made her feel a little upset. The culprit who had just startled her was now hovering beside her, jokingly saying, looks like you did a good job this time. Having received so much guidance from number 022 recently, Ming Xiaolan could already discern the deeper meaning behind his words. It didn't actually believe she could successfully achieve her goal, which was why it was surprised by this change. Ming Xiaolan clutched the tissue tightly. I have no plans to be reborn yet. What are you doing here? A dark, blurry figure swayed in the air. I just came to check on you. Without waiting for Ming Xiaolan to relax, it casually asked, what made you think of changing your original approach? Did anyone give you this advice? Chapter 666. When she first met the Phantom, Ming Xiaolan still held onto a shimmer of naivete, believing herself to be the chosen protagonist. She wanted to save her classmates, and this wish reached the Phantom, bringing about the miracle of rebirth. If she so desired, she could return to the past again and again to prevent her classmates from falling into despair. Ming Xiaolan was ecstatic, believing she could, like the protagonists in rebirth stories, seize the initiative through rebirth and save her classmates from danger. But reality soon dealt her a resounding slap in the face. The students in Class 3 faced a variety of problems, involving people and events far beyond her imagination. She was just an ordinary student, and even though she had a modest family background, she was nothing compared to classmates like Jiang Chuchu. Thus, Ming Xiaolan embarked on a never-ending journey of rebirth, painstakingly gathering clues and intelligence with each rebirth. There were times when she felt resentment at herself for being so overly kind, for acting impulsively when she knew she lacked the strength to fulfill this great wish. However, after witnessing her classmates' despair, this resentment ultimately turned into a harsh demand on herself. She couldn't ignore it, nor did she want to. Even if the chances of everyone achieving happiness were slim, she still wanted to take the gamble. If it weren't for number 022's appearance, Ming Xiaolan suspected her obsession would have grown into something twisted. So much so that now, looking at the Phantom, she felt a faint nausea. The Phantom had told her that its incorporeal form was to avoid being discovered by the world. Rebirth, a miracle that defies the laws of time, would bring severe punishment if discovered by the world. However, it could not bear to see the fate the world had assigned to people. Why could others enjoy happy and fulfilling lives while Ming Xiaolan's classmates were plunged into despair? It felt this was unfair, so it decided to help Ming Xiaolan, giving her a chance at rebirth. At that time, Ming Xiaolan was deeply moved. She joined the Phantom in cursing the unfairness of fate, and gladly accepted the Phantom's help. However, after witnessing number 022's help, Ming Xiaolan clearly realized that the Phantom had no good intentions. It seemed to generously grant miraculous power, but it had not, like number 022, properly guided Ming Xiaolan in using it. Now, the Phantom's question made Ming Xiaolan even more vigilant. Previously, the Phantom had been indifferent to her behavior, appearing only at the end of her life, when she was about to be reborn. But why did the Phantom appear so early, so soon after my first year of high school? Or had it been secretly observing Ming Xiaolan's situation and noticed that she wasn't trapped like usual, so it couldn't help but rush out? Or perhaps it had noticed something from Ming Xiaolan's changes and wanted to gather information? Ming Xiaolan tossed the tissue into the trash can and said coldly, if I don't change my ways, how many times will I have to be reborn before I can truly save everyone? The Phantom swayed, seemingly imitating a human shrug. However, without a human body, it looked strange and eerie. The Phantom, I'm just curious. You made so much progress, after all. It would be difficult for you to achieve this on your own. It knew Ming Xiaolan clenched her fingers. It knew she couldn't save everyone on her own. So, what was the purpose of the miracle of rebirth it had given her? What was the Phantom thinking as she struggled through repeated rebirths? Her nails pinched her palms, causing a dull pain. Ming Xiaolan warned herself not to reveal too much emotion, maintaining a calm exterior. Ming Xiaolan, it's nothing. I just found a solution, gained Xia He's help, and received a lot of his guidance. It wasn't a lie. Xia He had so many things to clear up, and Ming Xiaolan had been making frequent trips to the president's office recently. Most of the time, Xia He considered these issues too trivial for him to handle, so he passed them on to Bai Han's Han. However, occasionally, Xia He would personally explain things to pass the time out of boredom. For Ming Xiaolan, this was a valuable experience. Moreover, Ming Xiaolan had noticed before that whenever Xia He was involved, the Phantom would avoid her. Sure enough, this time was no exception. At the sound of Xia He's name, the Phantom trembled twice, like a dry branch rustling in the wind, and quickly took 2 steps back. Phantom, why is it related to Xia He again? Didn't you say that guy was particularly difficult to deal with? It said this, and Ming Xiaolan recalled something. Before, she hadn't actually been that averse to approaching Xiaohe. Although the guy was indeed difficult to deal with, he was also very generous in offering benefits. When did she start avoiding Xiaohe? It seemed like it was the time she, with Xiaohe's help, finally brought down the Yin family. Afterward, Xiaohe vanished without a trace, disrupting her subsequent plans. At that time, although she felt some resentment towards Xiaohe, she also cared about what happened to him. Since she empathized with her classmates, she naturally cared about the people who helped her. So why didn't she ask about Xiaohe's situation later? Why did she become disappointed with him and give up on seeking his help? Because the Phantom had said to her when she was reborn, "If you hadn't asked Xiaohe for help, perhaps you could have succeeded." This sentence was like a shackle, constraining Ming Xiaolan's thinking and equating Xiaohe with failure. So, after that, Ming Xiaolan subconsciously ignored Xiaohe's existence, wanting nothing to do with him anymore. A cold sweat broke out on Ming Xiaolan's back. The more she thought about the Phantom, the more problems she had with it. But at this moment, it was even more impossible to turn against it. She still didn't know what the Phantom was up to. If it had sensed 022's presence and intended to harm him, that would be dangerous. Ming Xiaolan feigned calmness and said, "Being difficult is one thing, being useful is another. Since I want to save everyone, I use any method I can." The Phantom remained silent. After all, this statement was very Ming Xiaolan-esque and quite normal. It chatted with Ming Xiaolan for a few more words. At first, it seemed concerned about whether she had saved her classmates, but in reality, the question was quite perfunctory. After that, the Phantom vanished from Ming Xiaolan's sight, as if it had never existed. Ming Xiaolan waited cautiously for a long moment, confirming the Phantom's departure before she breathed a sigh of relief. She released her hand and looked down, only to see 4 deep red marks on her palm from her fingernails. Wow! This time, the voice echoing in her mind was clearly filled with worry. "Gu Qinghuan, what's wrong with your hand? Is it okay?" Ming Xiaolan quickly lowered her hand and rubbed it against her clothes, as if that would remove the red mark. "Ming Xiaolan, it's okay, nothing. I just wasn't paying attention and clenched my fist too tightly." Just hearing such caring words was enough to make Ming Xiaolan determined. No matter what the Phantom did, she would protect number 022. Chapter 667. With Gu Qinghuan's keen eyesight, it wasn't difficult to detect Ming Xiaolan's uneasiness. Especially since she just arrived today and noticed red marks on her palms from pinching them. It was incredibly unusual. But she didn't seem to want to talk, so Gu Qinghuan didn't want to press the issue. She figured it was better to focus on her own affairs first. As usual, Gu Qinghuan first asked Ming Xiaolan about her previous handling of the situation. Although she spent 8 hours here daily, Ming Xiaolan's hours were not fixed, sometimes missing several days, or even longer. According to the system, this was because the world Ming Xiaolan was currently in was extremely unstable. If Gu Qinghuan could overturn Ming Xiaolan's rebirth, all the energy devoured by the insects would be returned to Ming Xiaolan. As a result, Ming Xiaolan's fate would return to its original state, and she would have more possibilities. To use a somewhat inappropriate analogy, this world is like a bag of dried wood-ear mushrooms. It may appear small, but when soaked in water, it expands several times its original size. Ming Xiaolan's current actions were essentially adding water to the dried wood-ear mushrooms. While the system was overlapping worlds, simply delivering Gu Qinghuan to Ming Xiaolan accurately was a significant challenge. Due to the expansion of the worlds, ensuring the same transit time each time was even more impossible. The system was quite nervous at the time, but it was still unclear how to explain this to Ming Xiaolan. Gu Qinghuan, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. She told Ming Xiaolan, "While I was away, I was helping others like you." Ming Xiaolan replied almost immediately, "Okay, keep working hard on your other tasks as well." System, eh? It didn't seem to be a problem. However, after each overlap, Gu Qinghuan would check in with Ming Xiaolan to check in on her progress. Ming Xiaolan answered carefully. She had a brilliant mind, but she had previously been stuck in a misconception, and the bug's interference had only deepened it. Now, with Gu Qinghuan's help, once she figured something out, she could immediately apply it to other situations. Gu Qinghuan felt that in some areas, Ming Xiaolan handled things better than she did. She praised him sincerely, "You're really getting better." Ming Xiaolan smiled sheepishly, "Without your help, I definitely wouldn't be able to do these things." Today, there were relatively few things to deal with, and since it was the weekend, Ming Xiaolan didn't rush home after finishing her work. She planned to do some shopping on the way. Gu Qinghuan, through Ming Xiaolan's perspective, also strolled the streets, muttering as she looked, "It seems like I haven't had barbecue in ages. Maybe we should go some next time." Ming Xiaolan was curious. Can you eat barbecue? Gu Qinghuan, of course I can. I can also eat hot pot, pickled fish, Maokai pasta, pizza. Ming Xiaolan glanced around. The shop Gu Qinghuan had just mentioned was on the street she was passing. She cleared her throat. So you're human? Gu Qinghuan feigned surprise and asked, don't I look human? Ming Xiaolan quickly shook her head. I'm not saying you're not human. It's just that in the novels I read, beings like you are systems, not real people. Ming Xiaolan, so, I thought you were like that, too. Gu Qinghuan, yes, there are systems like that, but I'm a real person who has to go to get off work. This idea sounded a little cute, and Ming Xiaolan couldn't help but curl her lips. But the thought of the phantom made her heart sink again. She tentatively asked, is your job official? I mean, is there anyone trying to sabotage your work? Although the question was vague, Gu Qinghuan immediately understood what Ming Xiaolan was talking about. Gu Qinghuan, yes, because I helped so many people, those who want to see us destroyed are trying to find me and kill me. Her tone sounded cheerful, but it made Ming Xiaolan's heart clench. Ming Xiaolan said anxiously, don't come to me again. It's dangerous. It's already noticed something and might. Gu Qinghuan, a rare example of interrupting her, said firmly, I won't leave. I told you from the beginning, I'm here for you. Ming Xiaolan was speechless, and Gu Qinghuan softened her tone. Did those guys come looking for you? Ming Xiaolan, I don't know if it's the ones you're talking about. She found a public bench by the roadside and sat down, watching the people passing by. She slowly recounted her experience of encountering a phantom and being reborn with its power. Gu Qinghuan simply listened quietly. When Ming Xiaolan ran out of things to add, she told her, the phantoms you encountered are the ones I was talking about. Gu Qinghuan, to me, they are destroyers called worms. Based on Gu Qinghuan's description, Ming Xiaolan learned the truth hidden beneath the veneer of miracles. The worms appear when people are in despair, tempting them through various means to choose rebirth. However, in making this choice, their future is devoured. Ming Xiaolan's hands trembled uncontrollably, and she instantly thought of herself. If what 022 said was true, then, after so many rebirths, what would her future hold? Before panic overwhelmed her, she heard 022's voice, as reassuring as ever, don't be afraid. Your future won't be one of despair. Ming Xiaolan clenched her fists tightly, forcing herself to calm down. Yes, now that she knew the truth and had avoided the insect's temptations, she would definitely avoid that fate. She loosened her grip, raised her head, and her expression grew resolute. What should I do? Gu Qinghuan, just follow your own will and continue to do what you want to do. Ming Xiaolan's wish was to change everyone's hopeless fate. It was for this reason that she chose to be reborn again and again, driven by her obsession. So, if her wish were fulfilled, she wouldn't need to be reborn. Combined with Gu Qinghuan's influence, this spell of rebirth would be broken, and she would return to the starting point of her destiny. However, the world won't disappear, and its influence won't fade away. The despair of the past will eventually find a new way to continue. As for the bug, since it's targeting Gu Qinghuan, even if Ming Xiaolan gives a negative answer, as long as it notices the changes in the world, the bug will surely reappear. Gu Qinghuan doesn't mind getting involved, but she won't put herself in real danger. She has cherished family and friends, and she looks forward to her future. Everything she does is to return to an ordinary and happy daily life. Gu Qinghuan, when I return today, I report the bug's appearance to the meeting and come up with a solution as soon as possible. Her words calmed Ming Xiaolan's anxiety. Don't worry. As long as I choose to be reborn, the bug will reappear. There's always a chance to catch it. Comparatively, Ming Xiaolan is more worried that if they act hastily, the bug will harm number 022. Gu Qinghuan corrected. No, dealing with the bug is important, but you are important too. Gu Qinghuan, I won't let it ruin your future. So, this must be the last time. You don't have to choose rebirth again, nor do you have to bear everyone's fate alone. Ming Xiaolan paused, then smiled brightly. Okay, I understand. A new, secret wish arose in her heart. If only I could become friends with number 022. Chapter 668. Upon learning that the insects had arrived at Ming Xiaolan's location, even without a human body, the system experienced a tingling sensation. System, in that world line, Ming Xiaolan's fate is only one left. Why are you still guarding her? Are you planning to devour her final fate? Gu Qinghuan, unaware of the system's unusual agitation, resorted to comforting it. Perhaps the insects are lurking around to kill me. System, host, you're usually quite articulate. Speaking like this now won't offer any comfort. It will only make the system even more worried. Previously, The system was only worried about Gu Qinghuan being discovered by the insects and attacked. If the insects had intended to lure Gu Qinghuan over, the danger would be completely different. Seeing the system react like this, Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but reflect on his own attitude. It seemed he had truly frightened the system. She straightened her attitude and said seriously, "If I report this, can I get any special assistance?" The system allocated some of its computing power and swiftly began writing the report, continuing its conversation with Gu Qinghuan. System: if the worms are truly targeting the host, then the management system will certainly not sit idly by. Completing 20 missions in 3 years, triggering a revolution in the way missions are completed, extending the possibility of fate, and the system's also using this opportunity to eliminate a large number of worms. These are all Gu Qinghuan's achievements. If they can't even protect such a talented person, then the system should stop working. They will sooner or later lose to the worms. Gu Qinghuan, you said before that I can't carry a program to protect against worms. So, can we use this opportunity to research other methods? The system carefully calculated and said regretfully, impossible. I can carry such a program because our system is actually independent of the world. System: the worms are the same way, so the system and the worms can attack each other. But you, the host, are different. You are within the world. Even if you could carry it, it would be of no use for defense. Gu Qinghuan tried to understand. Isn't it similar to how 2 dimensions can't interfere with 3 dimensions? System: yes, but conversely, 3 dimensions can interfere with 2 dimensions. It's like a bird drawn on a piece of paper. No matter how sharp its beak is, it can't peck at someone outside the paper. However, a human could easily erase the bird pattern, or even tear the paper to pieces. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but touch her nose. Sounds like the bugs are quite powerful. She then asked, although I can't eliminate the bugs, what if I call the system over? System: any system equipped with a defense program can actually request support from the world to eliminate the bugs. We just have to make sure the bugs don't escape. The first time it encountered the bugs, it didn't have a defense program, so it ran away. The 2 times with Bao Qingsong and Ji Tianshao, it was fully prepared and successfully notified the world to eliminate the bugs. The only reason it was able to eliminate the bugs in those 2 instances was because the system foiled the bugs' plots, and Ji Tianshao even successfully deceived them. The 2 bugs, enraged, didn't flee, but instead sought revenge on the system or to seize Ji Tianxiu's soul. The system concealed information related to the future and briefly described the circumstances of those 2 encounters to Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan pondered. It sounds like the insect's mood swings are quite dramatic, huh? When Gu Qinghuan had previously suspected that the insect was using Ming Xiaolin's fate to provoke him, he had already felt that the insect possessed a strong sense of malice. However, the insect seemed to have absolutely no faith in human kindness. Otherwise, how could he have believed that it could use Ming Xiaolin's fate to sow discord between Gu Qinghuan and the system? System: the insect devours a despairing fate, so it's only natural that it harbors more malice. It's like a poison dart frog. After consuming food containing toxins, it becomes toxic itself. However, the poison dart frog's toxicity doesn't harm the frog itself, but the insect is different. It is affected by despair. At first glance, the bugs might seem more human, but in reality, they're merely imitating malicious intent, madly and recklessly. That's why we can't let the bugs succeed, or the entire world will be severely damaged. Gu Qinghuan: so, can I exploit the bugs' personalities? For example, could I provoke them, make them chase me, and then lure them into a trap? After saying this, Gu Qinghuan quickly added, but I can't let anything get into trouble. The system was pleased that the host was so self-disciplined. It found Gu Qinghuan's suggestion feasible, and quickly increased its computing power to incorporate it into the report. That was all Gu Qinghuan could think of for now. After explaining it to the system, she went back to rest. With the college entrance exam approaching, she dared not relax at all. The daily routine of a high school senior was busy and dull, practice exercises and exams. Gu Qinghuan, overwhelmed with homework, simply put down her pen and rested on the table. When Yu Xian passed by her seat, seeing her eyes wide open, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Close your eyes for a break." "I can't," Gu Qinghuan said, tilting her head back, her chin resting on the table. "I'm thinking about something." "What is it?" Yu Xian was curious. It didn't sound like it was related to studying. "How do you piss someone off the most?" Gu Qinghuan asked. Yu Xian was silent for a few seconds. "What are you going to do? No one's messing with you lately, have they?" "Gu Qinghuan, you make it sound like I'm the villain boss." Xin Yu pricked up his ears. "What? Are you still going to start a group with the college entrance exam so close?" Who's so blind? Gu Qinghuan quickly stopped her. No one's here. I'm just thinking about something else to change my mind. Qin Yu understood her words perfectly. When doing exercises, it's easy to let your mind wander. Even questions you just come up with on the spur of the moment are more interesting than just doing them. He immediately agreed, saying, just bring up what they hate the most. Jiang Chuchu also joined in the fun, shaking her head immediately. That's too basic. If they already hate something, they'd be prepared, right? It won't provoke them enough. Yu Xian suggested, what if it's something they want but can't get? Obsession sounds better. Jiang Chuchu rubbed her chin. If it's obtained by the person they hate the most, it'd be even more infuriating. Sure enough, let's combine them. Gu Qinghuan tilted his head and lay down again. First, let others keep bringing up the things they hate, constantly accumulating their resentment. When we're in a head-on confrontation, then attack their identity and mock their lack of strength. Then emphasize my excellence, provoke them, and make them realize that as long as I'm around, they always lose. Remember to provide various examples to prove that their actions are in vain. The other three looked at each other in bewilderment. Someone had truly provoked Gu Qinghuan. Chapter 669. Seeing the report submitted by Gu Qinghuan's system, the management systems rarely felt the urge to turn a blind eye. While Gu Qinghuan had indeed been quite helpful, he had recently increased the workload for the management systems. To mention other things, the daily overlap of worlds alone required computing power from several management systems to support Gu Qinghuan's system's observations. Only in this way could Gu Qinghuan be able to travel smoothly between the two worlds. Seeing the new report, the management system's first reaction was, I wonder what kind of work this would bring. Despite this thought, they still had to do their job, processing these reports. The management system resignedly opened the report, its parallel consciousness allowing all management systems to simultaneously view the report's contents. After a brief silence, the management system simultaneously let out a cry of shock. What is the worm planning? How much energy is left in that world? We must not let the worm succeed. Exploiting the worm's personality to set a trap for it. Is it inappropriate to use the host as bait? For a moment, the space occupied by the management systems was as bustling as a school gate just after class. The highest-ranking management system had to step in to put a stop to the commotion. In short, let's first investigate the worm's purpose. I think, given the worm's intelligence, it's more likely that this was a spur-of-the-moment decision than using this mission as bait to lure the host. After all, the worm couldn't have predicted the world overlap. Gu Qinghuan's journey to that world was simply a coincidence. Also, the worm didn't necessarily know that Gu Qinghuan was the one currently influencing Ming Xiaolan. Perhaps it simply sensed the changes in the world, and assumed that his system had chosen a host to fulfill Ming Xiaolan's mission. As soon as it said this, another management system immediately dispatched the command. Secondly, continue to increase the system's computing power, and grant it new permissions. This time, the permissions were much greater. The management system decided to grant Gu Qinghuan's system world transfer and communication permissions. The transfer permission, as the name suggests, allows Gu Qinghuan's system to follow her to another world, effectively giving her a bodyguard. However, as the system had previously stated, there's a high chance of being discovered by the worms, so the specific timing of its use depends on the specific situation. As for the communication permission, it allows the system to directly notify the world to strangle the worms without triggering the defense program. However, this method consumes the system's own energy. If Gu Qinghuan hadn't completed so many tasks, and the system had ample energy, granting this permission would be useless. Also, while this method is quick and decisive, it can't guarantee accuracy. The worms could escape, but using it would consume the system's energy. The other management systems couldn't help but shake their heads as they granted permissions. At first glance, these permissions seem quite useful, but figuring out how and when to use them is a real challenge. They're so restrictive. As for the trap, have it submit a more detailed plan, calculate the success rate, and address any deficiencies. The top management system, after saying this, felt a bit overwhelmed, but it could only console itself with the thought that if this time succeeded, it would provide experience for next time. The management systems resumed their busy schedule, and by the time the system received a response, it was already midday. The system was bewildered upon receiving the new permissions. Although it hadn't yet been upgraded to a management system, these two permissions alone were comparable to some of those in the system, right? Of course, such good news needed to be reported to the host immediately. The system quickly informed Gu Qinghuan of the permissions. As for the plan, it would consult with Gu Qinghuan before making a decision, so it put it on hold for now. Gu Qinghuan had just emerged from the cafeteria, preparing to head to the office for lunch, when she heard this news, and all her sleepiness vanished. Gu Qinghuan, can you go to that world with me? And can you summon lightning to kill the insects? System, the first half is correct, but the second half. Something seems off about that statement. Gu Qinghuan, just tell me, isn't it? System, yes. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment. I think we could do the opposite. Originally, her plan was to enrage the insects, causing them to follow her to her own world. The system would then be waiting, ready to kill them instantly if they bumped into it. Now, Gu Qinghuan felt that with these two permissions, he could directly eliminate the worms in Ming Xiaolan's world. System, although you make it sound simple, the prerequisites are the most troublesome. The system has indeed witnessed the worms become enraged twice, but both times they failed at the last moment. With a huge bait, with energy dangling in front of them, those two worms would lose their minds. This is different. Even if the worms in Ming Xiaolan's world gained energy by devouring the future, their repeated rebirths have consumed it all. For the worms, Ming Xiaolan's remaining fate is solely about sabotaging Gu Qinghuan's mission, and ideally, breaking up Gu Qinghuan with the system. Its goal has been achieved, so no bait can drive it crazy. Gu Qinghuan, yes, there are, even better bait than me. System, what? Gu Qinghuan, of course it's Ming Xiaolan from that world. I be the bait? Ming Xiaolan couldn't believe her ears, and she blurted out the words in surprise. Luckily, no one was around, and her voice wasn't too loud, so no one heard her. After she finished speaking, Ming Xiaolan finally realized what was happening and quickly covered her mouth. Ming Xiaolan was apprehensive. I'm really glad you came up with a solution so quickly, but is it really appropriate for me to be responsible for attracting the insects' firepower? She had been deceived by the insects for so long, and in their eyes, she was probably just a complete clown. Would the bug really take her provocation to heart? Compared to her hesitation, Gu Qinghuan's tone was much more forthright. Of course, it's appropriate. Rather, I think it's best for you to do it. Gu Qinghuan, it's deceived you for so long. Don't you want revenge? This statement moved Ming Xiaolan somewhat. After learning the truth about the bug's rebirth, she was indeed furious. But how could she retaliate against the bug? Just looking at the bug's appearance, she knew it was another being. She couldn't harm it at all. More importantly, she valued number 022's safety more than her own selfish desires. As long as number 022 was safe, as long as her classmates could find happiness, as long as this endless rebirth could end, that was enough. Ming Xiaolan consoled herself with this. Gu Qinghuan received no answer, but Ming Xiaolan's silence was enough for her to realize the problem. Although Ming Xiaolan had regained her confidence in helping others with her help, she remained at a loss when it came to herself. She's always been active for her classmates, but what about herself? Even Ming Xiaolan said earlier that if she could create an opportunity to catch the bug, she could choose to be reborn again. That's not right. Ming Xiaolan still needs to learn one thing: love herself. Chapter 670. The students in Class 3 recently noticed that their monitor had changed. At the beginning of the school year, Ming Xiaolan was very active in the class monitor election. No one had originally been interested in the position, but since Ming Xiaolan herself wanted to be class monitor, they were happy to vote for her. However, after becoming class monitor, Ming Xiaolan became a little too eager. She was deeply concerned about everyone in the class, even to the point of being bossy in the eyes of some classmates. While it was clear that Ming Xiaolan had good intentions, since everyone was still relatively unfamiliar with her, some resistance was inevitable. Of course, some classmates had avoided or gotten out of trouble with Ming Xiaolan's help, so her popularity wasn't entirely unfavorable. At some point, Ming Xiaolan suddenly changed her approach. She was no longer so eager, and would carefully understand the situation, rather than simply thrusting her ideas and suggestions at others. This change was a boon for the students in Class 3. Those who had initially resisted her were now willing to accept her advice. Ming Xiaolan's reputation within the class grew, and the teachers gained more trust in her, believing her to be a suitable class monitor. Ming Xiaolan, it was so difficult. I'm truly grateful for your help, number 022. Having successfully navigated several challenging phases, Ming Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief and expressed her sincere gratitude to number 022. Gu Qinghuan, you're welcome. I was just offering advice. You were the one who truly put it into practice. By now, Ming Xiaolan had a firm grasp of number 022's personality. Calling her a genius at interpersonal communication was an understatement. Although she wasn't sure if Happiness Assistant was an organization or something else, hiring number 022 as her assistant was a truly wise decision. After hearing so much praise, Ming Xiaolan no longer felt embarrassed. She smiled and replied, "That's because you taught me well." But thinking of number 022's earlier proposal, Ming Xiaolan felt a little uneasy again. Number 022 felt she had every right to seek revenge against the bug, but Ming Xiaolan was worried she wouldn't be able to do it. What if she failed at such an important task? She didn't dare gamble, but more because she didn't trust her own abilities. She didn't even have the courage to listen to number 022's plan. That day, Ming Xiaolan chose to remain silent. She had expected number 022 to continue persuading her, perhaps even to become disappointed in her. But no, number 022 simply continued to offer her advice as usual, actively and proactively. As time went on, Ming Xiaolan grew uneasy. Is this really a good idea? 022 had clearly helped her, but she couldn't be 022's helper. This made Ming Xiaolan feel guilty and sad, like a deserter. As the 8 hours of the day drew to a close, and 022 still hadn't mentioned the bait and trap, Ming Xiaolan couldn't help but ask 022 about the bugs. What are you going to do? Gu Qinghuan, huh? Have the bugs appeared again? Ming Xiaolan quickly denied, no, they haven't. It's just that you suggested I be the bait last time, and I refused. Now I'm curious about how it's going. Gu Qinghuan, I'm making a plan. I'll let you know when it's ready. It seemed like 022's side was going smoothly, and Ming Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, her involvement didn't make much of a difference. But why did a faint sense of loss creep into her heart? Ming Xiaolan forced herself to stop thinking and focus on her task. When the 22nd got off work, it was also time for Mingda to leave school. Ming Xiaolan packed her bag and was about to leave the classroom when someone called her. Class monitor. Lin Julu excitedly ran over and patted her shoulder. Class monitor, are you free today? The new co-branded dolls are out. Do you want to go buy them together? It was still too early for the Wei family to return home, but Ming Xiaolan planned to have he take action directly, and then have the Wei family move to another city. This way, the possibility of the Wei family and Lin Julu being involved would be extremely small. Combined with the conflict between Wei Yin and Su Jishu, with a little provocation, the two would be locked in a life-and-death struggle. By then, the Wei family would naturally have no time to pay attention to Lin Julu, and Lin Julu would be spared the fate of being harmed by the Wei family. Although this method didn't require Ming Xiaolan to put much effort into cultivating a good relationship with Lin Julu, friendships can sometimes be born quite simply. Ever since she learned during a casual chat that Ming Xiaolan, like her, liked a certain brand of dolls, Lin Julu had been eager to share new doll releases with her, and often invited her to go shopping together. Over time, the two became close friends. Today was no exception. Lin Julu had already booked a reminder, anticipating the arrival of new dolls. Since she had nothing else to do today, Ming Xiaolan accepted Lin Julu's invitation, and went with her to the local specialty store. Before they even reached the store, Lin Julu noticed the large promotional doll next to the door. She cheered and ran towards it, urging Ming Xiaolan to take a photo with it. Honestly, after so many rebirths, new dolls were no longer a novelty to Ming Xiaolan. Just seeing Lin Julu's joy, Ming Xiaolan was also infected, and her interest was piqued for the first time in a long time. After taking Lin Julu's photo, she stood next to the doll, and asked Lin Julu to take one for her. After taking the photo, Lin Julu said with a smile, "Squad leader, you look good today. Did anything good happen?" "Good. Not really. I just turned down something. I was worried that my refusal would have a big impact, but today I found out it wasn't, so you're relieved, right?" Ming Xiaolan replied. Her words were vague, but Lin Julu understood, echoing her sentiments. "It's certainly a relief. If I accept, I'd be unhappy. If I refuse, I worry about others being unhappy. That's troublesome." Ming Xiaolan quickly waved her hand. "No, I'm not unhappy. I'm just worried I won't do well." Lin Julu was stunned. "Huh? Then, squad leader, don't you feel any regret?" "Regret?" This time, it was Ming Xiaolan who was stunned. Lin Julu explained, "If you're worried about not doing well, that means you actually want to do it, right? Otherwise, why would you worry about the consequences of doing it?" Ming Xiaolan was speechless. Did she feel regret? Lin Julu saw her expression and suddenly had an idea. "How about squad leader, imagine this? Imagine if you didn't agree and watched someone else complete the task. How would you feel? Then compare it to if you agreed and did well." Ming Xiaolan followed Lin Julu's instructions, closing her eyes and trying to imagine the two scenarios. In the former case, she would be delighted. Number 022 was so capable, he would surely be able to deal with the bugs. She only had to wait and reclaim her future, which had been devoured. In the latter case, she would be proud, because she had reclaimed her future with her own hands. Ming Xiaolan opened her eyes, but remained silent. Lin Julu leaned over. How is it? How do you feel? It's not regret, Ming Xiaolan said slowly, but reluctance. She couldn't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor. If she did, wouldn't she have made no progress at all? Chapter 671. When Gu Qinghuan returned to Ming Xiaolan's place, she received good news. Ming Xiaolan, is it too late for me to ask to be bait now? Gu Qinghuan almost blurted out, there's such a good thing. She coughed twice to avoid sounding too happy. Why did you change your mind? Ming Xiaolan felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had chosen to refuse before, and now actively wanted to be bait, which could be considered a reversal of words. However, having made a decision, she would act without hesitation. Ming Xiaolan was just that kind of person. Ming Xiaolan briefly recounted her conversation with Lin Julu, then continued, I'm unwilling to give up, and I don't want to always rely on you to get by. Perhaps feeling that this statement sounded ambiguous, she quickly added, I don't dislike you, I just don't want to trouble you anymore. You helped me so much, and asking you for help even to reclaim my future is too shameless. Gu Qinghuan said calmly, actually, the plan I'm making is based on you being the bait. Gu Qinghuan, originally, I planned to wait until you built up some confidence, then guide you to face your weaknesses and muster the courage to defeat the insects. Gu Qinghuan's voice tinged with laughter as he spoke. I didn't expect you to change your mind on your own. Ming Xiaolan, actually, it wasn't me, it was Lin Julu. Gu Qinghuan, no, it was you. If you didn't have such thoughts, even if Lin Julu brought it up, it wouldn't have been any use. However, Ming Xiaolan's reluctance differed somewhat from Gu Qinghuan's original plan, so she felt it best to take this opportunity to clarify. Gu Qinghuan, although I'm glad you're willing to serve as bait and face the bugs first, I hope you put yourself first when we implement this plan. Ming Xiaolan silently repeated to herself, put yourself first. Gu Qinghuan, yes, you're important. You sacrifice so much for your classmates. Even if your rebirths mean no one remembers your hard work, you still need to be confident in yourself. Gu Qinghuan, all your experience today is earned through your hard work after each rebirth. Gu Qinghuan, it's not your rebirths that are meaningful, but your hard work. It's because of your hard work that I'm here to be your strength. Gu Qinghuan, so, Ming Xiaolan, don't be so rash in denying yourself, and don't be so hard on yourself. Ming Xiaolan paused for a moment before she smiled. Number 022, why are you suddenly so sentimental? She stopped mid-sentence. Although communication through consciousness wouldn't affect her tone, her nose felt sore, and she couldn't concentrate on communicating through consciousness. How many times had she denied herself in her repeated rebirths? How many times had she been denied by others? Ming Xiaolan couldn't remember, nor could she recall when she started treating rebirth like a mere tool. Rebirth clearly meant death. To this day, she had stepped on countless of her own corpses. The one who had lifted her to this point was none other than herself. As Gu Qinghuan had said, her efforts were truly meaningful. Ming Xiaolan sniffed, calming herself. Ming Xiaolan, this might be a bit difficult, but I try my best. Let's start with this plan. She wants to let Chong know that she's different. Plop, plop. To Chong, the energy contained in humanity's destiny is like a beating heart, brimming with vitality. But that energy is too vast. To touch it without permission would be like an ant trying to drink the ocean, it would only become annihilated. So, Chong set his sights on humanity's despair. Those foul, dark emotions strip away some of that energy. Though it loses vitality, it also becomes easier to consume, and more delicious. The taste of despair is so pungent, hotter than magma, sharper than a blade, more violent than a storm. Chong wishes every human could taste the same delicious flavor. However, the world won't allow it, and the system is even more annoying to Chong. Not to mention, since who knows when, the systems have changed their ways. They didn't even spare them, the last vestiges of despair. They were truly stingy to the extreme. Despite this, the ensuing blockade and strangulation left the insect with no choice but to flee. The insect Ming Xiaolan encountered had originally thought it was destined to starve to death. After all, there wasn't a single, most hopeless fate in this world. Unexpectedly, it had such good luck, encountering such naive and foolish humans. Unwilling to let its classmates fall into despair, it sacrificed itself and chose rebirth, striving again and again for a happy ending. This thought made the insect scoff, but it did gain a lot of energy from it, so it was worth expressing its gratitude. The worm had a brilliant idea. When Ming Xiaolan's fate also came to an end, It would tell her that no one needed its salvation. Though those people would suffer various misfortunes, in another world, a savior even more powerful than her had already appeared, and everyone's fate would continue. Except Ming Xiaolan herself. After all, her entire fate had already been devoured by it. At that time, Ming Xiaolan would surely fall into the deepest despair, lamenting her powerlessness, regretting her self-righteousness, and perhaps even harboring an insane jealousy towards that savior. The mere thought of it gave the worm a taste of incomparable deliciousness. But why, then, had this increasingly withering world suddenly begun to glow with new vitality, its energy increasing by the day? The worm found it incredible. It judged that Ming Xiaolan's abilities were simply incapable of such a feat. So, for the first time outside of Ming Xiaolan's death, it appeared before her and demanded to know what had happened. Ming Xiaolan's attitude was unexpectedly adamant, and the worm was displeased, but there was nothing else it could do. It couldn't stay in the same world for too long, or the system would detect its presence. Normally, it could only wander between worlds. The worm rummaged through the destinies it had collected, eager to consume this energy. This way, it could increase its influence on Ming Xiaolan, causing her to lose her mind, even collapse, and make the wrong choices. To the worm's wrath, all these destinies were indirectly affected by the savior. Unless this world completely collapsed, if it consumed this energy, the system would be able to trace its connections between destinies and find it. The worm was agonizing over what to do, when it suddenly sensed Ming Xiaolan's strong call. Ming Xiaolan only called out like this when she desired rebirth. Instantly excited, the worm flew towards Ming Xiaolan's world. As expected, even if she tried to change, it would be useless. She would sink into utter despair. Chapter 672. The bug had originally thought that Ming Xiaolan's call was because she was planning to be reborn again. To its surprise, upon arriving in her world, it felt a surge of energy, not at all like someone on the verge of despair. It appeared before Ming Xiaolan suspiciously. "What do you want from me?" Ming Xiaolan's attitude was calm. "Nothing really. I just learned that another classmate's fate has changed. I'm so happy. I wanted to share this good news with you." If it had a face, the bug's face would have fallen. What was this? It didn't want to hear such bad news. Resisting the urge to sneer, it said with a hint of sarcasm, "Then you must work hard. Don't be like before, facing failure after just a few successes." Ming Xiaolan had saved classmates before. After all, some of their problems were relatively easy to deal with. But Ming Xiaolan wanted to save everyone. Success once is fine, but 20 successes are fraught with difficulty. The fates of classmates will affect each other, and the class atmosphere will affect Mingda as a whole. Achieving this wish is incredibly difficult. Especially as time goes on, failure becomes increasingly unbearable. The feeling of falling short is enough to drive Ming Xiaolan to despair. Chong had been sarcastic to her in the past, but Ming Xiaolan hadn't noticed. After all, Chong had brought her the miracle of rebirth. How could he stand against her? Back then, Ming Xiaolan had only considered Chong's words as kind reminders, so now hearing the same words made her feel sick. She suppressed the urge to gag, her expression remaining largely unchanged. "It's okay, I'm in great shape this time. I definitely save everyone." Just those words, along with Ming Xiaolan's vibrant appearance, made the insect nearly vomit. It could barely contain its disgust, and with a single, "Then do your best," it quickly left Ming Xiaolan's presence. Confirming the insect had left, Ming Xiaolan immediately frowned, covering her mouth and dry heaving a few times. It was utterly disgusting. Perhaps it was because she knew the insect's true purpose, but just standing near it made her feel like she was stained with dirt. When Gu Qinghua arrived, upon hearing of Ming Xiaolan's sacrifice, he comforted her. "Thank you for your hard work." Ming Xiaolan had already calmed down. "It's okay. It's a case of no venture, no gain." According to the insect control plan drafted by Gu Qinghua and the system, evaluated by the management system, and officially approved by the world, Ming Xiaolan's current task was to irritate the insects as much as possible. Chong didn't want to see her success, but she insisted on letting Chong know how well she was progressing. After a while, Chong would grow impatient even if he didn't want to hear these nagging concerns. Although Chong had hidden the energy he had gathered from Ming Xiaolan's rebirth, it hadn't yet completely severed its connection to the world due to Gu Qinghuan's influence. Under these circumstances, Chong couldn't devour that energy, and could only wait until Ming Xiaolan fell into complete despair, and her fate was doomed. However, if Ming Xiaolan continued to improve, Chong would never be able to claim that energy. By then, to reap the power it had already secured, the bug would surely find ways to interfere with or even sabotage Ming Xiaolan's plans. It must be said that the bug's simple mind can sometimes be quite convenient. In the following months, while Ming Xiaolan dealt with her classmates' troubles, she would find time to call upon the bug, especially when her classmates' fates were completely beyond hopelessness. The bug was furious. Ming Xiaolan had called upon it precisely at the time of her previous rebirths, when she had failed. It thought Ming Xiaolan had fallen into failure and despair, but each time it encountered Ming Xiaolan's increasingly confident face. Furthermore, on several occasions, Ming Xiaolan had appeared to be on the verge of tears, a gesture that made the bug secretly proud. It was clear that she would eventually fail. After just a few words, Ming Xiaolan changed the subject, saying, "Fortunately, I made preparations ahead of time." Fortunately, the insect really wanted to consign that word to the embers of fate. It didn't want to hear it. The insect wanted to refuse Ming Xiaolan's call, but so many past failures made it impossible not to harbor malicious expectations. Ming Xiaolan had failed so many times. How could she suddenly do so well this time? Her current smooth sailing was all an illusion. Sooner or later, she would face a major failure. Precisely because it knew this was Ming Xiaolan's last chance, the insect relied on its past experience, and was certain that Ming Xiaolan would eventually fail. At that point, it could harvest the entire world's energy in one fell swoop, completely offsetting its long-term consumption. If Gu Qinghuan knew the insect's thoughts, he would surely sigh. I didn't expect even insects to be complete gamblers. Although Gu Qinghuan and Ming Xiaolan had thought of other ways to ensure they could capture the insect, they didn't realize they actually didn't need to do anything at all. The insect simply couldn't let go of the energy that seemed within its reach. The system wasn't surprised by this. It had witnessed Ji Tianxia's most desperate fate. Even knowing that a system nearby showed no signs of escaping, it was sufficient evidence that it carried a defensive program, and could likely notify the world to eliminate the insect. At that time, the insect didn't choose to flee, but instead rushed towards Ji Tianxia. People die for money, birds for food. As for the insect, its similar demise from greed seemed only natural. It wasn't that the insect hadn't doubted Ming Xiaolan, but under Gu Qinghuan's guidance, all his attempts at Ming Xiaolan were easily dealt with by Ming Xiaolan. Over time, as Gu Qinghuan and the others had anticipated, the insect's temper grew increasingly irritable. Ming Xiaolan's emotions were mixed. When I think about how we tricked the bug now, I feel like I was foolish enough to be deceived for so long in the past. Gu Qinghuan, it's not your fault you were deceived. It's the bug that tricked you. Gu Qinghuan. Besides, the bug appears as a savior at the moment of greatest regret, bringing miracles like rebirth. It's only natural that they fall into its trap. Ming Xiaolan pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "How do I become a happy assistant?" Before Gu Qinghuan could react, Ming Xiaolan quickly said, "There must be more than one happy assistant, right? Since you're number 022, there must be other happy assistants, just like you, helping others deal with other bugs." Ming Xiaolan, I want to be a happy assistant too, saving those who, like me, have been deceived by the bugs from endless rebirth. Chapter 673. Hearing Ming Xiaolan's words, Gu Qinghuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled. Her tone was gentle. You definitely have more things you want to do in the future. But for now, don't worry, just focus on what you have at hand. Number 022's words made Ming Xiaolan feel a little embarrassed. It's true that I was a little anxious. I haven't saved everyone in the class yet, and I'm already thinking about saving others. She was simply filled with righteous indignation at the thought of others being deceived by insects like she had been, and she wanted to help them. Gu Qinghuan, you can't get your cake if you're impatient. It's better to take it step by step. Ming Xiaolan, yes. Let's start with this one insect and eliminate it. Ming Xiaolan, high-spirited, actually calmed down a bit towards the insects. Everything has its limits. Repeatedly using the same method to provoke the insects will easily make them accustomed to it. So, Ming Xiaolan reduced the frequency of her calls to the insects and moved on to the next stage. A mental attack on them. The next few students' problems proved more challenging to handle, so Ming Xiaolan feigned exhaustion and summoned Chong, seemingly hesitant about whether to be reborn. Chong initially thought Ming Xiaolan was showing off again, but seeing that he was having a moment, he immediately perked up and became more friendly towards Ming Xiaolan. Sadly, Chong's friendliness was met with complaints and grumbling from Ming Xiaolan. Ming Xiaolan, I've been reading novels these past few days. Why aren't you like the systems in those novels, providing me with all kinds of help? Chong really wanted to roll his eyes at Ming Xiaolan. Why did he have to mention the system when there were so many other things to bring up? The system is the world's lackey. It's my enemy. Comparing it to the system, I felt insulted. But I couldn't possibly tell Ming Xiaolan about this, so I could only reluctantly reply, I don't have that ability. Ming Xiaolan sighed, indeed, I've been reborn so many times. If you truly had a way, you would have used it long ago. Although Ming Xiaolan's tone was calm, I was very sensitive to negative emotions and immediately detected the disdain hidden in his words. Disdain? Disdain? Someone who had been reborn so many times, someone who had been deceived by it, actually turned against it. If I hadn't been counting on Ming Xiaolan to fall into a final despair and surrender all her energy, I would have wanted to devour Ming Xiaolan's soul. This was just the beginning. Afterward, Ming Xiaolan seemed to be obsessed with rebirth novels, sharing with me every cheat the protagonists had. She didn't say it directly, but simply stared at the insect with expectant eyes, seemingly waiting for it to reply, "I can do that, too." But in reality, the insect simply didn't have the ability to interfere with the world. In fact, if it did, the world would be strangled immediately. The insect also thought of a way to fight back. Not respond to Ming Xiaolan's words. It even agreed with Ming Xiaolan, acting like, "What can you do to me?" But Ming Xiaolan was dumber than it, completely oblivious to its intentions. Using this method only made Ming Xiaolan's sighs grow louder. When the insect looked over, Ming Xiaolan looked surprised and said in a soothing tone, "It doesn't matter. Even if you can't do anything, being able to regenerate me is enough. It's me who's useless." But to the insect, Ming Xiaolan's words didn't sound like she was being useless, but rather like she was blaming the insect. "Why can't you be more useful?" The worm secretly vowed that once Ming Xiaolan fell into complete despair, it would devour her soul completely and make her pay for humiliating it. Of course, when the worm was on the verge of madness, Ming Xiaolan and Gu Qinghuan remained calm. "Ming Xiaolan, I think the worm is pretty much done with it." Gu Qinghuan, "Indeed, further provocation might backfire. Let's give it a little sweetness next." Ming Xiaolan readily agreed, and went back to figuring out how to deal with the worm. Gu Qinghuan ended the day's world overlap, and returned to her own world. A semester had already passed for Ming Xiaolan, and she was about to enter the second semester of her senior year. On her side, a month had also passed, and the Gaokao was drawing ever closer. Even though many of Mingda's students wouldn't be taking the Gaokao, a thick and tense atmosphere still permeated the school. Fortunately, Gu Qinghuan had always maintained a good mindset. Although she did divert some of her attention to Ming Xiaolan's assignment, it didn't affect her studies. By this stage, she already learned all the necessary knowledge. Gu Qinghuan was a steady student, so there was no need to push herself too hard. After Ming Xiaolan's assignment was completed, she could focus on a few more challenging points. The students in Class 3 were no different. Under the leadership of their monitor, they had weathered many storms over the past 3 years. They understood better than other students that the college entrance examination was merely a hurdle in life. No matter how well they performed, it didn't mean their lives were over. Of course, successfully passing this hurdle was also a blessing. At least it would be a testament to their hard work over the past 3 years. Chen Zilan has been talking to each student recently, primarily to understand their future plans. Taking the college entrance exam, studying abroad, or pursuing other careers. If attending college, what major do you want to pursue? What career do you want to pursue? All of this is welcome. This doesn't mean defining your future life, but rather setting your sights on the future. No one knows what tomorrow will bring, let alone whether you might suddenly veer off the path you're currently on and head in another direction. This isn't a bad thing. The important thing is knowing what you want and what you're capable of, so you don't end up trapped. Chen Zilan talked to everyone one by one, leaving Gu Qinghuan for last. When she received the notice from the class teacher for the interview, Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally her turn. Although she had heard from her classmates what the class teacher would ask and had prepared her answers, she was still feeling confused when it wasn't her turn. Chen Zilan's interview took place during lunch break. When Gu Qinghuan entered the teacher's office, she could still smell the lingering aroma of spicy hot pot. "Did you order the spicy hot pot from the place on Guanhai Road?" Gu Qinghuan sniffed and asked casually. Chen Zilan held his forehead. "How come you have such a sharp nose?" Gu Qinghuan didn't respond, but his expression was full of pride. Chen Zilan kicked the tied-up trash can under his desk a little further inward and said sternly, "You should already know why I'm here to talk to you today." Gu Qinghuan nodded and said smoothly, "The university and major I'm planning to apply to is." Before she finished, Chen Zilan interrupted her. "So I'm not going to ask you that." Gu Qinghuan had a question mark over her head. Chen Zilan couldn't help but smile at her expression, but his tone was soothing. He sat up straight, looked at Gu Qinghuan seriously, and said solemnly, "I'm lucky to have a squad leader like you. Thank you for your hard work over the past 3 years." Chapter 674. Gu Qinghuan was caught off guard by Chen Zilan's thanks. Although she had heard thank yous many times, this one from her former class teacher still made her a little nervous. She quickly waved her hand, saying, Talking about hard work is an exaggeration. I'm the class monitor, after all. This is what I'm supposed to do. Chen Zilan shook his head. Everything you've done has long since exceeded the scope of a class monitor's duties. Compared to other teachers, Chen Zilan may indeed have less experience as a homeroom teacher. However, he had taught English to other classes, and had naturally seen what other class monitors looked like. Being a high school class monitor is inherently difficult. Students, whose physical age is between adolescence and adulthood, psychologically yearn to be treated like adults. However, most students are confined to the ivory tower of campus and have many immature aspects. If the various influences at this stage are not properly addressed, it could be a devastating blow to the students. Chen Zilan had to admit that he wasn't an excellent homeroom teacher. At best, he was an excellent English teacher. Simply ensuring the students' academic performance consumed the vast majority of his time and energy. But Gu Qinghuan was just a student. How much had she sacrificed for the students in Class 3 over the past 3 years? Even if she thought it was insignificant, Chen Zilan, as the homeroom teacher and the one who shouldered that responsibility, couldn't ignore her efforts. Chen Zilan's tone was sincere. Over the past 3 years, you helped the students resolve so many problems. I'm sure everyone has thanked you. However, as the homeroom teacher, I also owe you my gratitude. Can you at least let me express my gratitude? The latter part sounded like a joke, but Gu Qinghuan knew Chen Zilan was serious from the look on his face. She thought for a moment, then stopped refusing. Instead, she said earnestly, I like Class 3, so I'm happy to be able to help everyone. Teacher, don't feel like you're not doing enough. Experience will always accumulate. Besides, you've been a huge help. Like that dispute with Class 12. If it weren't for you, we couldn't have handled it on our own. Recalling that incident, Chen Zilan couldn't help but smile knowingly. Okay, this is the main reason I came to you today. Don't tell anyone. I don't want to be teased. Chen Zilan waved his hand. It wasn't that Chen Zilan found it shameful for a teacher to thank a student. It was just that the students in Class 3 were incredibly eager to eat the spoils, and Chen Zilan simply didn't want to be one of them. Gu Qinghuan readily agreed and left the office. When Gu Qinghuan returned to the classroom, Bao Qingsong immediately asked, Class monitor, what did you talk about with the teacher? Gu Qinghuan looked surprised. Just about college entrance exam choices. Bao Qingsong was puzzled. I thought the teacher would talk about something else. After all, his expression when he approached you was different from the other students. How perceptive. Gu Qinghuan thought to himself, his face showing no sign of it. What's different? He seemed more serious? Bao Qingsong scratched his cheek. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe because you're so reliable, the teacher didn't feel the need to talk to you, or didn't know how to talk to you. He just asked about my ideal university and major, and then looked up the admission scores from previous years, and reminded me to maintain a positive attitude. Gu Qinghuan said. After that, she asked, what did you think the class monitor would talk about? At this point, Bao Qingsong perked up. I thought he wanted to ask you for advice. Shen Jianwei and Yao Shaili immediately looked over, their expressions demanding, let's hear it. Though Bao Qingsong didn't notice their expressions, he continued to talk non-stop. I think you, class monitor, are unprecedented in Mingda's history. You saved the class monitor a lot of trouble these past few years. Bao Qingsong said. When we graduate and the class monitor starts teaching the next class, he definitely miss us a lot. So while you're still here, he asked you for advice on how to manage the class. Yao Shaili couldn't help but quip. You just want to hear the class monitor say to the next class, you're the worst class I ever taught, right? Not only that, he wants the class monitor to say, we're the best class he's ever taught. Shen Jianwei continued. Bao Qingsong shook his head. We're already the best class. When we have our reunion, our class will definitely be packed with talented people. Our class is packed with talented people right now. There's no need to wait. Gu Qinghuan said seriously. Bao Qingsong fell into thought. You have a point. The topic had strayed so far that Gu Qinghuan didn't continue the conversation and returned to her seat. Because of the conversation, she hadn't gone to the office for a nap at noon, so she decided to just sit at her desk for a while. Speaking of the student union office, since she was graduating soon and there wasn't anyone qualified to take over her position, they had stopped restocking the water bar until the stock was gone. However, this doesn't mean the office will be permanently sealed. On the contrary, at the suggestion of President He Xuerong, the student union will permanently retain the position of student union president's secretary. This position is not affected by the student union's recruitment schedule, and can be filled at any time through self-recommendation or internal member recommendations. Although the role model for this position is Gu Qinghuan, everyone understands that finding another Gu Qinghuan is quite difficult, so the requirements will be lowered based on actual circumstances. Until the new secretary arrives, the office will be converted into the student union's tea room, where members can rest at any time. Gu Qinghwan welcomes this decision. She doesn't want to be the only one. In her 3 years at Mingda, she has indeed changed many things. It's no exaggeration to say that she has contributed greatly to Mingda's current strong school spirit. It is for this reason that she hopes for the next, or even more, Gu Qinghwan's. Based on this, Gu Qinghwan is quite looking forward to the class reunion that Bao Qingsong just mentioned. When she returns to her alma mater and looks at the student union roster, she wonders how many names will follow her, the first secretary to the student union president. Of course, that's all for the future. It's not time to think about it yet. Gu Qinghwan stretched and slumped down on her desk. System, give me 20 minutes of backsource. I need a good night's sleep. System, roger that. Host, get some rest. I be monitoring you. If anyone tries to wake you, I immediately terminate the backsource. With the new permissions granted, the system's backsource functionality could be used very flexibly. Gu Qinghwan closed her eyes with satisfaction. Next, all that remained was Ming Xiaolan's mission. Chapter 675. When it comes to giving the bug a little sweetness, Ming Xiaolan is a pro. It's not that she wants to be so professional, but after so many rebirths, Ming Xiaolan is quite familiar with failure. As long as the bug believes its plan is still going smoothly, Ming Xiaolan will indeed fall into despair, and then her current frustration will instantly turn to comfort. Of course, when she discovers her plot has been thwarted, it will turn into even more intense anger. Ming Xiaolan appropriately reduced the number of times she called on the bug, pretending that she was fully immersed in the daily task of saving everyone. After so many frequent calls, her sudden quietness made the bug feel uneasy, and it would occasionally come over to check on the situation. The bug's reaction was within Gu Qinghwan and Ming Xiaolan's expectations. They made several assumptions, and considered what Ming Xiaolan would do if the bug didn't come. Ming Xiaolan was quite relieved that the bug was so obedient. Ming Xiaolan was surprised by Chong's unsolicited arrival. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Chong choked. It couldn't say that Ming Xiaolan had called it so many times before, and now she suddenly stopped calling, and it was just not used to it, right? It pretended. I noticed you seemed very unstable this time, and I was worried something might have happened to you, so I wanted to check on you. Chong, that way, when you need me, I can respond immediately. Something happened? If something really happened to her, Chong would probably cry out, wouldn't he? Ming Xiaolan thought to herself, her expression deeply moved. Thank you so much. Even for you, I will keep trying. There was no need to keep trying, Chong thought disdainfully. This was the last time anyway. The man and the bug, each with their own agenda, surprisingly get along quite harmoniously. Although Ming Xiaolan appears bewildered when the bug appears, as if once again stumped by the troubles her classmates are facing, she's actually merely slowing down her progress. Though everyone's fate appears to be stagnant, it's actually quietly accumulating quantitative changes, laying the foundation for a qualitative shift. The bug can't see this, not because it's stupid, but because Gu Qinghwan is using her own trick, leveraging the interconnectedness of fate to facilitate a new turn of events. For example, Xie Xiangxue. As long as Lin Xiuxue and Yan Zhengqing remain deeply in love, she's very likely to be drawn into their affairs. But what if Yan Zhengqing isn't even in the country? What if he can't care about Lin Xiaoxue? Or what if Lin Xiaoxue hears something and decides to pursue Yan Zhengqing, even if it means giving up her own dreams? Helping one person is helping two is helping too. Ming Xiaolan thinks she's being too kind. However, using this method meant Ming Xiaolan herself didn't actually do anything, and her communication with Xie Xiangxue was very limited. In Chong's eyes, Ming Xiaolan hadn't even bothered with Xie Xiangxue's mission, so naturally, he hadn't anticipated the change in Xie Xiangxue's fate. Unable to monitor fate like the system, Chong could only rely on past experience, assuming Xie Xiangxue's fate hadn't reached a critical juncture, and thus left it alone. Gu Qinghwan felt quite moved as he taught Ming Xiaolan this. So, it seemed the system's decision not to tell her the future was indeed the right one. While foresight could bring intelligence advantages and allow for many advanced deployments, it also eliminated countless options, leaving only the easiest path for one. If Ming Xiaolan didn't have only one possible fate left, and if the worm wasn't eliminated, her fate would return to normal, she wouldn't have taught her this. For this reason, Gu Qinghwan only taught Ming Xiaolan this way of thinking, reminding her that it was just one method, primarily designed to deceive the worm for the time being. Ordinarily, she hoped Ming Xiaolan would use the methods she was most comfortable with. Ming Xiaolan understood number 022's intention and solemnly stated, I know this method is good, but it won't always work, and nothing is truly omnipotent. Although she knew number 022 was truly there to help her, her experience with the worm had made Ming Xiaolin more cautious. She wouldn't blindly trust others, assuming that pie in the sky would just fall for her. Instead, she would make more calm judgments. The worm, watching Ming Xiaolin busy herself daily with little success, could only shake its head. The smooth sailing she experienced recently had been a facade, and now it could rest assured. Before returning to the cracks between worlds, Chong even went out of his way to comfort Ming Xiaolin. Recent progress may not be smooth, but don't be too upset. We were doing well before, weren't we? Things will get better soon. If the previous Ming Xiaolin had heard this, her mind would have collapsed. Yeah, it was going well before, why not now? And then she would doubt herself, and the situation would only get worse. However, number 022 had already analyzed this rhetoric for her, so Ming Xiaolin didn't care at all. She simply gave Chong a confident smile. You're right, things will definitely get better. Chong just thought she was being stubborn. And stubbornness was good, it was the only way she could escape and acknowledge her own incompetence. The bug left triumphantly. Ming Xiaolin curled her lips, and when Gu Qinghuan came over again, she gave the bug a good rant about its arrogance. Ming Xiaolin, is this enough for now? I had enough too. Gu Qinghuan, enough. It's at its peak right now. Of course, it needs to fall from the highest point to get a hard enough fall. Ming Xiaolin suddenly became excited. What should we do next? Gu Qinghuan, anyway, scare it first. Over the next few days, if the bug shows any unusual behavior, you must calm it down and convince it that you're under its control. Ming Xiaolin, how are you going to scare it? Gu Qinghuan, by hunting it down, of course. She said it so casually that Ming Xiaolin thought she misheard. What did you say? Gu Qinghuan patiently repeated, I hunt it down. Ming Xiaolin, so my little assistant is so powerful, Gu Qinghuan herself certainly doesn't have the strength to hunt down insects. Rather, if she were to show up, other insects, besides the one Ming Xiaolin encountered, would also rush towards her frantically, trying to kill her. But she has the system, the management system, and even the world to help her. Scare the insects, that's easy. The system has long memorized the coordinates of Ming Xiaolin's world. Through recent observations, it has also used the traces left by the insects to locate the locations of several world cracks where the insects have been. Although insects are cunning and can't stay in the same world crack again, simply letting the insects know that the system is looking for them is enough to send them into a panic. Of course they want to escape, right? After all, the system has already found them. But, with success so close at hand, could it truly give up the entire world's energy? Of course not. Even with the system watching closely from behind, it would anxiously open its mouth, drooling, hoping the fruit at the top would ripen and fall into its mouth at the last moment. Alas, what was about to fall into its mouth was a gleamingly sharp blade. Chapter 676. The worm had been quite at ease lately. Ming Xiaolin was making excellent progress, and all it had to do was wait. The thought of soon gaining the energy of the entire world made the worm's movements more agile as it roamed between the cracks of the world, until it saw a blank space. If the worm had a human body, it would have been covered in cold sweat at that moment. The worm spent most of its time between the cracks of the world, hiding like a termite. But to put it bluntly, the worm simply relied on the world's inability to open and inspect every crack. As long as the world was willing to make the effort to investigate, it would always be able to strangle the worm. All worms were like this. It had nothing to do with luck, their survival principles were that simple. But the blank space before the worm's eyes meant that this space had already been cleared by the world. If the worm had reached this point earlier, it would have been instantly killed, without even a chance to escape. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the worm turned and fled, almost without a second thought. By the time it came to its senses, it had returned to Ming Xiaolin's world. It couldn't be helped. The bug had been summoned so often recently that it had become a habit. It was only natural that, without much thought, it would follow its memory and run to Ming Xiaolin's side. This was the first time Ming Xiaolin had seen the bug like this. Its once solid silhouette was now reduced to a hazy, blurry black mist, its edges showing wisps of loose material, like black dry ice. She knew the bug was probably frightened, as they had assumed, but she managed to keep a look of surprise on her face. What's wrong? You don't look well. The black mist trembled, then struggled to gather itself together, returning to its usual state. The bug pretended to calm down. Nothing, just came to check on you. It didn't say anything else, and Ming Xiaolin simply said oh, and went back to his own business. The bug followed Ming Xiaolin closely, his thoughts a tangle of thoughts. Why had the cracks in the world been cleared? Could it be that the world had discovered it? This speculation gave the bug another urge to flee, but it quickly reassured itself that it couldn't be. If the world had truly discovered it, why didn't it just come to its door? With so many cracks, what was the point of clearing one? The bug consoled itself, but it couldn't calm down. It grudgingly gave Ming Xiaolan a perfunctory remark, then excused itself by saying it had other things to do. It tiptoed to other cracks to check on them. Since arriving in Ming Xiaolan's world, the bug had confined its activities to the surrounding area, and was very familiar with the cracks it had visited. It examined them one by one and found that several had been cleared, leaving only large expanses of white space, a cleanness that frightened the bug. Moreover, perhaps by coincidence, those cleared cracks completely cut off any possibility of access to other worlds. It's not that it couldn't carve a new passage, but the energy required was simply too much for the insect at hand. It could only flee in fear and panic through the few remaining cracks, unable to rest in peace, fearing that a new cleanup would occur and land right on its head. Why was this happening? With so many cracks in the world, how could it happen that the cleanup landed right on its head? Or perhaps it wasn't just right, but rather that the world was undergoing a massive cleanup, and it happened to be within its reach? Previously, the systems had upgraded the methods for completing tasks, extending countless possibilities for fate. The energy they possessed made all the insects salivate. Could it be that all that energy was wasted on something like this? Thought after thought surfaced, but without confirmation, it only transformed into unease and anxiety, further inflicting the insect's fear. It finally realized that continuing to dwell on this was futile, and fleeing back and forth between the cracks would only be a waste of energy. Should it choose to exhaust all its energy, leave this world, linger on, devour the remnants of fate, and begin again after accumulating strength, or... No, it absolutely would not choose this approach. The insect's body instantly swelled slightly, as if shouting its discontent. It had invested so much thought in Ming Xiaolan, and soon it would reap the sweetest fruits of victory. How could it leave at this moment? Was it just going to watch this fruit fall to the ground and rot in vain? The worm absolutely wouldn't allow this to happen. That was its energy. Recalling its previous blank moment, it steeled its resolve and decisively returned to Ming Xiaolan's world. If it continued to stay between the worlds, there was no telling when the next cleanup would arrive. Better to stay by Ming Xiaolan's side, be cautious, and leave quickly once it had its energy. Seeing the worm reappear beside her, Ming Xiaolan was genuinely surprised. Normally, no matter how much she called out, the worm would wait at least a day before appearing. Unexpectedly, this time, it had arrived in less than half a day. She didn't even need to act, her surprise was perfectly natural. Are you done? The worm had already considered how to deal with Ming Xiaolan before arriving. Hearing her question, it immediately replied, I'm done. Now all I need is you. Without waiting for Ming Xiaolan to inquire, it spoke to itself. You've been reborn so many times. It's almost time to finish. This time, you definitely succeed. As for whether it was Ming Xiaolan's success or its success, there's no need to specify. Ming Xiaolan knew exactly which success Chong was referring to. Although she felt disgusted by Chong's brazen boasting, now was not the time to lash out. Ming Xiaolan, really? Actually, I think this went pretty smoothly. Chong murmured a few words, and then ignored Ming Xiaolan, floating beside her like a balloon tied to her hand. It had to carefully restrain its presence, ensuring it wouldn't be detected by the world. The moment Gu Qinghuan moved over to Ming Xiaolan, she was startled. What? Before Ming Xiaolan could reply, she quickly realized, could this be Chong? Although Gu Qinghuan had indirectly encountered Chong many times, this was her first time seeing one in person. When it appeared before Ming Xiaolan, Chong had applied some disguise, appearing only as a shadow. But to Gu Qinghuan, Chong's form was completely different. A crack hung in midair, its edges flickering like mosaics, yet its center held only a deep darkness. In the very center, a twisted outline could be vaguely seen, wriggling constantly. Occasionally, a few tentacles, like those encased in mud, emerged from the center, tentatively twisting at the edge before quickly retreating. Like a beast shaped by malice, it quietly watched its prey, yet couldn't resist the urge to take a bite. Ming Xiaolan was nervous. You won't be discovered, will you? She asked, trying not to show it too obviously, observing the insect's reaction out of the corner of her eye. Only after she was sure the insect hadn't noticed number 022's arrival did she relax a little. Gu Qinghuan comforted her. Don't worry, I'm only overlapping with you mentally, so you can hear me, but it can't hear my voice. However, Ming Xiaolan still had to be careful. If Chong noticed anything unusual about her behavior, they might still discover Gu Qinghuan's presence. Ming Xiaolan nodded solemnly. This was the end. She would definitely not let down her guard. Chapter 677. Plop, plop. The insect slowly awoke to this sound. Technically, it wasn't asleep, it had simply suppressed its presence as much as possible to avoid detection. Like entering hibernation, its consciousness had stagnated. But it shouldn't have woken up at this time. It had clearly programmed it to awaken fully only when Ming Xiaolan fell into ultimate despair, washed away by the immense energy. So, what was the sound that awakened it now? It was the fate it hated most, the one full of life, that was cheering sweetly. The moment it realized this, the insect awoke completely. Before it could fully grasp its surroundings, it roared in fury. What the hell happened? It heard Ming Xiaolan's voice. Of course, it was my success. This tone sounded completely different from Ming Xiaolan's usual tone. In Chang's past memories, Ming Xiaolan was weak and easily bullied. Naive and foolish, she wanted to be her classmate's savior, but in reality, she overestimated her own abilities and, driven by good intentions, she strayed further and further down the wrong path. She was constantly anxious and worried, agonizing over her classmate's fate, and blaming herself for her own inability to help. Her tone shouldn't have been as calm and composed as it was now. Chong took in her surroundings. She had been following Ming Xiaolan from the beginning, and was witnessing the same scene she was experiencing. She was wearing a tracksuit with a number pinned to her back. She had just finished a race, her forehead beaded with sweat, but her smile was exceptionally bright. The students from Class 3 cheered and rushed over to hug her. Class monitor, you're great. You won beautifully. Champion. Our class monitor is the champion. Class monitor, let me help you walk for a while, be careful. These words sounded passionate, and the scorching heat almost brought tears to Ming Xiaolan's eyes. But at a moment like this, the most appropriate expression is still a smile, isn't it? Ming Xiaolan's lips curled up. She loved this feeling, not just because she was the center of attention, but also because of everyone's joy. She could do it. The unity and harmony in Class 3 at that moment alone was enough to prove that everyone's fate would surely improve. At this moment, the dried-up fate was reborn, countless branches rapidly spreading out. Even if no one could see the changes in the world, hope did exist. However, for the insect, Ming Xiaolan's success meant its own failure. It realized with absolute clarity that it had been tricked. Ming Xiaolan's previous annoyance had all been a disguise. She had been deceiving it. It stared at Ming Xiaolan, the dazzling figure in the center of the crowd, sensing the energy emanating from her. It wished it could transform its rage into venom and spray it at her. The once lingering smell of decay, and decay now resembled a dead tree reborn, forcing its way through its dry shell and transforming into a vibrant new bud. But it wasn't completely defeated. It still had a chance. The insect let out a malicious laugh. Do you think you can change everyone's fate just by doing this? No. It's impossible. Everything you do is based on rebirth. The world will never allow a reborn person to interfere with fate. Taking advantage of Ming Xiaolan's moment of daze, the insect lunged towards her. Even if Ming Xiaolan had indeed created a new destiny for everyone, her past interference had also brought despair to many. Those energies still clung to Ming Xiaolan, like human resentment. How could they be so easily dispelled? If it pounced upon her now and ripped apart her soul, even if it wasn't all of it, it would still gain a considerable amount of energy. With that energy, it could leave this world and seek its next victim, and then there was no more. Before it could reach Ming Xiaolan, the insect's body was blocked by an invisible barrier. The insect saw a ball of light, bright and warm, enough to sweep away all shadows. To anyone, it looked like the sun's rays, but it gave the insect the illusion of being ripped open. The insect's fixation on Ming Xiaolan also caused Gu Qinghuan to lock onto it in return. If the insect could still escape, the system would have wasted its high authority. As if it were instantly bound by countless chains in midair, the insect instinctively tried to twist its body to escape, but it was completely unable to move. Ming Xiaolan felt as if time had come to a standstill, her perception slowing to a crawl. She could only see a hazy silhouette floating before her. It approached the insect, seemingly raising its hand and swiping it through the air. She thought she heard a crackling sound, and then she saw the insect shatter like shattered glass. But before the fragments could fall to the ground, they were gathered into the palm of the glowing silhouette. She closed her palm, and then opened it again, and the fragments transformed into a beam of starlight, floating before Ming Xiaolan's eyes. What a pity! The familiar voice of 022 rang out. I can't watch you realize your wish and bring happiness to everyone. But I promise you, such a future does exist. Ming Xiaolan couldn't control her body, and could only watch helplessly as the beam of starlight slowly melted into her chest. She tried to say something, but her voice sounded increasingly distant. Wait. Number 022. We can still. She didn't have a chance to finish her words. Cause and effect had been completely rewritten, and the rebirth brought by the worm would cease to exist, along with Ming Xiaolan's memories. She seemed to have forgotten many things, including what she was about to say. But someone responded. We are friends. We will definitely meet again. Ming Xiaolan seemed to have had a very long dream. She couldn't remember what she dreamed of, only that when she woke up, her face was covered in tears. Why was she crying? Was it a nightmare? No, if it was a nightmare, she wouldn't be so relieved, would she? Ming Xiaolan shook her head slightly, then got out of bed and glanced at the desk calendar by her bed. Today was Wednesday, and she was going to see the psychologist someone had recommended her. After graduating from high school, every time Ming Xiaolan learned of the current plight of her high school classmates, she would fall into endless self-blame. As class monitor, she spent those 3 years helplessly watching her classmates fall into difficult situations due to various concerns. An overpowering sense of responsibility weighed her down, until recently, at her family's suggestion, she finally agreed to psychotherapy. But what good would it do to cure herself? Wasn't she truly running away? Thinking of this, Ming Xiaolan chuckled self-deprecatingly, forced herself to cheer herself up, quickly packed up, and headed for the mental health center. If nothing else, the mental health center certainly looked fresh and clean. Thinking this way, Ming Xiaolan deliberately slowed down her pace as she passed the garden, wanting to take in the vibrant greenery a little longer. As she walked, she suddenly spotted what looked like a figure lying on its back in the grass, motionless. Could someone have fainted? Ming Xiaolan's heart tightened, and she quickly walked over, kneeling beside the person, intending to check their breathing. But before her finger could reach her nose, the woman, who looked about her own age, opened her eyes. The woman looked at her in surprise, and Ming Xiaolan felt extremely embarrassed. Sorry, I thought you fainted. It's okay, the woman's eyebrows curved, supporting her upper body with her hands. I'm just basking in the sun. Don't you think the weather is beautiful today? The wind is gentle, the sun isn't glaring, it's warm just right. And the grass is so soft, it makes you want to lie down and take a comfortable nap. Perhaps because the woman described it so softly and comfortably, Ming Xiaolan's embarrassment gradually dissipated. She looked around, finding the courage she needed, and said to the woman she was meeting for the first time, Can I lie down with you for a while? Ming Xiaolan felt a bit too impulsive when she said this, but she nodded readily, sure. She moved aside, making enough room for Ming Xiaolan to lie down, and the two of them lay together on the grass, watching the clouds drift across the blue sky. Ming Xiaolan felt an unprecedented sense of peace. Was it the warmth of the sun? Such beautiful weather made it tempting to try something daring. What's your name? Gu Qinghuan. Gu means caring, Qinghuan means the joy of life is pure joy. Hello, Ming Xiaolan. Your story continues. Chapter 678. Leaving Ming Xiaolan's world, Gu Qinghuan felt somewhat lost. System, host, are you unhappy? Ming Xiaolan's mission is complete. Gu Qinghuan. No, I'm very happy. I just feel a little regretful that I didn't get to say goodbye properly. But she soon smiled again. It doesn't matter. Since we become friends in this world, one day in the future, when our destinies cross again, we will definitely become friends again. System. Yes, that day will definitely come. After a hard night, Gu Qinghuan was tired. The system arranged for her to return to the source as usual. 5 minutes later, Gu Qinghuan awoke, refreshed. Having finally completed all the missions, the burden lifted from Gu Qinghuan's shoulders, and she felt a great deal more relaxed. As she left the bedroom, she lifted Xiaoxi, who was lying by the door, and took a deep breath. Xiaoxi resisted, stretching out his paws, pressing the pads of his paws against Gu Qinghuan's nose, trying to push her face away. Gu Qinghuan, accustomed to it, put Xiaoxi down and ran to the living room, hugging Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian one by one. Gu Haiyan, puzzled, reached out and touched the top of Gu Qinghuan's head. Why are you acting so spoiled so early in the morning? Gu Qinghuan pulled her arm and shook it. I'm happy. Wang Jian rubbed his arm. So corny. Gu Qinghuan grimaced and sat down at the table to eat breakfast. Although Gu Qinghuan had guaranteed her family's fate by completing the mission for 10 classmates, she only felt a sense of peace now that all the missions were complete. After breakfast, Gu Qinghuan shouldered her backpack and set off for school, chatting with the system. Gu Qinghuan, now that all tasks are completed, system, are you leaving? System, no, as agreed upon at the outset, I will accompany the host until the host's college entrance exams are over. This couldn't be better for Gu Qinghuan. Apart from anything else, With the system's return to source function, she can maintain a healthy state of mind. Gu Qinghuan. Speaking of which, Ming Xiaolan's world has returned to its original state. So, will the changes she achieved during this rebirth also be reversed? The system knew what Gu Qinghuan was worried about. It didn't want to see Ming Xiaolan's hard-earned success vanish into nothingness. It thought for a moment. Since all tasks had been completed, and Gu Qinghuan's performance had proven she would never abuse the rules of this world, it replied, no. Although Ming Xiaolan's rebirth was corrected, she returned to the world of her original destiny, and forgot all about her repeated rebirths. But this didn't mean her previous efforts were gone. What the system strives to prevent is the extinguishing of the possibility of fate caused by rebirth. The choices Ming Xiaolan made after her rebirth are themselves possibilities. However, Ming Xiaolan did, leveraging the intelligence advantage afforded by her rebirth, make some choices she wouldn't have otherwise made. The impact of such choices will gradually be erased during the world's self-healing process. Gu Qinghuan. So, the world I accompanied her through could also be like my own, where everyone finds happiness, right? The system calculated and gave a positive answer. According to the host's definition of happiness, this possibility does exist. Gu Qinghuan smiled brightly. Even if Ming Xiaolan herself could no longer know this fact, as long as it existed, it was enough. Ming Xiaolan must have thought so too. The bus stopped, and Gu Qinghuan got off. Looking across the street at the gates of Mingda University, she breathed a long sigh of relief. The day after completing all her tasks, facing the school where she had spent 3 years felt surprisingly fresh. She walked towards the school gates, greeted the members of the discipline department, and turned to hear someone calling her, class monitor. Gu Qinghuan turned around, and saw Ming Xiaolan's face. Good morning, class monitor. Ming Xiaolan greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Xiaolan. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but give her a hug. This action startled Ming Xiaolan, but she still hugged Gu Qinghuan back, smiling, You're so enthusiastic this morning. Did something happy happen to you, squad leader? Yes, something really happy. Gu Qinghuan released her hand, and nodded seriously. What was it? Her words piqued Ming Xiaolan's curiosity. Gu Qinghuan began, I had a dream. As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Xiaolan covered her ears. What's wrong with you? Ming Xiaolan put her hands down awkwardly. Oh, haven't you been hearing you say you had dreams lately? Are you a little scared? Gu Qinghuan's last dream was of Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu arguing, and Jiang Chuchu was mean to her. The dream before that was of Tao Xinxing buying the last box of chicken strips from the fried skewer stall. Although Ming Xiaolan was curious about what Gu Qinghuan had dreamed this time, she had to be mentally prepared to listen. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. Don't worry, it was just a dream. I dreamed I didn't come to Mingda, but became the monitor of Class 3. That single sentence alone caused Ming Xiaolan to cover her ears again in fear, her head swaying from side to side. How could this be called a dream? She didn't even give Gu Qinghuan a chance to explain, and took off running. Ming Xiaolan was naturally athletic, and Gu Qinghuan couldn't catch up at all. She could only watch helplessly, as Ming Xiaolan's figure vanished from sight. She retracted her hand, which had instinctively reached out, and scratched her cheek instead. By the time she reached the classroom door, Ming Xiaolan had already spread her words throughout the class, so the moment Gu Qinghuan stepped through the door, she was met with 21 pairs of eyes. Gu Qinghuan coughed uncomfortably. Actually, I really had a wonderful dream. Can I finish? Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian, one on each side, pulled her to the podium. Go on, tell me. We want to hear what the dream was about. Gu Qinghuan stood timidly on the podium, about to tell another story about Ming Xiaolan, but paused when she noticed everyone's gaze. If she were addressing the entire class, then she'd change her story. She cleared her throat and said seriously, I dreamed I was in another school. It was the first day of school, and before I could even introduce myself, you all came running over and dragged me towards Mingda. As you were pulling me, you were saying, Class monitor, why are you here? Don't you want us anymore? The melons are ready, why don't you come and eat them? I was completely bewildered when you dragged me to class. Then I saw the classroom filled with delicious food. I felt so happy. The entire class murmured in unison, that's it? Yu Xian held her forehead, I'm overthinking it. Jiang Chuchu shook her head gravely. We overestimated the heart of a foodie. Gu Qinghuan feigned indignation. What? I told you it was just a dream. Xin Jianwei patted Ming Xiaolan's shoulder and said earnestly, Xiaolan, next time, confirm the actual situation first. Ming Xiaolan swore with a look of shame. Next time, I definitely listen to the monitor before reporting. The class was in an uproar, and students from other classes passing by would glance in surprise. What good thing had happened to Class 3? What were they all laughing about? But they looked really happy. Gu Qinghwan returned to her seat, and pulled books and stationery from her bag, and put them away. She paused as she touched the notebook in her bag, then took it out again, and drew a star symbol for completion on Ming Xiaolin's page. 21 stars sparkled in her notebook. She turned to a new page, and wrote her name on a blank sheet. Gu Qinghwan, monitor of Class 3. I enjoy all kinds of delicious food in sunny weather. My favorite thing is laughing together with everyone in Class 3. This mission ends here. But everyone's happiness is just beginning.